A harsh voice drills one rule into Choi Hyuk. He has no choice but to get angrier, throw another punch, and kill if he wants to survive. Then the story pulls back and says the end of the world came without warning, turning everyone's ordinary lives into hell. On that ordinary afternoon, Choi Hyuk was just sitting at school before everything changed. Long before high school, Choi Hyuk was already a terrifying natural fighter who could beat bigger kids without any training. As he grew, that instinct only got worse, and by grade school he was already beating multiple older boys at once. At 12, 5 teenage robbers cornered him in a PC bang, and the fight ended in blood. One attacker lost an eye and another died on the spot, proving Choi Hyuk's talent wasn't just unusual but lethal. Because he was a minor, Choi Hyuk escaped criminal punishment, but his mother was horrified by what her son could become. Crying, his mother begged him to never hit anyone again, even if he was the one being hurt. She called him a deadly weapon, cut him off from sports and fighting, and made guilt the rule of his life. Because his mother meant everything to him, fatherless Choi Hyuk obeyed and started shrinking himself on purpose. From then on, the boy who loved sports lied during gym class, sat out, and never asserted himself again. Even after years of holding back, Choi Hyuk still grew into a tall, muscular high schooler. Now in his second year of high school, he has poor grades, no real friends, and a habit of staring out the window like he's somewhere else. He also jerks his head as if fighting off a tic, smiles weakly when challenged, and apologizes instead of resisting. That submissive act makes him the perfect target for the bullies in his new school. At first the bullies were wary of his size, but once they learned he never fought back, they treated him like a punching bag. One of those bullies is Lee Minji, a thin know-it-all who likes greeting Choi Hyuk with a punch. Minji slams a fist into Choi Hyuk's gut just because he likes the feeling of hitting a bigger body. As soon as Choi Hyuk bends over, Minji throws him into a headlock and starts mocking him like this is friendly banter. Minji asks what Hyuk ate for breakfast and taps his head with a fist, while Hyuk laughs awkwardly and says he skipped it. Then Minji turns crude and taunts him about glancing at young Minji, acting like even that makes Hyuk pathetic. Young Minji is the top student and class president, and she used to be the only girl who talked to Choi Hyuk before giving up on helping him too. When Hyuk denies Minji's taunt, Minji just needles him harder and drives another punch into his lower stomach. The rest of the class looks away, and until first period starts, Choi Hyuk gets dragged around by a boy much smaller than him. After first period, the real boss, Kang Miho, calls Choi Hyuk over with a short order. Miho wants today's math homework, and Choi Hyuk hands it over without a word of protest. Miho checks whether Hyuk wrote out the full work this time because last time he got punished for copying only the answers. That warning matters because the last mistake cost Choi Hyuk 3 punches to the chest. Satisfied, Miho tells him good job and walks away, almost polite because he does not even need to hit him today. By second break, hunger is setting in, and another bully makes his own target move. A Hyunsung storms over from the back shouting for Gilsoo and smacks the smaller boy in the head as soon as he finds him. Hyunsung orders Gilsoo to buy him pizza bread, and Minji immediately piles on with his own demand. Gilsoo is even lower in the pecking order than Choi Hyuk, so everyone knows he will pay for them again. During this break no one bothers Choi Hyuk, so he goes back to his usual pose by the window and starts replaying Lee Minji's punch in his head. What surprises him is that he is not angry at all, only bothered by how badly Minji throws a punch. In his mind, he breaks Minji's form apart piece by piece: bad footing, weak shoulder turn, wasted motion, loose wrist. The truth is Minji's blow barely hurts, and Choi Hyuk has only been pretending it does. He judges Kang Miho's punches as better, but even those fall short of what his body instinctively knows is possible. Without training at all, his mind builds the most efficient punch, and the muscles under his uniform twitch as if his body wants to practice it. That thought scares him, and he quickly shuts it down because he knows he cannot let himself start wanting to fight again. He locks his eyes on the blue sky outside and desperately tries to clear his head, even as the forbidden curiosity keeps creeping back. But the forbidden question keeps coming back: if he really fought, would he actually win? He jerks again and condemns himself as a murderer who should spend his whole life atoning instead of wanting to fight. Even so, curiosity still slips through, because to him everyone in this classroom looks weak. From across the room, young Minji watches him with pity and thinks he might not have become a target if he did not look so strange. Then Minji turns back to her notes, annoyed enough to give up thinking about him any further. Third period starts like any normal class, and then the entire classroom suddenly warps around Choi Hyuk. An invisible force shoves the students and their desks hard against the walls, turning the room into a mess of screams and collisions. When the noise cuts out for a second, a huge floating ring begins materializing in the middle of the classroom. Panic comes right back, but most of the class is weirdly more upset about their cracked dead phones than the impossible ring. The class tries the classroom door, but it will not open at all. Kang Miho shoves Minji aside, throws a full power kick, and still cannot move the door, which makes the trap feel even more wrong. Their stocky math teacher tries to restore order, but the room is already slipping beyond anything a teacher can control. A student spots writing on the ring wall, and everyone surges forward to read the rules. From the back, Choi Hyuk reads the message: enter the ring of rebirth to receive karma. The first entrant can choose an opponent, and nobody leaves unless they kill more than one person. The word kill finally lands on the class, and the room erupts in disbelief and swearing. The teacher keeps telling everyone to stay calm, but the students snap back that their phones are dead and nobody knows what is happening. While the class spins in panic, Choi Hyuk sits alone in a corner and starts thinking through the worst part of the trap. With the windows sealed too, Choi Hyuk grimly realizes they may be trapped here until they starve. The thought of surviving by killing someone makes his heart pound, but he still cannot accept it. Remembering how badly violence once wrecked his life, Choi Hyuk quietly decides that if everyone chooses to starve, he will too. The teacher physically forces everyone back into their seats, and for a moment the panic settles into nervous waiting. But people cannot sit still for long, and curiosity pulls them back toward the ring. Lee Minji presses both hands into the ring wall and discovers it dense like rubber, while the teacher yells at him to stop. Ignoring the teacher, Lee Minji pushes harder and slips straight through into the ring. Now standing alone inside like it is a stage, Minji acts cocky and dances while the teacher can only shout from outside. Then Minji suddenly freezes and starts mumbling about power, speed, and control as unseen stats appear to him. A second later he jumps absurdly high, proving the ring really did make him stronger. Excited by the power boost, Minji says he needs an opponent and picks the weakest boy in class, young Gilsoo. Something starts dragging Gilsoo toward the ring against his will, and the whole class watches in horror. Young Minji lunges in first and grabs Gilsoo's waist, trying to stop him from being taken. Choi Hyuk joins Minji and the rest of the class rushes in too, but the ring still tears Gilsoo away from them. Gilsoo gets sucked into the ring, and everyone else is violently bounced off the barrier and dumped onto the floor. Inside the ring, Minji mocks Gilsoo and even jokes about Minji and Hyuk while acting completely relaxed. Behind the swagger, Minji is terrified, because he entered first on purpose to avoid being chosen by someone stronger. Deciding he has to kill quickly before the advantage slips away, Minji slides his arm around Gilsoo's neck. He slams Gilsoo down and starts strangling him in front of the entire class. The classroom breaks into screams as everyone realizes this is not a threat anymore but a real murder attempt. Just when Gilsoo seems finished, he forces himself upright and starts prying Minji's arms off with raw strength. Gilsoo snaps, and years of bottled-up humiliation explode into a desperate charge at Minji. One sloppy punch lands anyway and blasts Minji backward, proving Gilsoo got stronger too. Watching from outside, Choi Hyuk instantly sees the problem. Gilsoo has power, but no defense or control. Minji uses the gap and skill to dodge around Gilsoo's brute force swings and peck away at openings. Gilsoo can take the hits, but his stamina burns out fast from all the panic swinging. Choi Hyuk cannot look away, because the desperate fight is stirring something violent and buried inside him. Then Minji suddenly darts in and smashes Gilsoo in the face hard enough to send blood and teeth flying. After that clean hit, the fight turns completely one-sided. Minji mounts him and pounds him again and again, screaming years of contempt straight into Gilsoo's face. Gilsoo weakly begs for help, and nobody outside the ring can save him. When the beating finally stops, Gilsoo is dead. Gilsoo's body turns to gray ash and gets absorbed into Minji, making the murder feel even more unnatural. The entire room goes dead quiet, while every detail of the killing sears itself into Choi Hyuk's memory. Seeing a murder again drags Choi Hyuk back to the death he witnessed in 6th grade and the pain it left behind. Minji, on the other hand, straightens up looking calmer than before, already drunk on the power he gained from killing. Instead of trying to escape, Minji decides he needs to get stronger right now because he is sure this killing game is not over. He scans the class for an even easier target and settles on a terrified crying girl, Yoon Jirim. In that moment, the class understands what the Ring of Rebirth really created. Lee Minji has already been reborn as a murderer. Yoon Jirim is chosen next, and an invisible force starts dragging her toward the ring while the whole class freezes again. Young Minji is the only one who moves, grabbing Yoon Jirim's shoulder as everyone assumes she is trying and failing to pull her back. Instead of pulling Yoon Jirim away, Young Minji uses her as leverage, leaps at the barrier, and declares that she will fight in her place. The wall accepts Young Minji as the substitute, and Yoon Jirim drops to the floor free from the pull. Standing in the ring, Young Minji calmly tests her body and adjusts to her karma-enhanced strength before the fight starts. Lee Minji grins, ignores the class, and openly talks about humiliating Young Minji now that he has power. Young Minji finally answers his filth with a sweet smile and a blunt fuck off. At first the fight looks one-sided, because Lee Minji is faster and stronger after killing Yang Gil-soo and pushes Young Minji onto defense. Once Lee Minji gets cocky and grabs her collar to rip her clothes, Young Minji's trap is ready. Young Minji drives a hidden awl straight into Lee Minji's temple and kills him in one brutal strike. She yanks the awl back out with a sickening scrape, and Lee Minji topples over and turns to ash. The class is horrified because the ordinary awl from their own toolbox suddenly looks like a murder weapon in real life. Young Minji walks out expressionless, and Yoon Jirim thanks her from the floor. Young Minji shuts that down immediately, telling Yoon Jirim she will die anyway if she stays this week. At the open classroom door, Young Minji warns everyone that she did not save anyone out of kindness, and that in this game, the ones who fail to kill are the ones who die. Students rush after her, only to slam into the invisible barrier at the open door and realize they still cannot leave. While the class panics at the blocked exit, Kang Miho casually steps into the ring and calls out Choi Hyuk next. Hearing his name, Choi Hyuk turns with a strange smile as one thought loops in his head: Lee Minji and Young Minji killed without hesitation, so they are murderers just like him. Something inside Choi Hyuk snaps loose, and he remembers the beast his mother described, the one that lived among weaker people with its strength chained down. Kang Miho has challenged the wrong target, and Choi Hyuk laughs because for the first time he wants to test whether anyone here is actually stronger than him. Accepting the match on his own terms, Choi Hyuk walks into the ring with his legs trembling from excitement, not fear. Kang Miho mistakes that shaking for weakness and tells Choi Hyuk to fight with more confidence because they are in the same weight class. But Kang Miho is not brave at all. He picked Choi Hyuk because he looked safe, and now he decides to rush him before karma can fully help him. The instant Choi Hyuk says okay, Kang Miho launches like a cannonball and dives for his waist. Kang Miho thinks he has it won, right up until Choi Hyuk's body answers on instinct. Choi Hyuk drives his knee straight up into Kang Miho's face, using the tackle's own momentum to shatter him. Before anyone can process it, Kang Miho is dead and turning to ash, and Choi Hyuk is left stunned by how fast it ended. Game-like messages pop up in front of Choi Hyuk, rewarding him for killing a karma user before receiving karma himself. His status shows weirdly high control compared to his other stats, and he can physically feel karma settle through his body like thick warm energy. The power makes him want to keep fighting, but the part of him that spent years suppressing violence barely keeps that urge under control. He looks around the ring, knowing he can step down and leave now, but his pounding heart keeps him from moving. Then he spots Bae Hyun-sung looking away, and his urge to fight wraps itself in a convenient excuse. A bully like that will just kill someone else and live. Knowing it is partly self-justification and partly resentment, Choi Hyuk still calls Bae Hyun-sung into the ring. The moment Bae Hyun-sung enters, he drops to his knees and starts begging for his life instead of fighting. Choi Hyuk catches a strange black and red flash in Bae Hyun-sung's eyes while he begs, and the sinister glimmer immediately puts him on edge. Even so, Choi Hyuk tells him to come at him because he does not believe for a second that Bae Hyun-sung would just stay harmlessly in the ring. Bae Hyun-sung keeps swearing he will not kill anyone, and that lie leaves Choi Hyuk stuck because he still cannot easily kill a man who is begging. As Choi Hyuk hesitates and glances up in frustration, Bae Hyun-sung finally gets the opening he was waiting for. A red light bursts from Bae Hyun-sung's body, and he whips out a hidden carpenter's knife to slash for Choi Hyuk's neck. Choi Hyuk reacts in time, stepping back from the blade and firing a clean counterpunch into Bae Hyun-sung's chin and throat. Bae Hyun-sung crashes to the floor alive but helpless, and Choi Hyuk is rattled by the red flash that only he seemed to notice. When Choi Hyuk looks around, the class and even the math teacher are staring at him like he is the monster in the room. Knowing that walking away now would feel even more cowardly, Choi Hyuk accepts what he has become and grabs Bae Hyun-sung by the throat. He strangles Bae Hyun-sung to death, telling himself that this ugly game and these people started it first. Bae Hyun-sung turns to ash, and new system messages appear, including a mysterious innate skill called Eyes of Distinction. Instead of feeling rewarded, Choi Hyuk realizes this survival game is probably much bigger and longer than a single day in one classroom. Then a worse thought hits him all at once. If this is happening here, his mother could be trapped in the same nightmare somewhere else. The fear wipes out all his earlier unease, and Choi Hyuk jumps off the ring and sprints out of the classroom to find her. After Choi Hyuk and Young Minji leave, the classroom turns into a brutal last man standing fight with hammers and broken broom shafts. When the slaughter finally settles, only the math teacher, Min Byung-si, and Yoon Jirim are still left in the ruined classroom. The math teacher calls Byung-si forward, apologizes, and makes it clear he is choosing survival over mercy. The fight ends fast as the teacher pins Byung-si down and strangles him until he turns to ash. Yoon Jirim curls up in a corner shaking, and the teacher leaves her behind after a cold last look. Left alone in the rec room, Jirim can only beg for someone to save her and convince herself this nightmare must be a dream. Elsewhere in the sealed gym, Choi Hyuk remembers that his mother could not even kill a bug, and that memory points him toward a darker truth. He tests the gym windows and opaque barriers, but nothing breaks, and the empty street outside proves the whole school is trapped inside this game. That leaves Choi Hyuk with one brutal conclusion: if the same ring appeared at his mother's company, she was not just dead, she was murdered. Years of being bullied make that thought feel horribly believable, because Choi Hyuk knows exactly how cruel people become when there is no punishment. Thinking about the mother who raised him alone and cried through hard nights, Choi Hyuk's fear twists into a black, burning resolve. He snaps and kicks the window again and again until glowing words suddenly appear on the glass telling him to get angrier and kill. The message chills him instead of provoking him, because now he is sure the game's creators want everyone to become killers. So Choi Hyuk makes a grim vow: he will survive this game no matter how filthy he has to become, and if he ever reaches the ones behind it, he will kill them with his own hands. When he opens his eyes again, Choi Hyuk's face is completely cold. Back in the gym, the survivors who already killed someone keep their distance from each other, and Young Minji notices that Choi Hyuk has changed. A hologram appears in the center of the gym announcing bonus game preparation and a short break to prepare for the future. While most people hesitate, Choi Hyuk fixates on one word, prepare, and realizes the break is meant to push them into becoming deadlier. He spots only a few others, including Young Minji, searching carefully, and decides moving first matters more than hiding his intentions. Choi Hyuk stops hesitating, sprints to the stage, and uses karma-enhanced strength to leap up in one motion. He tears through the stage area, backstage room, and curtains until he finds a Japanese sword hidden behind the curtain. The moment Choi Hyuk lifts the sword, everyone else finally understands what this break is really for, and the gym erupts into a frantic weapon hunt. Instead of joining the scramble downstairs, Choi Hyuk heads straight for the second floor and starts sweeping aside every curtain along the windows. Behind one curtain, he finds hidden Rule 9, which promises 30 free karma points and the rights of a king without subjects to anyone who kills more than 5 people, awakens an innate skill, and stays unaffiliated. As soon as he reads it, the rule lifts off the glass and sinks into his forehead, leaving the window blank again. He tests the window one more time and looks out at the silent, empty street, which only makes the trapped world feel stranger. More survivors pour into the gym, and the search grows fierce as students and even teachers fight over weapons, armor, and hidden rules. By the time the second floor is cleared, Choi Hyuk has found 2 more swords and several hidden rules, while the gym below spirals into full chaos. Then he notices the steel jungle gym structure on the ceiling and guesses anything hidden up there would be even more valuable. Trusting his strengthened body, Choi Hyuk climbs a column and hauls himself onto the creaking ceiling framework. From below, school-tough guy Choi Jun-sung stares up in admiration and decides he cannot lose to someone this bold. Jun-sung grabs a column and starts climbing after Choi Hyuk, turning the search into a race. While the metal frame groans around him, Choi Hyuk keeps searching carefully and hears Jun-sung whoop after finding something first. Choi Hyuk finds hidden Rule 15, which says a king without subjects who sits on the throne will receive a random D rank or better weapon. That second rule links directly to the first one he found, and Choi Hyuk realizes the treasure hunt is almost over. When the ethics teacher enters the gym, the center message changes again and the preparation phase finally ends. Choi Hyuk stops searching and checks what he earned: 3 F-rank swords and 5 different hidden rules. Reading the rules together, he figures out that the real main event will be a throne game where kings gather followers and compete for the throne. He decides the bonus game is just preparation for that larger war, so whatever choice he makes now has to set him up for what comes next. After weighing the options, Choi Hyuk gives up the king and servant rewards and commits to the king without subjects path for the bigger payoff. That choice gives him a simple target now. He has already awakened a skill and killed 2 people, so he needs 3 more kills. He checks his status and sees the gains from killing Bae Hyun-sung, along with 10 free karma points he still has not assigned. He also confirms his innate skill, Eyes of Distinction, which lets him read people's intent by color. That means the red and black flashes he sensed from Bae Hyun-sung before were real killing intent, and in this mess, that skill is priceless. Then the next phase begins as transparent booths rise throughout the gym and shove nearby students aside. The new event is Item Hunt, and its rule is vicious. People marked as dropouts will turn into E-rank items if they die, but if they kill someone first, they lose the mark and gain karma points. A group of about 30 trapped people appears inside the booths with item marks over their heads, and the gym immediately recognizes them as the classmates and teachers who never killed anyone. Among them is Yoon Jirim, which makes the truth disgusting and clear. The game is now offering the most innocent people here as loot. The crowd quickly splits into spectators who freeze, hunters who want the item reward, and defenders who refuse to let their friends be butchered. People start surrounding the booths and even try smashing them, but the walls do not budge, which only makes everyone more anxious. A teacher tries to stop the madness, but someone snaps back with the cruelest truth in the room: who here is not already a murderer? Near another booth, a boy with a firefighter's axe plants himself in front of his trapped girlfriend and warns the circling students he will smash anyone who comes closer. Inside another booth, Jirim mouths Young Minji's name for help, but Minji's first reaction is irritation because she hates people who collapse without resisting. Minji's anger comes from a painful kind of empathy, because seeing weak people suffer hurts her so much that she resents them for making her feel it. Even while cursing weaklings in her head, Minji still cannot walk away, so she counts 6 armed people around Jirim and starts looking for help. Then, in the middle of the standoff, the transparent item walls suddenly vanish. And with the next game about to start, Choi Hyuk knows his own brutal deadline has arrived, because he still needs 3 more kills. In the gym, Choi Hyuk decides he will not slaughter helpless dropouts himself, even though he still needs kills and items. He sets his own harsh rule instead: the first person who kills for an item becomes his target. A teacher's scream cuts through the gym, and everyone realizes the hunt has truly turned into murder. Choi Hyuk spots the social studies teacher driving a spear into a younger teacher's throat after the adults organize themselves around teacher boxes first. The dying teacher collapses in his own blood, still twitching but already finished. Then a giant golden hammer appears over the victim's head and smashes him into gore in front of everyone. When the hammer vanishes, a floating necklace drops to the social studies teacher, and he snatches it with barely hidden excitement. That is the signal Choi Hyuk was waiting for, and he bursts into a full sprint across the gym. He launches himself more than 8 meters through the air and draws for a killing quick-draw strike before the teacher even notices him. But the instant his blade closes in, the necklace flashes and shatters Choi Hyuk's Japanese sword in midair, slicing his palm with the broken steel. The enraged teacher counters with his spear, but Choi Hyuk slips aside by a hair and steps straight back into killing range. Choi Hyuk punches the teacher's throat to test the item, and the necklace blocks that hit too, but with a weaker flash. Realizing the necklace spends a charge based on the strength of the attack, Choi Hyuk starts baiting it out with lighter blows. When the light finally dies, Choi Hyuk knows the teacher has used up all 3 protections. The teacher tries to shove him back with the spear, but Choi Hyuk takes a hit to the shoulder just to force his way inside. Using his left shoulder and hand to jam the spear aside, Choi Hyuk draws an estoc and buries it down through the teacher's throat. The teacher turns to ash, Choi Hyuk absorbs the kill, and he quietly marks this as his first item hunter taken down. He takes the necklace of protection, but its window shows all 3 interceptions are already gone. Another golden hammer crashes down somewhere else in the gym, and Choi Hyuk instantly picks his next target. 7 minutes after the box is opened, most dropouts are already dead, and the whole gym has become a gruesome slaughterhouse. A small number of dropouts still have friends trying to protect them, but the rest are left to run for their lives alone. When the boxes vanish, the friendless dropouts bolt in every direction and even manage to break through the first wave of hunters. Because the hunters are still ordinary students and teachers, the chases drag on until exhausted dropouts finally slow down and get butchered. Each finished kill ends the same way: a neck cut, a golden hammer smash, and another item appearing over a field of blood. Among the chaos, a few players start standing out because this game rewards not just nerve, but style and judgment. Young Minji moves first like a battlefield commander, grabbing Yoon Jirim the instant her box vanishes and carrying her out before the attackers can react. Young Minji reaches the student shielding his girlfriend and turns that rescue into a bigger alliance, calling more friends into the fight around Yoon Jirim. Minji punches down an approaching student and immediately starts shouting names, pressuring bystanders to choose a side. Her growing group reaches about 15 people, and most hunters decide an E-rank item is not worth charging into that many defenders. Kim Piljung takes the opposite path, calmly saving people he knows and killing the rest with arrows and a gladius besides Sun Dukbal. After 3 kills, Kim Piljung has already claimed multiple items and hands the shield to Sun Dukbal to strengthen their team. Lee Hyuna tears through the gym even faster, beheading dropouts before they can react and sparing only the faces she likes. She arms the pretty survivors she keeps and orders them to kill for her, turning mercy into another kind of control. The gym teacher Huang Mengji crushes 5 people with an iron mace, including 3 rival hunters, because he refuses to share kills. By then Huang Mengji has also picked up a pill and armor, making the brutal gym teacher even harder to challenge. Choi Jun-sung barely has to fight for his kills, because most competitors step aside the moment he asks if they want to move. The one student who does challenge him gets cut in half instantly, and Jun-sung calmly collects more gear. As the game keeps forcing choices about who deserves to die or be saved, each strong player ends up imposing a different rule on the gym. Choi Hyuk's rule is the harshest to watch, because he ignores the easy targets and hunts only the people who already claimed items. His second major fight turns ugly when an item holder attacks with an E-rank saber that keeps chipping Choi Hyuk's weaker bastard sword. Instead of forcing the clash, he backs off just enough, waits for the man's rhythm to break, and kills him through an opening. That win finally gives Choi Hyuk a slightly curved E-rank saber of his own, but 6 minutes have already burned away in these brutal item duels. At the same moment another golden hammer drops and awards recovery and jump shoes to a student who immediately panics and runs for the spectators. The boy uses the shoes to leap away and hide among the onlookers, but Choi Hyuk chases him anyway without hesitation. Even there, Choi Hyuk catches him and drives an estoc through his stomach, proving his rule has no exceptions once he has marked a killer. By the time he finishes his last target, Choi Hyuk is gasping and physically near his limit. Still, he feels cleaner inside than he did after killing Bae Hyun-sung, because this time he fought under a rule he chose for himself. When he looks around with eyes of distinction, hostile red and killing black lights flare from people all across the gym toward him. Even killers who have done worse resent him most, because he is an unknown nobody who dared to prey on item owners instead of easy victims. The only exception is Choi Jun-sung, whose strange white goodwill light shines at Choi Hyuk every time their eyes meet. In the end, only 4 dropouts survive under Young Minji's protection, while the rest either die or save themselves by killing someone first. Because no one wants to crash into Minji's 15-person wall, the dropout hunt finally stalls out. 2 quiet minutes pass without another dropout kill, and there is still no break before the next stage begins. Young Minji grinds her teeth at missing every E-rank reward, but her choice to protect people has left her with the biggest group in the gym. And with the gym divided into armed factions, the bonus game ends and the throne game begins. A new rule drops into the gym: think of 5 people, win their support in 1 minute, and you can become a king for 10 free karma points. Because the reward is better than ordinary killing and the deadline is absurdly short, confident people rush to claim a throne before anyone can think it through. Support requests start popping up, and even close friends hesitate as they realize this choice could decide who rules them next. Young Minji does not ask easy followers first. She immediately reaches for other capable leaders like Chu Young-jin, Kwon Se-hyuk, and ethics teacher Park Solam. Minji warns everyone to think about the hidden rule, arguing that throne game probably has limited seats and that scattered kings will just end up killing each other. Park Solam asks if she is sure, and Minji answers with cool confidence, rationally half and half, emotionally certain. Her judgment carries weight because everyone saw how she fought in the bonus game, so 5 leaders back her instead of splitting into weak little factions. When the minute ends, light erupts across the gym as 42 of the 797 survivors are recognized as kings. The new kings wear very different faces. Kim Piljing looks smug, Choi Jun-sung amused, and Young Minji tense enough to know this is not a gift. Then the next order hits harder. Everyone who is not a king must join one within 5 minutes or cease to exist. Choi Hyuk stays calm because he remembers the hidden rules he found earlier about a special path called King Without Subjects. Those hidden rules say that someone who has killed more than 5 people and awakened an innate skill can refuse all kings, gain 30 free karma points, and later claim a throne alone. Since he already meets the conditions, Hyuk simply waits by himself instead of scrambling to pick a side. The kings do not know his immunity though, so they see the strongest fighter from the bonus game as a prize no one can ignore. Young Minji is the first to approach, asking Hyuk to join her growing alliance. Hyuk briefly thinks about how smart, daring, and ruthless Minji really is, and admits to himself that under other rules he might have followed her. Even so, Hyuk refuses and only says he has his own circumstances. Minji keeps her cool and asks one thing in return. If he will not join her, she at least does not want him as an enemy. Hyuk answers with a limited promise. As long as the situation allows it, he will not become Minji's enemy. Minji offers a handshake on that understanding, and Hyuk accepts after checking that her intent is genuinely neutral. As soon as Minji leaves, Choi Jun-sung barges in like they are already close and reaches for Hyuk's shoulders, but Hyuk knocks the arm away at once. Jun-sung casually pitches a partnership, convinced the only real tigers in school are him and Hyuk. Hyuk kills that fantasy in one line and tells him to screw off. Jun-sung is stunned and furious because he thought equality between them was obvious, while Hyuk never saw him as anything but a weak thug acting tough. Before stalking off, Jun-sung assumes Hyuk chose Minji's side and spits out the insult with a nasty edge. Through eyes of distinction, Hyuk sees Jun-sung's weird mix of goodwill and killing intent and reads it for what it is. If he cannot recruit him, he might try to destroy him. 5 minutes pass, and while everyone else gathers under one of the 42 kings, Hyuk is still standing alone. The people who hoped he would secretly choose them are left baffled, and everyone starts wondering what hidden backer could make him this fearless. Then black light bursts from Hyuk instead of white, and the hidden rule above his head reveals that he has become the king without subjects. The crowd erupts because this one-man king not only exists, he also gets 30 free karma points on top of already being one of the school's deadliest killers. The final throne rules make everything worse. There are only 5 thrones. Kings can only be removed by killing them. Followers cannot defy their king, and a dead king's people switch sides. The reckless kings who only wanted free points suddenly realize they volunteered for a death match, while the ambitious few burn with even more desire to seize a throne. Hyuk's eyes of distinction flood with red as killing intent from every side starts pouring toward the strongest loner in the gym. Instead of backing down, Hyuk smiles like a beast and starts pointing out the kings who want him dead. He singles out Kim Piljing, Choi Jun-sung, Hwang Maingji, and several other hostile kings one by one. Then Hyuk says the quiet part out loud and declares that he is going to kill them. Even Minji is rattled by how openly he throws himself into war. Hyuk calmly invests his huge reward into stamina and recovery, deciding that in a slaughter this big, endurance matters more than anything else. With his tireless boots boosting recovery and his Fang saber ready, Hyuk decides he will show the people behind this game exactly how far he can fight. A flash marks the next phase as every survivor gains a forehead symbol tied to a king, and the rulers become easy to spot anywhere in the gym. Minji becomes the Crazy Night King, Jun-sung the Slaughter King, Kim Piljing the Hunter King, and Hyuk wears the black flag symbol of the king without subjects. The 43 king groups begin edging away from each other into a tense standoff, each waiting for someone else to make the first mistake. That cold balance lasts only a moment because Hyuk suddenly sprints straight at Kim Piljing's powerful formation. Kim Piljing reacts fast, ordering shield bearers forward, spearmen behind them, and everyone else tied against the wall. Piljing is confident in his group's structure and his returning bow, planning to shoot once Hyuk comes within 5 meters. But Hyuk was never charging Piljing at all. He veers off before the trap closes and accelerates even harder with his speed and boots. His real target is one of the weakest hostile kings, a bully-side student who freezes too long to react. Hyuk launches himself 10 meters into the air, clears the followers in front of the king, and comes down already drawing his Fang saber. 1 slash later, the first king dies, and Hyuk earns the first kill bonus along with the reward for killing a king. When Hyuk lands, the dead king's followers are left blank and unaffiliated, and Hyuk coolly counts that as one down with 5 targets left. That kill changes the whole game, because people left behind by King Hyuk kills do not join him. They become free agents that every other king can scramble to recruit. The tense standoff snaps into a bloodbath, and Hyuk charges through it like the center of a storm. As karma floods his body, Hyuk feels himself moving beyond normal limits, with speed so high that one of his steps becomes 2 against everyone else's 1. He closes that gap in an instant and beheads one enemy before the man can even finish backing away. Against another enemy in E-rank armor, Hyuk avoids the chest plate, slices the wrist, and uses the opening to draw his estoc with the other hand. With terrifying control, he threads the estoc into the gap at the enemy's neck and kills him with almost no wasted movement. When another attacker swings in, Hyuk grabs the sword arm, yanks the man off balance, and cuts his throat in the same breath. Every corpse turns to ash and pours back into Hyuk, making him stronger in real time while the battle is still going on. Another threatened king, Song Minsik the Wild Dog King, panics and orders his followers to block Hyuk even though they know it means dying for him. The moment that formation wavers, another king named Kim Taesik ambushes Song Minsik from the side to steal the chance for himself. Young Minji joins the chain of predators too, moving in behind Kim Taesik because she needs items and is hunting the king's easiest to strip for gear. Even in the brawl, Minji and Kim Piljing stand out because their followers keep formation instead of collapsing into blind panic. Piljing grows arrogant from that advantage, believing Hyuk only killed weak kings and can be cleaned up later once the field is safer. Around 20 minutes in, with 20 kings already gone, Piljing is not afraid of Hyuk anymore and is actually wondering how valuable the king without subjects will be to kill. Elsewhere, Minji snaps at Yoonjirim for still carrying the item mark and still being unable to kill anyone on her own. Minji shoves a subdued student in front of Jirim and brutally tells her to stop crying and kill if she wants to survive. Minji is angry because part of her wants to end Jirim's problem by killing her for an item, yet she cannot bring herself to abandon someone this weak. Minji also spots Lee Hyejin still stuck with the dropout problem, but she holds back because offending the axe-wielding attack leader over his girlfriend would be stupid. Crying the whole time, Jirim finally stabs the helpless student in the neck. The item mark vanishes from Jirim and is replaced by Minji's king symbol, meaning she finally belongs to Minji's side. Minji cannot stand looking at Jirim's tears, so she gives her a rough pat and orders her back into the fight. The brawl is finally sagging under its own weight, with fewer than 20 kings left, and almost everyone limping through painful cooldown. Minji reads the front lines and realizes most people are only pretending to clash now because they are too drained to truly push. Then a murmur spreads across the gym, and Minji turns toward the center to see what just changed. Standing at the center of that silence is Choi Hyuk, surrounded by the fading hunter symbols of Kim Piljing's collapsing group. A panic scream finally says what everyone is realizing too late: the school president is dead. At the same time, Choi Jun-sung had been using the chaos to chew through Kim Piljing's outer lines with a small raiding party. That move only paints a target on him next, and Hyuk's eyes lock onto Jun-sung across the gym. Hyuk bursts toward him so fast it looks inhuman, like a machine hitting full acceleration in an instant. Jun-sung barely blocks the first slash with his two-handed sword, and the impact alone drains the color from his face. Jun-sung realizes in horror that Hyuk's raw running slash is already on the level of his own E-rank skill, Lightning Strike. He uses Lightning Strike again to deflect another clash, but the skill burns through stamina he no longer has. Knowing he will lose if he stays, Jun-sung throws his own followers in Hyuk's path and runs for safety. Hyuk cuts through those abandoned subordinates in a gruesome blur, but Jun-sung still manages to flee all the way back to his headquarters. The whole gym falls still around Hyuk after everyone watches him kill Kim Piljing and send Choi Jun-sung running. After 30 straight minutes of desperate fighting, even Hyuk is finally bent over catching his breath as steam rises off his body. He thinks back on how close it was and knows the necklace of protection is what let him force through Kim Piljing's guard and take his head. He also knows this was the moment to finish Jun-sung, but with his last interception spent and Jun-sung now fully alert, pushing in would be too much even for him. But under the exhaustion, Hyuk feels something almost refreshing, because for the first time his body and instinct have fully opened up in real combat. He looks around and confirms he has killed 4 of the 6 kings he marked, while only about 17 kings remain alive and most of them are curled up resting. Hyuk has no interest in resting with them and bluntly says the fight should continue because he still has 2 targets left. His eyes settle on gym teacher Hwang Manji next, and he draws a deep breath before charging again. The entire gym breaks into panicked cries because everyone else is exhausted, yet Hyuk somehow looks even faster now than he did at the start. That terrifying burst makes sense only because Hyuk has turned every reward into brutal endurance, pushing his stamina and recovery to monstrous levels while the others are running empty. Hwang Manji comes in swinging with brutal power, but Choi Hyuk knows that kind of strength is sloppy if he never meets the mace head-on. When Hwang Manji overextends on a full swing, Choi Hyuk darts into the opening and nearly lands a clean kill. That one exchange wipes the confidence off Hwang Manji's face, because he finally realizes a direct fight with Choi Hyuk was a mistake. Panicking, Hwang Manji throws his teacher followers in Choi Hyuk's path and orders them to block him. Choi Hyuk cuts straight through the people trying to stop him, turning the chase into a bloodbath. Instead of gambling everything on Choi Hyuk, Hwang Manji decides to wipe out easier kings first and survive into the final 5. His iron mace keeps crushing exhausted students, but the non-stop slaughter burns through his weak stamina fast. The moment Choi Hyuk goes after Hwang Manji, the other kings understand the endgame has started and nobody can afford to wait. Young Minji forces her people back on their feet, because anyone who stops absorbing other groups will be left behind. Lee Hyuna pushes her own group just as hard, warning them that resting now is the same as dying. Choi Jun-sung is even more frantic, because he knows Hwang Manji's death will put a target on him next. With everyone drained and terrified, the gym turns into one last feeding frenzy as kings and followers try to devour each other before they collapse. Lee Hyuna's speed shines in the confusion, and while Choi Hyuk is still chasing Hwang Manji, she cleanly takes down 2 kings. But even Lee Hyuna finally hits her limit and doubles over, drenched in sweat and out of breath. A hatchet suddenly flies at her, and her tired legs fail her at the worst possible moment. The hatchet slams into her shoulder and drops her, forcing her followers to scramble around their fallen king. Then Choi Jun-sung tears through the defenders with lightning strike and reaches Lee Hyuna without hesitation. Out of breath and apologizing for his own survival mess, Choi Jun-sung coldly finishes Lee Hyuna with a stab to the back of her neck. By now Choi Jun-sung has already looted several E-rank items, including a hatchet with deadly aim, because he wants every edge he can get against Choi Hyuk. Elsewhere in the gym, Chu Young-jin stays beside his terrified girlfriend Lee Hyejin and tries to shield her from the chaos. One look between them says everything, because her frightened eyes still trust him completely. That brief tenderness is shattered when another hatchet suddenly flies in and splits Lee Hyejin's head open. Chu Young-jin can only stare as her blood pours over his hands and the warmth vanishes from her eyes. A golden hammer appears over her dying body, shoves Chu Young-jin back, and finishes the kill under the hidden rule. When the hammer vanishes, Lee Hyejin is gone and a red long sword is floating where she died. Choi Jun-sung spots the last item and rushes for it with greedy urgency. Chu Young-jin chases after the sword too, moving on pure instinct as grief rips his mind apart. In that instant his innate skill berserker awakens, but he barely notices because all he wants is revenge. Choi Jun-sung gets to the red sword first and turns with a cruel smile, ready to cut Chu Young-jin down with it. He fires off lightning strike at the opening in Chu Young-jin's reckless charge. Young Minji suddenly steps in and throws up her shield skill, wrapping Chu Young-jin in a gray barrier just in time. The barrier shatters, but it twists the strike enough that the red blade only rips into Chu Young-jin's shoulder instead of killing him. Chu Young-jin doesn't even slow down, and that terrifying momentum drives his own sword straight into Choi Jun-sung's neck. Choi Jun-sung dies there for nothing, turning to ash after all his desperate scrambling for advantage. At nearly the same time, Choi Hyuk finally catches Hwang Manji and kills him before the teacher can beg his way out. When Choi Hyuk looks back, he sees Chu Young-jin pull the red sword from his own shoulder and collapse around it in grief. With only 4 kings left, the throne game finally grinds to a halt after the deadlier last 5 minutes. A new message announces break time, says everyone can move freely again, and bars them from leaving the school until nightfall. After the slaughter, the gym is unnervingly clean except for blood-stained clothes, which makes the sudden peace feel even more unreal. Young Minji immediately takes charge of the survivors, and nobody has a better answer than following her. She checks the boundary, splits everyone into teams, sends them to wash up, and starts raiding the cafeteria and snack store for rationed food. Choi Hyuk ignores the line and simply takes his own share, but he still keeps it to the same amount as everyone else. Kim Hyun-beok objects to Young Minji's control, pretending it is about fairness while really worrying about losing leadership to her. Young Minji gives his group provisions anyway, and Kim Hyun-beok walks away feeling smug because he mistakes her restraint for weakness. To build his own image, Kim Hyun-beok lets his followers eat as much as they want that day. Once people are washed, changed, and fed, the shock finally catches up with them and they start realizing they all killed someone today. The peace is worse than the fight, because now they can remember the feel of cutting flesh, warm blood, and dying breaths. As evening falls, people start sobbing openly, searching for dead friends, or hiding in empty classrooms to cry alone. At night the barrier finally disappears from the entrance, and one student shouts that they can go home. Just then, only the kings receive a new order telling all troops to stand by until tomorrow morning. Young Minji sprints to the entrance with Chu Young-jin and blocks everyone before anyone can step outside. To stop a reckless stampede, she lies that the message says anyone who leaves before morning will perish. The crowd immediately gets suspicious when they hear only the kings receive the message, and all that doubt turns back on Young Minji at the gate. Song Si-min backs Young Minji up, and the mood starts to settle because another king confirms her warning. Kim Hyun-beok ruins that calm by blurting out that perishing was not in the message at all. Young Minji stares him down and doubles down on the lie anyway, because keeping everyone inside matters more than winning the argument cleanly. With 3 of the 4 kings now backing the warning, the crowd finally gives up on leaving and starts trudging back inside while Kim Hyun-beok fumes at being made the fool. Later that night, Young Minji asks Choi Hyuk to join a quiet meeting about what this whole nightmare is really preparing them for. Choi Hyuk agrees, because he also wants answers about the force behind these games. The surviving kings and their core people gather in a classroom, even dragging along the unwilling Kim Hyunbik's side. Young Minji points to the first clue. The Ring of Rebirth never asked whether they would live, only whether they would kill. Then she points to the second clue. Today's order called them troops, not survivors or players. Her conclusion is grim but simple. First they tested people as killers, then grouped them under leaders, and now they are being shaped into an army for something worse. That idea lands hard, because nobody in the room can even imagine what kind of enemy would need this much preparation. Kim Hyunbik shows up drunk to the discussion and mocks Young Minji for panicking before morning even arrives. Young Minji doesn't blink and orders him to end the drinking party before his mouth gets someone killed. He flips her off and staggers out, acting like the whole thing is a joke. The meeting ends without real answers, so Choi Hyuk heads back alone and starts taking stock of what he gained today. His status has jumped hard from the fighting, and he notices one stat has crossed the human limit and changed in quality instead of just climbing higher. He also sees a new accomplishment tied to taking a throne, which makes Young Minji's army theory feel even more believable. Then he raises his new reward, a pitch-black D-rank growth sword called Predator's Blade, and likes it immediately for one simple reason: it is sharp and sturdy. The quiet gives him space to feel the full ugliness of the day, including the guilt that still drags his mother into every kill. That guilt twists into anger, because whether his mother is alive or dead, he needs enough strength to save her or avenge her instead of staying a pawn. He refuses to become a mindless killing machine, so he sets himself a rough rule to keep at least a piece of his old self alive. For now, his answer is blunt: kill the people who try to kill him, and the ones who swagger in front of him with their strength. When he tries to decide who deserves saving, the only name that comes to mind right away is Young Minji. He leaves the rest unresolved and tells himself to move slowly, because his kill rule alone will be enough for a while. Outside his room, the school is strangely full of chatter and even laughter, the ugly kind of normal that comes after a day no one can process yet. The loudest noise comes from Kim Hyunbik's drunk group, and even Choi Hyuk decides those idiots are not worth the disgust of killing. Then Young Minji arrives at Choi Hyuk's door with Chu Young-jin, both fully armed and heading straight for Kim Hyunbik. Choi Hyuk makes it clear that whatever they do next has nothing to do with him, and Young Minji accepts that without argument. Young Minji leads her elite unit down the hall toward Kim Hyunbik's room, and the drunken singing breaks into sudden screams and crashing desks. Kim Hyunbik's drunken swagger collapses into raw begging as he falls to the floor and pleads for his life before the attackers silence him. After that, the entire school goes dead quiet, because everyone understands exactly what just happened. From his window, Choi Hyuk notices a few students still defying the standby order and running out into the night toward home. He never sees those runaways again, which tells him the warning was deadly whether anyone understood it or not. Under the same moon and in the same classroom as yesterday, Choi Hyuk realizes the world in front of him is no longer the old one at all. At dawn, Choi Hyuk wakes with one goal in mind and quietly gears up to leave. When he steps into a hallway, the smell of warm food leads him straight to Young Minji. The cafeteria fills with all 452 survivors, now split mostly between Young Minji's large force and Song Si-min's smaller group after Kim Hyunbik's people were absorbed. A system message confirms the truth everyone feared: the 24 people who slipped away overnight are dead. Then the real mission drops. Gangdong is now a 30-day war zone, and only the troop that secures the escape code will get out alive. When the same window lists nearby supply points like D-Mart, the room realizes this is about fighting over resources, not waiting to be rescued. Young Minji quickly sees that the old absolute obedience rule is gone, so now she has to win people over with leadership instead of force. To settle any backlash before it starts, Young Minji publicly frames Kim Hyunbik and his 6 executives as drunk criminals who attacked first and died because there was no other choice. Most people swallow their doubts, and only Song Si-min dares to ask if killing Kim Hyunbik was really necessary. Young Minji kills the argument with a flat answer, and the survivors grudgingly settle on moving to D-Mart together. Any talk of heading home dies fast once the survivors see the street outside the school in full daylight. Choi Hyuk is the only one still determined to go home, because he has to check on his mother himself. Young Minji warns him that nobody knows what is waiting outside, but Choi Hyuk refuses help and she lets him go. The second he steps out of the school, Choi Hyuk breaks into a run for home. The more of the destroyed city he sees, the more his worry for his mother hardens into raw anxiety. At home, he finds no sign of her, only untouched dishes in the sink that suggest she never made it back. That emptiness leaves him trapped between hope and dread, because maybe she avoided the streets, or maybe something worse stopped her. He heads back down the dead apartment building, trying to crush the weak urge to hesitate. Outside the complex, a sudden chill and a foul smell tell him something nearby is hunting. When frightened residents wave desperately from apartment windows for him to run, Choi Hyuk understands the warning immediately. But instead of retreating, he reminds himself that this new mission is still part of the throne game, and that a king without subjects has to prove there is another path to victory. So he throws away every maybe and dangerous thought, jumps onto a wrecked car, and starts actively hunting the hidden threat. He spots a massive shaped curl between the cars just as someone screams for him to run. Choi Hyuk answers that warning by charging straight in, and a blade-like claw barely misses his head. His counter-slash opens the monster's black hide, and the blood is so corrosive it melts the asphalt where it lands. The acid does not eat through his body, but the monster's low roar still shakes him in a way pure volume never could. A follow-up strike slams into his arm and sends him flying hard enough to crush him into a ruined car. Only after taking that hit does Choi Hyuk get a clear look at the crook, a true monster built like a ferret and a rhinoceros fused into one killing machine. He realizes the bastard somehow hid its killing intent until the moment it moved, which makes the fight even nastier. The crook roars again, shattering nearby windows, and Choi Hyuk decides to treat its body like a puzzle instead of a nightmare. Once he reads its movement, he slips past one claw, cuts into its armpit, and lets the predator's blade drink deep. He keeps pressure on its side and stays inside razor-thin margins even when the monster lashes back at point-blank range. Then the monster leaps high to crush him, and instead of dodging away, Choi Hyuk calmly searches for the one survivable opening under its falling weight. At the last instant, Choi Hyuk jumps up into that gap and drives his blade in with a savage stab. From an apartment window, Kim Chul-ho watches in despair, convinced the stranger who tried to fight the crook has just been crushed to death. His panic comes from bitter experience, because he ignored the morning assembly warning, stayed home, and then watched night turn the whole apartment complex into hell. That is why seeing someone fight back felt like salvation to him for one brief moment. Then that hope snaps back to life when the crook's body suddenly lifts and Choi Hyuk rises out from under it alive. Choi Hyuk coolly wipes his blade, calls for the people upstairs to come down, and then proves the crook is dead by severing its huge head and slamming it to the ground. That display finally breaks the paralysis, and Kim Chul-ho rushes downstairs to him. 3 residents come down in total, and from them Choi Hyuk learns the world outside the school has been running under a different set of rules. They never got the Ring of Rebirth or the Throne game at all, only dead communications, a strange message, and monster attacks after nightfall. One of them even swears a much bigger monster passed through the dark, so huge it looked like an apartment-sized dinosaur lit from within. After hearing enough, Choi Hyuk says he is heading to Shinmyeong Middle School and asks what they plan to do. The old man chooses to stay, but Kim Chul-ho and the middle-aged woman decide to follow, still hoping the school might be a safe shelter where family could be waiting. But Shinmyeong Middle School is no shelter at all, because for the ordinary residents who gathered there, it turned into a battlefield the moment the system rewarded them with karma. A weakening barrier around the school keeps the monsters from instantly wiping everyone out, but even weakened crooks are far too strong for confused civilians. When night falls, the crooks turn the school into hell by scaling to the 2nd floor, mauling the weak first, and vanishing whenever humans try to pin them down. Only after 1/3 of the people die do the survivors learn to drag the fight into the open field and hold formation instead of dying in narrow hallways. Among the chaos, Kang Dong-soo emerges as a real commander and realizes they have to wipe out the monsters now or the humans will collapse first. His answer is a suicide squad of 300 people whose only job is to secretly cut off the crook's retreat when they charge in again. By the time Choi Hyuk reaches the school with Kim Chul-ho and the woman, that suicide squad is already in the middle of a bloody attempt to trap the monsters. The squad does manage to stop some of the monsters from escaping, but the price is men dying far faster than the crooks are falling. One glance is enough for Choi Hyuk to see the line is about to break, so he launches himself forward without another word. Startled and abandoned in a live war zone, Kim Chul-ho and the woman do the only sensible thing and dive for cover. On the front line, Kang Dong-soo feels the trap is failing and pushes his exhausted body harder because leaving too many crooks alive means everyone loses. He seizes one opening and drives his E-rank sword straight through a crook's forehead. But before he can recover, another crook charges him, and in that stretched instant Kang Dong-soo knows he is too slow to survive it himself. Then something faster than his own sharpened senses vaults over him and slices the charging monster clean in half. Kang Dong-soo barely registers the rescue before Choi Hyuk is already gone again, leaving him kneeling beside the split corpse in shock. Choi Hyuk immediately notices these schoolyard crooks feel weaker than the one from the apartment, which means he can spend less strength per kill than he expected. He also realizes each monster kill is pumping his stats higher, with his control climbing so fast that he can start forcing karma through his body in a more deliberate way. Watching how control and stamina interact, he reverse engineers the basics behind explosive skills like Choi Jun-sung's lightning strike and starts adapting that logic for himself. After a quick calculation, he decides he can afford a handful of overwhelming bursts without ruining himself for the next day. He tests that idea with one crushing swing that tears apart a crook's claw and confirms the predator's blade can handle the strain easily. With the first test proving his burst works, Choi Hyuk coldly sets a new target for this fight: 8 more crooks, each killed in a single strike. In the middle of the collapsing fight, Choi Hyuk picks his route through the crooks like he already sees the whole battlefield. He starts by cutting the biggest crook, the obvious leader, clean in half and shocks the whole pack at once. The instant the leader drops, Choi Hyuk turns the charging monsters into their own traffic jam by cutting ankles, throwing bodies into paths, and leaving perfect wounds for the others to finish. After carving through the pack, he suddenly reaches the rear with one terrified crook in front of him. Instead of killing that scared crook, he plants a foot on its forehead and uses it as a step to vault back over the whole mob. That reversal breaks the crooks for good, and once the humans surround them, the battle ends in only a few more charges. When the last crook dies, Choi Hyuk realizes the win cost 97 lives and pushed his own body harder than he expected. He checks himself and notices the real penalty of overfighting. His stamina recovery has slowed and his wrists and ankles throb like they are burning. Afterward, Shimyeon uses item scrolls on all the monster corpses, and golden hammers start slamming down across the field to turn the dead into loot. Kang Dong-soo formally thanks Choi Hyuk for saving them and offers him the right to choose 8 items from the 46 drops. The offer feels almost gentle to Choi Hyuk, because compared to the school's kill or be killed rules, these adults are still trying to act like a community. Since monsters hit much harder than humans, Choi Hyuk takes crook leather armor first and decides he cannot keep fighting without protection. He keeps picking efficiently, taking a flash sword, stat ornaments, a handy bag, and 2 potion chests for healing and karma recovery. Storing the potion chest in the handy bag immediately lifts his mood, while Kang Dong-soo can only watch the valuable supplies disappear with a pained smile. When Kang Dong-soo asks him to stay, Choi Hyuk calmly says he will rest today, gather information, and leave tomorrow. To Choi Hyuk, hiding inside a barrier is obviously not the real solution, because every game so far has hidden nastier rules behind the surface. While asking around, he gets his first real lead from a survivor who says other assembly areas exist and that a dark hole in the ecological park was spawning different monsters. That clue is enough for Choi Hyuk, and after brushing off the man's alarm, he decides the portal will be tomorrow's target. Back at his sleeping spot, Choi Hyuk lies down in a borrowed sleeping bag and finally checks his status window in peace. His stats have rolled into 1-star territory, and the change feels less like a number bump and more like a new level of power wrapping around his body. He tests a free stat point on stamina and gets burned by a hidden rule, gaining only a tiny increase because his retribution grade is too low. So he changes plans on the spot and decides not to spend another free point until he upgrades retribution past 100. He maps out the next steps clearly: kill 8 more monsters, investigate the spawn point, and then check another assembly area after that. Then the stronghold turns into a mourning house, with survivors crying over family they never found after the battle. The grief briefly makes Choi Hyuk think of his mother, but he cuts the thought off before hope can shake his resolve. By the 3rd day across Kangdong, the assembly areas are already turning brutal, because fear and isolation are stripping people down to their ugliest instincts. In one shelter, middle schoolers beat a man to death after he mouths off, and the adults' shock flips almost instantly into rage at the children around them. That rage spreads like wildfire, and soon adults are attacking not just the guilty kids but anyone nearby, while students, parents, and teachers get dragged into the panic. Similar purges erupt elsewhere too, teaching everyone the same grim lesson: alone means dead, and even bad authority feels safer than none. So while most people spend the 3rd day building crude order inside their own camps, almost nobody is looking outside for the game's real structure. At dawn, Kim Chul-ho tries to follow Choi Hyuk out, but Choi Hyuk shuts that down with one blunt answer: "You just slow me down." When Choi Hyuk reaches the ecological park, he finds the portal area already in the middle of another desperate fight. A young man with a sword and shield is somehow holding off a pack of bladed starving ghosts by himself, even though his technique looks rough. Choi Hyuk watches long enough to notice the weird part: the stranger keeps stumbling, but he still seems to know where every attack is coming from. Behind the small monsters, a much larger bladed ghost sits there almost amused, waiting while the exhausted fighter burns out. Without even turning around, the young man suddenly yells for help, proving he sensed Choi Hyuk the whole time. Choi Hyuk answers immediately, rushing in and killing 5 bladed starving ghosts before the big one can even stay seated. The bladed ghost finally moves, and one scream later it is on Choi Hyuk with 4 blade arms attacking so fast he can barely even see them. Instead of panicking, Choi Hyuk lights up, because this is the first monster strong enough to force him into total concentration. As the bladed ghost keeps pouring on pressure, Choi Hyuk sinks deeper into the rhythm and starts reading its patterns several steps ahead. The moment the monster finally slows from exhaustion, Choi Hyuk snaps out a quick draw slash and rips through its neck. That kill pushes his retribution over 100, earns him another sovereign qualification, and finally removes the penalty on his free stat points. He immediately dumps his saved points into stamina and feels the difference, even if part of him is annoyed the fight ended right when it got exciting. Then he tests the predator's blade on the corpse, and the weapon finally reacts by absorbing worthy blood and starting its evolution. As the mummified corpse turns to dust, Choi Hyuk notices it falls straight through the dark portal the monster had been guarding. The wounded young man warns him to destroy the portal, making it clear he already knows this place matters. When Choi Hyuk checks the structure for himself, the hidden rule finally appears. The floating gate is a long-distance portal to the bladed starving ghost habitat, and it is meant to be destroyed. He does not hesitate, splitting the altar apart with the predator's blade and collapsing the portal into smoke. His reward is another nasty reveal. Every night, the number of monsters crossing these portals rises by 20%. The young man does the math out loud and breaks into despair, realizing the district could be facing hundreds of thousands of monsters before long. Choi Hyuk gives a flat answer and turns away, already thinking about hunting more monsters and finding the next portal. That makes the stranger panic and call after him, insisting they go together because he knows where another portal is. When Choi Hyuk questions that claim, the young man blurts out the real reason. His innate skill is intuition, and it told him Choi Hyuk would come here. Choi Hyuk silently checks him with eyes of distinction, sees genuine goodwill instead of deceit, and decides to listen. That choice gives Choi Hyuk his first follower, the intuitive survivor named Baek Seoin, just as most people in the assembly areas still have no idea how fast death is closing in. At the Veterans Hospital, Baek Seoin stays by his father's bed while an emergency assembly pulls crowds into the parking lot outside. Seeing his once stubborn father reduced to a thin, speechless cancer patient hits Seoin harder than all the years they spent fighting. When his mother arrives to take over, Seoin brushes off his own fatigue and bitterly wonders why beings powerful enough to start this nightmare could not save his father. His mother admits the strange announcements scare her too, but they cling to one small comfort. The hospital itself is marked as their assembly area. Seoin steps out for a drink and promises his father he will be right back, not knowing that is the last normal moment he will get. Outside, the parking lot is even more chaotic, but Seoin is too consumed by worry to take the rumors about monsters seriously. Then a crushing sense of danger slams into him, and Seoin awakens the innate skill intuition in the worst possible moment. With his body screaming at him to flee, Seoin runs out of the hospital grounds and hides in a nearby building until the pressure suddenly eases. The instant he catches his breath, explosions rip across the city and desperate screams erupt in every direction. A colossal wyvern of destruction drops into the area and smashes a nearby building as if the city were made of paper. Seoin can only watch in frozen slow motion as the wyvern charges the hospital and people scatter beneath it like ants. The wyvern sweeps the hospital with expanding fire, smashes the building apart, and keeps burning people even under the collapsing wreckage. As smaller monsters finish off the survivors behind it, Seoin breaks down because his new power saved only him. After the wyvern vanishes, Seoin receives a hidden rule. The same monster will return on the final day to guard the escape code. Back in the present, Seoin says his intuition never cared about his parents at all and only pushed him to survive. He forces himself calm and warns that if nothing changes, the rising monster tide and the final day wyvern will wipe everyone out. Seoin lays out the only plan he believes in: destroy the monster portals early, kill the wyvern, and build a suicide squad strong enough to try. Instead of flinching, Choi Hyuk starts thinking about how to kill a monster the size of an apartment building with his own hands. The thought hardens into resolve when Choi Hyuk decides that bringing down the wyvern will prove his worth to the powers behind this world. So Choi Hyuk gives Seoin a blunt test first. Lead him to a portal right now and prove intuition is real. Seoin warns that the monsters near the portal feel even stronger, and says they should gather more people first. Even when Seoin admits his intuition says he might die there, Choi Hyuk only shrugs and treats it as the price of seeing whether he can keep up. At the foot of a mountain, the test ends with the portal altar split in two and both men chugging potions beside a field of monster corpses. Seoin groans that he almost died, but Choi Hyuk sits there quietly exhilarated because this portal fight felt even better than the battle with the bladed ghosts. The portal had thrown 20 crooks at them plus a terrifying mountain orc riding one of the beasts, and Choi Hyuk ended up carrying the whole fight himself. Choi Hyuk realizes his upgraded retribution has sharpened his reflexes and thinking so much that he can fight like a superhuman now. His crook leather armor and necklace of protection also let him fight far more aggressively, and without them Seoin likely would have died. When Choi Hyuk's predator's blade drinks the mountain orc's blood, Seoin can only stare at all the wasted monster loot and complain that they should have secured supplies first. Now that Seoin has proven useful, Choi Hyuk asks the question that has been bothering him. Why would an instinct for survival lead a man straight into mortal danger? Seoin explains that after deciding to kill the wyvern, he kept rejecting the safe paths his heart wanted until intuition changed and started pointing him toward the only survivable route through that fight. That new instinct led him to a portal and told him someone would come, and when Choi Hyuk appeared, Seoin became convinced he was the one person who could kill the wyvern and live. Choi Hyuk likes that answer, but he presses one step deeper and asks why Seoin is really so desperate to kill the monster. Seoin's calm breaks as he admits he was always an unfilial son, and if he dies avenging his parents by tearing down that lizard, so be it. That thirst for revenge lands perfectly with Choi Hyuk, who decides he wants Seoin at his side. A system offer appears before Seoin. Choi Hyuk, the king without subjects, wants to accept him as a follower and boost his karma by 20%. Seoin studies Choi Hyuk for a moment, bites back his emotion, and accepts. A fluttering flag appears above Seoin's head, marking him as Choi Hyuk's first follower. Seoin vows that if they really hunt the wyvern, he will serve Choi Hyuk as his king for real. Choi Hyuk brushes past the pledge and goes straight back to the mission, confirming they need that suicide squad and deciding they should clear more portals today before tomorrow gets worse. Seoin, who nearly died once already, can only stare when Choi Hyuk immediately says it is time to go fight again. Choi Hyuk's answer is simple and brutal. If they are serious about killing an apartment-sized monster, they do not have time to hesitate. Seowin hurries after him and insists on one sensible compromise first. Grabs supplies and food before charging into another portal. Choi Hyuk agrees without slowing down, and Seowin notices those strangely light steps that look less like resolve and more like a man genuinely happy to fight again. Remembering the savage smile Choi Hyuk wore through the whole battle, Seowin finally names what he is following: a berserker who loves combat. That realization frightens Seowin, but it also makes him trust Choi Hyuk more, so he hardens himself and swears he will not become dead weight. Baek Seowin asks why Choi Hyuk is risking everything to hunt the Wyvern of Destruction instead of staying safely in the middle. Choi Hyuk says he needs the attention of whoever created this game, even if that sounds dangerous. When Baek Seowin presses him, Choi Hyuk reveals the real reason. He still has no idea whether his mother survived after Kangdong District shut down while she was at work. He says that after he finds her, he will either protect her or avenge her, and for that he has to become stronger and impossible to ignore. Baek Seowin suddenly realizes Choi Hyuk's love of battle is backed by an even colder rage than he expected. Elsewhere, another shelter is already rotting from the inside as fear, crowding, and selfishness wear people down. In the shopping center across from Olympic Park Station, Lee Jinhee decides she will stay awake and kill the Shadow Teeth herself. The Shadow Teeth are tiny stealth monsters wrapped in black fog, and people usually only see them when one is already slitting a sleeping victim's throat to drink blood. Everyone in the shelter has learned the awful pattern: 3 monsters come each night, each taking 1 life if nobody interferes. People stopped resisting because the first person to notice a Shadow Teeth usually dies, and a cornered one can call in even more monsters from outside. By the 3rd night, people were lying straight to each other and pretending they never saw the killings happening beside them. Lee Jinhee cannot accept that kind of survival and decides it is better to die fighting than become a coward. She keeps watch by the PC bang door under the flickering green exit light, forcing herself to stay awake as the shadows twitch around her. Then a muffled choking sound erupts behind her, and Lee Jinhee whips around to find a Shadow Teeth already on top of a victim it slipped past her to reach. What hits her even harder is the man beside the victim silently waving for her to sit back down and let it happen. Lee Jinhee snaps, vaults over the partitions like a cat, and charges the monster with both gladii drawn. Her shout wakes the room, and the Shadow Teeth screams back as panic explodes among the sleepers. The same man who wanted silence now curses Lee Jinhee and runs, more angry at her than at the monster. The Shadow Teeth tries to escape through the chaos, stabbing fleeing people in the neck as it runs. But Lee Jinhee uses her awakened karma and athletic movement to cut it off before it can get away. She slams it down under her foot and drives a blade into its neck, killing it cleanly. Instead of relief, the shelter turns on Lee Jinhee and blames her for the extra wounded people left behind by the fight. Lee Jinhee argues that they cannot keep feeding people to the monsters forever, but the man twists her conviction into selfishness. When she warns that their numbers and courage will only keep shrinking, he drags the whole room to his side and lets the crowd crush her with blame. Lee Jinhee refuses to attack people in anger, packs her things in silence, and decides to leave instead. Even as she walks out, the man keeps barking for compensation and throws one last insult after her. She is so furious that she starts running just to stop herself from turning back and stabbing him. Her parkour instincts take over as she bounds down the long stairs into Olympic Park Station in huge silent leaps. Running through the underground tracks finally cools her head enough for embarrassment to catch up with her. Now that the anger is fading, she realizes she left without any real plan and might have put herself in an even worse spot. She remembers her mother's old warning about her temper and can only scratch her head in frustration. With nowhere else to go, she decides to keep walking and look for another assembly area at the next station. Then the tunnel carries a new sound and the stink of monster blood, warning her that a fight is rushing her way through the dark. An unseen man first screams for his leader, then starts begging whoever is hiding nearby to save him instead. Lee Jinhee freezes in confusion, realizing the desperate voice somehow sensed that she was there. When the unseen man suddenly switches to formal speech and begs again before getting cut off in pain, instinct takes over and Lee Jinhee runs toward the fight. 4 days later, Lee Jinhee sits across from Young Minji at Dunchan High School and finally explains that the giant monster rumor is real. Lee Jinhee lays out the brutal win conditions: destroy every portal, suppress the monsters, and on the final day either kill the Wyvern of Destruction or keep it busy long enough to obtain the escape code. Minji thinks back to how her people already destroyed one nearby portal, and she realizes holding back was not completely wrong, but sitting still until the final day would be suicide. Before agreeing, Minji asks for proof that Lee Jinhee was really sent by the king without subjects. A black flag suddenly flutters above Lee Jinhee's head, and Minji recognizes Choi Hyuk's symbol at once. Now convinced, Minji accepts the offer and promises her troops will keep destroying portals and send elite fighters to the assembly area in a week. When Lee Jinhee names Hyeonhee Department Store as the gathering point with the strongest force, Minji immediately approves the location. The deal is sealed with a firm handshake, and Lee Jinhee leaves Dunchan High feeling lighter because Minji's growing force will be a huge help. A week later, Young Minji has expanded from Hanyang High to controlling Dunchan High and the shopping center across from Olympic Park Station. Looking around Dunchan High, Minji briefly wonders whether the same rotten man Lee Ji he fought before is still around, then runs off to her next stop. By the first week of the game, their side has destroyed 12 portals, but the battlefield is getting worse instead of better. Now tens of thousands of monsters are pouring in every day, and even clearing one portal per day is starting to feel impossible. As portal raids slow under a daily flood of monsters, Choi Hyuk and Baek Seo-in decide they need a suicide squad after all, and Lee Jin-hee is sent out as their messenger. Watching her leave, Minji is struck by how absurdly fast Lee Jin-hee moves, almost like the wind skipping over the city. Lee Jin-hee clears a 4 or 5-story building in only a couple of steps, and Minji realizes this is not just karma but real mastery. When Lee Jin-hee vanishes from sight at a speed even monsters could not follow, Minji finally makes up her mind. Minji orders Chu Young-jin to call the kings, because she is done hesitating. Minji now commands students from Hanyang and Duncheon plus survivors from the Olympic Park Station shopping center, but the merged force still does not fully belong to her. Her strength keeps the coalition together, but 3 other kings inside Duncheon still make Minji's leadership shaky. The first is Song Si-min, the slave king who has backed Minji since Hanyang High. The second is Min Kyung-chul, Duncheon High's student body president and student king, who cooperates with Minji but does not always understand her. The third is Ma Dongshik, the pig king from the shopping center, the same selfish adult Lee Jin he clashed with before. Minji gathers the 3 kings in a circle and announces her plan to keep sending people against portals and create a suicide squad to support Choi Hyuk. Song Si-min agrees immediately, as usual, wearing his yes-man reputation almost like a joke. Min Kyung-chul asks the real question: if they push this hard, how many of their own people is Minji ready to lose? Minji answers without wavering that they will destroy as many portals as possible, and send every elite they can spare to reduce the slaughter on the final day. Inside, Minji knows this choice is not pure heroism but her own harsh selfishness, because if she watches everyone die later she will not be able to live with it. Kyung-chul still cannot accept her logic, because to him a leader should protect their own side first. Then Ma Dongshik openly pushes back, suggesting they should only pretend to help since everyone else will probably be doing the same thing. Minji shoots that down at once, warning that if everyone dodges the risk, the whole plan collapses and everyone, including their families, may die. Ma Dongshik still grumbles that if anyone leads the charge, it should not have to be them alone. Even while arguing, Ma Dongshik remembers exactly how terrifying Minji was when she threatened the shopping center survivors with her sword instead of the shadow teeth outside. Minji stares at him in silence and decides words are pointless, because this is not a debate she ever planned to lose. Then Minji reveals the truth of the meeting. She did not call the kings to discuss the plan, only to announce it. The room turns icy, because Minji is no longer pretending this alliance runs on equal voices. Trying to salvage something, Ma Dongshik asks that only one person from each reunited family be sent out so the adults do not lose everyone at once. That plea hits the exact problem Minji has been tolerating all along. Once families reunited at the shopping center, they became far more protective and much harder to mobilize. Unlike the students, the adults laugh off rules and move only when there is something in it for them, which is why Minji has been forced to endure their resistance until now. After hearing about the Wyvern of Destruction, Minji decides she is done tolerating resistance, and will force people into line herself if she has to. She rejects Ma Dongshik's family exception outright, saying students without families should not be treated as more disposable than everyone else. Minji adds that with enough karma even the elderly can fight, so no one gets to hide behind weakness forever. Then she strips away all comfort and says the rule of this game is simple: if you are weak, you die, and refusing to fight will not protect anyone forever. Ma Dongshik nearly explodes, but fear wins, and he forces himself to bow his head and agree. What breaks him is the memory of Kim Hyunbik's fate after opposing Minji, a lesson he heard clearly during that hidden drinking session. Minji studies his face until she is sure he has folded, then calmly accepts his obedience. With that, the force gathered at Duncheon High finally starts preparing for war in earnest. As the days pass, people realize the first game's rules were wildly different depending on where you started. As the rules became clearer, people realized survival zones were not all the same. Adult assembly areas were common, while schools and the library followed their own ring of rebirth pattern. Near Olympic Park, the Korean National Sport University got a combat-focused rule set where students picked weapons, killed goblins in their own school, and the top killer earned king-like rewards. Veterans of older wars were treated differently again, handed weapons and karma almost immediately, and directed to their own assembly area with unusually friendly instructions. Once those veterans gathered, they moved like a real army, and after tasting superhuman strength again, the grandfathers fought even more fiercely than the monsters. They became one of the strongest forces controlling Kangdong district. But another group was just as famous for a completely different reason. That other legend was the Berserkers, a 3-person unit that did not just defend survivors but charged straight into monster strongholds at the front line. At the center of those rumors stands Choi Hyuk, whose black sword and impossible record make people believe he could tear apart most groups by himself. Back in the present fight, Baek Seo-in grumbles that without Ji-hee around he really feels like he might die. Choi Hyuk answers with dry calm, asking when Baekseoin ever felt like he was going to live anyway. Even while wading through monsters toward another portal, Choi Hyuk kills with surgical precision because he has already memorized each species' vital points. But his face is dark, because even this level of killing is no longer enough to match how fast the monsters are multiplying. He realizes he has hit a natural ceiling. No matter how strong he gets, he is still only killing one monster per swing. That makes one fact impossible to ignore. Trying to kill the apartment-sized wyvern of destruction with an ordinary blade borders on madness. So Choi Hyuk finally turns to the answer he has been holding back and decides he has to try his new skill. Remembering the name Soaring Slash, Choi Hyuk tightens his hand around the blade and prepares to push past his limit. Choi Hyuk stares at Soaring Slash again and grits his teeth, because the C-rank skill is far beyond anything normal players should have this early. When he tries to activate it, the system shuts him down and says he needs at least one 3-star stat and 3-star retribution first. That impossible requirement drags Choi Hyuk back to the day he first got the skill, when he was fighting through his third portal and the battle suddenly went bad. Baekseoin nearly gets overrun and shouts for help, but Choi Hyuk realizes rushing back to save him might only drag even more monsters onto him. The portal trap was nastier than usual, with mixed monster types hiding in ambush while a giant bat mid-boss stayed behind the lines and directed them. Choi Hyuk decides the only way out is to trust Baekseoin's intuition, overload his karma, and gamble everything on killing the commander first. He launches himself like a bullet straight through the battlefield at the exact moment a new fighter rushes in to rescue Baekseoin. Lee Jin-hee stabs the monster attacking Baekseoin, hauls his staggering body away, and uses pure parkour instinct to vault through the chaos. From midair, Lee Jin-hee sees Choi Hyuk drive his blade through the bat's forehead, and the clean, explosive takeoff leaves her stunned. Once the commander drops, the whole formation collapses, and Choi Hyuk tears through the confused monsters with brutal efficiency. Even while carrying Baekseoin to safety, Lee Jin-hee cannot stop staring at Choi Hyuk's movements like she is watching the perfect training video. After the fight settles, 2 messages pop up and reveal both why the monsters fought like an army and why Choi Hyuk just earned a hidden reward. Because he beat the first army-like monster group and stacked enough hidden conditions, Choi Hyuk receives the C-rank skill Soaring Slash. Only after reading the reward does Choi Hyuk remember to thank the woman who helped, but Lee Jin-hee cuts him off before he can finish. Instead of acting formal, Lee Jin-hee calls him Hyung and begs him to teach her that incredible takeoff move. Her obsession is simple. As a parkour fanatic, Lee Jin-hee sees Choi Hyuk's combat movement as the strongest, coolest version of mobility she has ever seen. But Choi Hyuk has no real technique to explain, so their first teacher-student conversation goes nowhere fast. Then Choi Hyuk mentions he plans to hunt the apartment-sized wyvern of destruction, and Lee Jin-hee's admiration jumps straight into worship. That day, Choi Hyuk gained both a rare C-rank skill and a strange new follower who attached herself to him on the spot. Back in the present, Choi Hyuk shakes off the memory and shouts that he has confirmed the mid-boss and the portal, snapping straight back into the real fight. Baekseoin tells him to come back before he dies, but he is steady enough now to hold normal monsters on his own. Choi Hyuk activates the Ring of Speed and Ring of Vigor, grips his Fang saber, and commits to the hit-and-run tactic he has been using for days. He blasts through the packed monster line, using footwork so sharp and efficient that Lee Ji-hee would immediately recognize her parkour influence in it. He reaches the portal, splits it apart, and instantly switches to the thin flash sword for the real target behind it. The crayfish-like mid-boss tries to fight back, but Choi Hyuk circles it cleanly and drives the flash sword into every weak fold of its shell. After severing its joints and stripping away its mobility, he finishes it by burying the predator's blade through its chest. A system message confirms the predator's blade absorbed worthy blood and has now reached evolution 13 out of 100. Choi Hyuk calls the retreat, and escaping is almost worse than the kill because the two of them have to carve a path backward through an endless tide. Once they finally get clear, Baekseoin looks at Choi Hyuk in awe and says his latest stat evolution has made him feel like a different monster altogether. Choi Hyuk checks his status and sees the ugly truth of 2-star growth. His stats look strong, but the old easy progression is gone. Now killing normal monsters does nothing for growth, and even mid-bosses mostly give him a single free karma point instead of raw stat increases. Worse, even his retribution now has to be raised manually, so despite all his fighting, his real base growth has slammed into a wall. Baekseoin shrugs and says it feels like the tutorial is over, because now people probably have to specialize instead of raising everything at once. His guess is blunt but believable. Choi Hyuk got too strong too fast for this stage, so the game itself has become the thing trying to slow him down. That only makes Soaring Slash feel farther away, because using it means reaching 3-star stats and 3-star retribution, which would take an absurd number of mid-boss kills. Even so, he keeps fixating on the skill because a blade of condensed karma might be his only real chance to kill the wyvern of destruction. Baekseoin cheerfully says his intuition still believes in Choi Hyuk, and Choi Hyuk instantly calls out how suspiciously convenient that sounds. Baekseoin dodges the question, announces a nearby supply point at Kamdong Library, and steers them toward food before the sun goes down. Later that night in Hyunhee department store, Another survivor named Ryu Hyunsung jolts awake from a nightmare and reflexively slashes his sword into the floor. When he realizes he is alone, Ryu Hyunsung is left breathing hard and ashamed that this terror keeps happening to him night after night. He is the knight captain from the Korean National Sport University, but that title feels hollow now that only a week of hell has turned him into a man who kills on instinct. Ryu Hyunsung bitterly realizes the blood on his sword is no longer just monster blood, a quiet sign of how fast this world has broken everyone. Across the city, people are learning the same ugly lesson: monsters are terrifying, but humans under pressure can become just as dangerous. Wounded supply teams start getting robbed and murdered by other survivor groups who decide hunting people is easier than hunting monsters. Assembly areas split into camps that want cooperation, camps that only protect themselves, and predators who treat outsiders as loot. As murders spread, trust between assembly areas collapses in less than a week, which becomes a direct problem for Choi Hyuk's plan to unite people against the Wyvern. Then a new rule appears and makes everything worse by warning that supplies will shrink sharply every 10 days. People immediately understand what that means. Fewer supplies will mean fewer survivors, and deciding who gets left behind could tear every alliance apart. Choi Hyuk sees one hard answer in that chaos, and instead of fearing conflict, he thinks a war against the groups blocking unity might solve the problem. Soon after, Choi Hyuk and Baek Seoin reach a supply point near Gildong Station and get stopped by gangsters from the nearby KTT building who already act like local kings. Baek Seoin calmly offers to split the supplies evenly, because that is Choi Hyuk's rule no matter who found them first. The gangsters answer by surrounding them, and Choi Hyuk immediately sees the dark red killing intent that says they plan to rob and murder them from the start. Even stranger, Baek Seoin's intuition stays quiet, which only makes the trap feel more certain to Choi Hyuk. Choi Hyuk notices the axe mark over the gangsters and instantly understands they belong to another leader with a sovereign qualification. He quietly starts counting the 20 enemies and thinking ahead to which one he should leave alive for information. Before anything explodes, a second party arrives, old veterans from the Association of Comrade in Arms who also came for supplies. The veterans order the gangsters to back off, wave Choi Hyuk and Baek Seoin away as civilians, and demand an even split for themselves instead. The gangsters hate being challenged on their own turf, so they escalate by pulling guns they looted from an empty police station. The veterans just laugh, open their handy bags, and answer with pistols of their own plus a homemade flamethrower. That ridiculous armed negotiation drags on for a heartbeat, and Choi Hyuk finally bursts out laughing because everyone around him is proving his point. Then, before either side can react, Choi Hyuk stomps forward and vanishes into motion, ready to turn his idea of unification by war into action. Choi Hyuk suddenly laughs, yanking everyone's attention for a split second before he moves. He launches upward in a sudden arc, using the limits of human vision so the gunmen lose him almost instantly. His first punch lands so hard that one gunman's face bursts apart in a spray of blood. Instead of chasing the guns first, Choi Hyuk drops two more men in an instant with a neck-breaking jab and a crushing kick. When the gangsters finally meet his eyes, they all feel the same thing: a predator has picked them out. A desperate shot rings out, but Choi Hyuk has already slipped sideways and vanished from their aim again. Panic takes over as bullets fly wildly and men start dying before they can even track where Choi Hyuk is. Baek Seoin stays just as calm, and the necklace of protection flashes in front of his face to knock away a bullet. He hurls his shield into a shooter's face and rushes in with his long sword, carving through the gangsters who can't match him. By the time Baek Seoin finishes 3 men, Choi Hyuk has already beaten the rest into silence with his bare hands. Only one young gangster is left alive, dangling in Choi Hyuk's grip and begging through tears for mercy. Choi Hyuk gets the answer he wants. The gangsters' headquarters is the KTT building. Then Choi Hyuk asks a chilling question about consequences and snaps the survivor's neck before he can say another word. Baek Seoin flinches at the ruthlessness, but he still decides Choi Hyuk's judgment fits a world that's already falling apart. His thinking hardens another step when he admits to himself that dead enemies can't drag them down later. After the fight, Choi Hyuk calmly demands an even split of the seized supplies. One veteran starts to protest, but the sunglasses-wearing leader cuts him off and accepts after seeing what Choi Hyuk can do. While Choi Hyuk takes exactly half, Baek Seoin scavenges the bodies and gets annoyed when he finds a perfect speed enchant wasted on a dead thug. That wasted enchant gives Baek Seoin another idea. If they are heading to wipe out the gangsters anyway, they should make the veterans watch and spread the word. He quietly tells Choi Hyuk they should showcase their strength, win over this veteran group, and sweeten it with spare items they do not need. Choi Hyuk agrees, and Baek Seoin immediately invites the veterans to come watch them clear out the gangsters. The veterans only budge when Baek Seoin adds that they will not be leaving empty-handed. As Choi Hyuk strides toward KTT with Baek Seoin behind him, the veterans uneasily wonder if these two really plan to attack alone. On the way, Choi Hyuk is not just thinking about fame or revenge. He is also thinking about cutting down numbers before supplies shrink again. When the KTT building finally comes into full view, the veterans slow down and ask where the rest of Choi Hyuk's people are. Baek Seoin tells them to stay back and spectate, which only makes them more confused about whether reinforcements even exist. Baek Seoin asks if they should sneak in, and Choi Hyuk's blank look makes it obvious that was never his plan. Their argument turns sharper when Baek Seoin worries about killing people forced to cooperate, and Choi Hyuk asks whether cooperators are really any different. Choi Hyuk makes his stance brutally clear. This is not kindness, just necessary violence against a group that picked a fight. That answer hardens Baek Seoin too, and he forces himself back into a revenge-first mindset before the bloodshed starts. At the entrance, 5 hidden guards jump out to stop them. When the armored thug demands to know why they came, Choi Hyuk answers with simple honesty. He is here to hunt gangsters. The moment the thug flares with killing intent, Choi Hyuk reads it and takes his head clean off. One guard panics and runs, another attacks wildly, and Choi Hyuk cuts the attacker in half without slowing down. Alarm whistles shriek from outside and inside the building as the assault becomes impossible to hide. Choi Hyuk spares the only guard whose intent is mostly goodwill, and the shaken man immediately begs to join them. Inside KTT, the truth is ugly. Hundreds of gangsters rule the assembly area through rape, murder, rewards, and accomplices made by fear and corruption. Choi Hyuk does not care about sorting every excuse, so he shouts one rule to the crowd: anyone not involved should get out of his way. The crowd first looks for hidden reinforcements, then realizes there are only 2 attackers and erupts in outrage. The man who switched sides nearly regrets everything when he realizes he just bet his life on only Choi Hyuk and Baek Seoin. Then Choi Hyuk grins and charges straight into them anyway. What follows is pure slaughter, with Choi Hyuk hunting anyone who runs and killing even those who drop to their knees too late. He only leaves alive the people who turn their blades against the gangsters for real, not the ones just faking it to survive. As people scramble to understand the rule, more of them start killing gangsters themselves just to stay on the safe side. Then the assembly area's leader appears with a huge axe symbol over his head, cursing as he comes down with bodyguards. Choi Hyuk cuts through the leader and his guards in 3 savage swings before the man can even finish his curse. With the leader dead, the symbol vanishes, but Choi Hyuk keeps killing by his own rule until no more enemies are left standing. He finally stops only when his Fong saber has shattered from overuse, and the whole building is painted in blood. Around 200 survivors gather in shock, and Choi Hyuk checks them with eyes of distinction to confirm only the less hostile ones remain. The whole assault is over in about an hour, and what looked like a raid has become a complete annihilation of the assembly area. When Baek Seoin comes back out with items from the emptied building, even he looks stiff after what he just witnessed up close. He hands the veterans their promised gifts, and they accept with forced thanks while trying not to show how badly Choi Hyuk scared them. The veterans have seen war before, but this feels worse, like watching a monster turn people into scraps. They hurry to leave, and Baek Seoin forces out an awkward smile while reminding them to discuss the alliance when they get back. Not long after, a wild rumor spreads across Kangdong district that Berserker's leader Choi Hyuk wiped out an entire assembly area by himself. Even with Choi Hyuk killing monsters at an absurd pace every day, the tide still refuses to turn. At his limit, Choi Hyuk can barely kill around 400 in a day before stamina loss starts dragging his speed down and turns staying too long into suicide. Meanwhile, the portals keep compounding the problem, spitting out 20% more monsters every night until he can no longer destroy one every day. By day 15, over 130,000 monsters flood the streets, and even after reducing the portals, tens of thousands more still arrive each day. The crisis gets worse when supplies are cut to a third every 10 days, leaving too many survivors fighting over food and safety. Young Minji turns that anger into policy, arguing that groups who never risk themselves against portals have no right to keep taking supplies. She sends an envoy with a blunt demand: join tomorrow's portal assault at the front, or give up your claim to supplies. When that assembly area ignores her, Young Minji's troops burn it down the very next day. Young Minji gives the order to kill every adult and spare only children who look under 14, exposing how torn and brutal her rule has become. She cannot bring herself to personally oversee the surrender killings, so Chu Young-jin takes command of the massacre instead. People sneer that Young Minji is somehow both too cruel and not cruel enough, but the massacre terrifies nearby groups into finally joining the fight against monsters. As the other allied powers copy her methods, 2 names spread through the district like a warning: Young Minji and Choi Hyuk. The fear finally forces everyone into coordinated portal attacks, but the human side pays heavily in casualties and still cannot outgrow the monster surge. By now the numbers are terrifyingly simple: 250,000 survivors, 130,000 monsters, and everyone knows the day monsters outnumber people is coming. After every hunt, Choi Hyuk goes right back to training and keeps trying to force out soaring slash. The skill still fails halfway, and the system bluntly reminds him he needs at least 1 C-rank stat and C-rank retribution to use it properly. When he checks his status, the answer is ugly. He has barely grown because most enemies are too weak to count, and worthy kills are far too rare. So Choi Hyuk throws away balanced growth and rebuilds himself around pure control instead. His new setup guts his displayed power and speed to 0, but stacks control through rings, a necklace, a long sword, and dancer shoes. He knows he cannot grind enough points to reach the real skill requirement before day 30, so this gamble is his last workable path. Baek Seoin's offhand game analogy gives Choi Hyuk the final push. After 2 stars, maybe people are supposed to choose a class instead of raising everything equally. That theory matches Choi Hyuk's own senses, because once his control passed 100, he stopped just steering his body and started directly shaping karma itself. To test that, he swells his arm with compressed karma and detonates a parked car with one punch. He slams a building wall next and blows out an entire section, proving the force is real but also dangerously beyond his endurance. The strain mangles his arm, but with his recovery he treats the pain as a cost, not a stopping point. Then he activates all 3 concentrate skills at once and spikes his control even higher for another attempt. Soaring slash still fails, but this time Choi Hyuk was really watching the route the karma tried to take. Instead of asking the skill to finish the job, he takes over himself and starts forcing compressed karma through the exact path he just learned. The pressure is brutal, and it feels like his arm is about to explode as he keeps pushing anyway. For one split second, Choi Hyuk finally sees a blue karma blade emerge from the sword. The backlash instantly empties him and drops him to the ground, but he collapses smiling because his theory was right. Elsewhere, 7 groups are now allied with Choi Hyuk, but the worsening rules force them to stop thinking like separate camps and start planning as one army. New rules make the danger official. Monsters keep increasing every night. They start moving in groups after half a month, and supplies keep shrinking. Food can still be scavenged or rationed, but weakening barrier supplies are the real choke point, so the allies decide to merge their people and burn fewer barriers. That is why 130,000 people begin gathering at Hyeonhee Department Store, the one place that has something even rarer than supplies, a healer. The healer's story began in the hospitals, where a twisted rule trapped doctors unless they killed 3 patients, and trapped patients unless they killed someone. For a few days the hospitals held together better than the schools, but hunger, fear, and night monsters finally cracked that restraint. Once the first helpless patients were murdered, the rest came easier, and the whole hospital spiraled into screaming, mob violence, and desperate self-justification. Dr. Bae Ji-man is the one man who stands in that hallway with a baseball bat, and roars that they are no longer acting like doctors. After driving them back, Bae Ji-man barricades the critical care ward and promises the terrified patients inside that he will protect them. Days later, with the hospital reduced to starving holdouts, Bae Ji-man keeps nursing around 20 patients alone without killing anyone. After a week, the system judges his actions, grants him the healer type and guardian trait, and identifies him as someone who protected patients instead of sacrificing them. Then the patients he saved turn into lights and are absorbed into his body, raising his karma while leaving him horrified by what that means. Bae Ji-man breaks down crying because even after protecting them this long, the patients still died in the end, and that grief marks the birth of Kangdong's only healer. Back at Hyeonhee Department Store, Bae Ji-man casts his support blessing over a massive crowd and shouts for them to get up. Small lights bloom above 40,000 heads and connect like a shared song, giving the army a rare wave of courage, comfort, and fellowship. With morale lifted, Kang Dong-soo steps up as the first rotating commander and tells the army that even if the situation looks hopeless, humans still have to prove their strength. The crowd answers with a roar, and Kang Dong-soo immediately shifts from inspiration to practical orders for shields, spears, swords, ranged fighters, and reserve support. The vanguard marches toward the area around 3 portals, aiming for the monster-packed Amsadong prehistoric site that Lee Ji-hee had scouted that morning. By day 17 the average fighter is stronger than before, but humans still cannot beat these monsters one-on-one and have to survive through formations and teamwork. The monsters are coordinated too, with crooks smashing the front, bladed starving those slicing openings, and shadow teeth trying to slip through the gaps. People die holding the line, but the vanguard still forces itself forward one bloody step at a time. Behind that chaos, Choi Hyuk leads a 100-man suicide squad made from the elite of all 7 allied groups to punch open the path no normal unit can. He has even handed out the E-rank gear he hoarded earlier, turning the squad into a rare concentration of truly equipped fighters. As they carve deeper into the enemy mass, Lee Ji-hee finally pants out the obvious question: at this rate, will they be exhausted before they even reach the portals? Baek Seo-in answers that they still have to push farther, because the real target is the exact center of the main monster force. The larger human force holds in a crane-wing formation around them, waiting for one perfect opening inside a nest of roughly 30,000 monsters. When Choi Hyuk finally reaches that center point, he burns a weakening barrier scroll on the spot and floods the area with white light. The monsters instantly stumble as their power is cut in half, and some fast-moving crooks even crash headfirst into the ground. Watching from afar, Kang Dong-soo can only laugh at the absurdity of Choi Hyuk being rich enough to spend precious barriers on offense. Kang Dong-soo seizes the moment, and orders the entire main force to charge into the weakened enemy corps. With the main army crashing in behind them, Choi Hyuk finally gives the Suicide Squad its true mission: ignore anyone who falls behind and destroy the portals in a pure speed run. Then the elite squad explodes forward, with Choi Hyuk's compressed karma surging through Predator's blade as he tears open the way at the front. To kill the Wyvern of Destruction, Choi Hyuk knows he still needs 3 conditions, and 2 of them rest on him alone. He compresses his karma and coils it around the Predator's blade, trying to forge the first condition, a true blade of karma. 5 2-star mid-bosses block his way, a dusk-teeth commander in the center, 2 mountain orcs beside it, and 2 bladed ghosts flanking the formation. The mounted orcs thunder straight at him, and Choi Hyuk steps in instead of backing away. At the instant of impact, he detonates the coiled karma and swings a faint crescent slash that cuts through 4 bodies in one pass. The 4 monsters collapse behind him, proving the karma edge works, but the slash drains him so badly it would have been easier to attack 20 times normally. Even exhausted, he wraps more karma around the blade because this rough technique still has to grow into the weapon he needs against the wyvern. He measures the gap coldly. To fight the wyvern, he must stretch this karma blade out to 5 meters and keep it there. The 2 bladed ghosts scream at him, and the dusk-teeth commander starts edging back, but Choi Hyuk moves first. This time he spends everything, unravels the coiled karma completely, and pushes the haze a full meter past the blade. The extended slash bisects both bladed ghosts, and still reaches the retreating dusk-teeth, splitting all 3 in one exchange. He nearly sinks under the weight of his own body afterward, but the portal assault around him is still going well. Dragging his tired body through the corpses, he starts stabbing the fallen mid-bosses so the predator's blade can drink their blood. The weapon's growth confirms the second condition is still in progress, with the predator's blade now at evolution 29 out of 100. Choi Hyuk judges that if the wyvern is at least C rank, he will need this growth weapon to reach that level 2. He counts the pace grimly and realizes that with the army covering him, farming strong kills fast enough might actually be possible. Then he spots 2 unfamiliar drops among the corpses, a clear quartz rod and a wooden ball. The quartz rod turns out to be a 1-person escape code, a reward that lets only its owner escape on the final day. The wooden ball is a dragon-hunting cannonball that can grow thick binding vines when fired at a dragon. He gives a bitter smile because one item helps them fight the wyvern, but the other could poison the army they absolutely need. Nearby, Kang Dong-soo keeps the battered expedition moving with one last push against the collapsing monster line. Once the commanders are dead, the monster ranks finally break and the survivors explode in victory. Some people try to chase the route, but Kang Dong-soo stops them because everyone is already at their limit. After 4 brutal hours, they destroy 3 portals and wipe out 20,000 monsters, but 3,000 humans die and 2,000 more are left critically wounded. Back at Hyeonhee department store, Beiji Man meets the returning force and immediately starts triaging the worst injuries first. His healing still looks unreal as glowing light regrows severed limbs on the spot. Watching from a distance, Lee Ji-hee and Baek Seo-in marvel that Beiji Man heals hundreds a day by spending the wounded person's retribution. But Choi Hyuk is too deep in thought to admire the miracle, because the 1-person escape code keeps bothering him. Baek Seo-in reads his face immediately and asks if he is worried about the new escape code. Choi Hyuk confirms it, because a reward for 1 person's escape could wreck the troop system that kept the kings cooperating. If people start hiding with solo escape codes instead of fighting, the army Choi Hyuk needs against the wyvern could fall apart before the final day. Baek Seo-in shifts to the bigger immediate problem. The kings still think the Suicide Squad only plans to distract the wyvern and retreat. That means if Choi Hyuk actually tries to kill the wyvern, he and the Suicide Squad could be left alone when the other kings pull their forces back. Choi Hyuk hates it, because this enemy is too big to solve by force alone and politics is not his field. Then Baek Seo-in cuts through his frustration and reminds him he does not have to carry every problem by himself. Baek Seo-in reveals he already built a plan the moment he said they needed an army. When Choi Hyuk asks how, Baek Seo-in answers with one name, Young Minji, the crazy Night King. At Young Minji's base, she finds Song Si-min and Yoon Jirim chatting affectionately in the hallway, so close they do not notice her at first. Yoon Jirim's bright smile hits Young Minji in the exact way she hates most, because it reminds her of the soft weakness she cannot stand. Young Minji calls Yoon Jirim over, and the girl instantly turns nervous under her gaze. When Young Minji asks if she is doing well, the question turns sharp the moment she brings up Jirim running away in the last battle. Young Minji orders her to lift her head and meet her eyes, refusing to let Jirim hide the way she would in front of monsters. That trembling weakness makes Young Minji angrier, because she remembers this same girl once smiling so brightly without a trace of fear. Young Minji grabs Yoon Jirim's cheeks and tells her with raw emotion that if something scares her, she has to kill it before it kills her. Her lecture turns almost personal as she demands to know how long Jirim plans to survive by leaning on other people, especially men. Yoon Jirim can only whisper an apology, which makes Young Minji recoil from the whole exchange in disgust and frustration. Song Si-min quickly steps in beside Jirim, trying to calm her down with an easy promise that he will protect her. The moment he gets too close, Young Minji instinctively backs off and Chu Young-jin steps forward with a sword, exposing how little trust she gives anyone. Young Minji covers the awkward flare-up with formal thanks, but even with Song Si-min she keeps a careful distance. After she leaves, Song Si-min mutters that the queen is a handful and hugs the shaken Jirim until she settles down. Baek Seo-in passes them right after, and that ugly little scene gives him exactly the confidence boost he needed. On day 24, with 6 days left in the game, Baek Seo-in finally makes his move to persuade Young Minji. He looks composed on the outside, but his heart is pounding because reading people is never as certain as reading numbers. Young Minji opens coldly with one blunt question: why should she help at all? Baek Seoin answers simply that more people can be saved, and Young Minji immediately pushes back with open contempt for that argument. So he changes the angle and asks whether she has ever wondered where all the little children in Kangdong disappeared to. The question hits home, and Young Minji falls silent because even she has noticed how strangely few young children remain in the assembly areas. Baek Seoin explains that Lee Ji-hee found a group protecting children, and their leader said the kids were given different rules and hid in the sewers before the monster attack. Those scattered children are likely still down there, living like rats and with almost no chance of getting escape codes on the final day. Then Baek Seoin springs the real turn. On the final day anyone can send a rescue signal, right when the monsters begin a large-scale invasion. Young Minji tries to resist by pointing out that the same rule also promises a giant monster assault, which would make any rescue nearly impossible. Baek Seoin presses anyway, painting the worst picture on purpose. Desperate rescue flares rising from the sewers while everyone else walks away. That image drives straight into Young Minji's weak point, and now she cannot stop picturing children being slaughtered while adults choose safety. She tries one last brittle argument that children got karma too, but even she knows that does not mean they can fight like adults. Baek Seoin answers with dry ridicule, forcing her to imagine tiny children marching into battle with shields and swords bigger than their bodies. At that point Young Minji is no longer arguing with him so much as fighting the pain in her own chest. She still cannot understand why Choi Hyuk's side would choose to stay in danger longer, but the question is already losing to her conscience. Baek Seoin hears her teeth grind and knows he has finally cornered her. At last Young Minji gives in and asks the one line Baek Seoin wanted to hear, "So what is your plan?" That night, Young Minji opened the Allied leaders' meeting by pushing one risky idea. They had to save the hidden children. General Cha Tae-shik voiced what everyone was thinking. The motive was good, but with 7 portals still open and 55,000 monsters arriving each day, they were running out of time. The room stayed cautious because the portals were hard to find, even with Lee Ji-hee's scouting and Baek Seoin's intuition, so the leaders could not gamble lightly. Young Minji pushed past the immediate crisis and warned them this game might not end with escaping Kangdong district at all. She reminded them that the police and military had vanished at the start, and if different targets were forced into different games, then nobody even knew what was happening outside their district. Then she pointed to Beiji-man as proof that the rules were more complicated than they first looked. Young Minji argued that the children had their own strange rule for a reason, and that their rescue signal on the final day might make them a key to survival instead of expendable baggage. She drove the point home with Beiji-man again. If he had abandoned his patients like everyone else, Kangdong would never have united this far. Even with that logic, the room still hesitated because saving the children was still a gamble they could not prove. So Young Minji changed tactics and called out Kang Dong-soo directly, reminding him that many parents under his command had lost children and were still living with that despair. She kept naming the parents, the missing children, and even Seon Jisoo, until the mission stopped feeling theoretical and the whole room looked shaken. Then Young Minji offered the thing that finally moved the room. Her own troops would take the lead in the most dangerous part of the operation. She made it transactional too, promising that anyone who backed her now would be remembered later. Beiji-man opened his eyes, stood beside her, and declared that he would not forget their supporters either. Choi Hyuk raised a hand and backed the plan too, giving Young Minji the support of the alliance's strongest fighter. With the healer, the strongest combatant, and Young Minji herself all committed, the other leaders decided helping her cost them less than refusing. General Cha Tae-shik finally gave in with a laugh, and Ryu Hyun-sung followed, turning the room toward full participation in the rescue. Behind Choi Hyuk, Baek Seoin quietly felt vindicated for pushing Young Minji to be the one who persuaded them. Once the rescue was settled, the leaders turned to the next poison in the camp, the one-person escape codes. Kang Dong-soo admitted they had no reliable way to identify code holders, so the alliance settled on one harsh rule: anyone who used a one-person escape code would be treated as a traitor. They decided to lean on the camaraderie built through shared victories and Beiji-man's mass buffs, then add daily roll calls to keep people from disappearing. With the major decisions nearly done, Cha Tae-shik asked one last thing: could Choi Hyuk still hold off the Wyvern of Destruction while they spent time rescuing others? Baek Seoin answered for him with a grin, saying they might just kill the Wyvern outright, and Choi Hyuk calmly backed him with a nod. Cha Tae-shik laughed at the bravado, but nobody in the room actually believed Baek Seoin was telling the truth. The next day, when the meeting's results were announced, Young Minji's own coalition exploded first. Ma Dongshik protested that Young Minji had decided everything on her own and had no right to drag them into it without warning. He tried to compromise by accepting the child rescue in theory, but flatly refused the part where his side had to be the spearhead. Young Minji cut that off immediately and made it clear all 6 forces under her umbrella were included, not just her own direct troops. When Ma Dongshik demanded how she could decide their lives for them, Young Minji finally dropped the real weapon. Every king in that room owed her a life debt. She reminded Ma Dongshik that his area would have been overrun by hidden shadow teeths long ago if she had not intervened. Then she widened the blade and reminded them that her followers had always bled on the front lines, and that all of them had benefited from her strength and her path into Hyunhee. Her expression turned so murderous that even the furious Ma Dongshik looked away and regretted pushing her this far. Only Song Simin met her eyes without fear, smiling as he stepped in to publicly support the mission. As expected of her loyal yes-man, Song Simin framed the mission as dangerous but manageable with support from the rear and the weakening barrier. After forcing the room into submission, young Minji suddenly bowed and apologized, promising this would be the last time and that she would dissolve their alliance after the mission. That twist left the kings with nothing to say, and in the end they accepted not because they agreed, but because they had been overpowered. When they finally filed out with rigid faces, young Minji decided submission was enough as long as it got the children saved. Inside, she admitted this was the last time she would drag them by force, but rescuing the children mattered more than keeping her coalition comfortable. For the first time since Baek Seoin talked to her, she felt like she might finally sleep without nightmares. Song Simin was the last to leave, gently reassuring young Minji that he would smooth things over with the others. A moment later his cheeky voice was already drifting down the hall as he tried to loosen up Ma Dongshik and the others with fake easygoing charm. Once even that voice faded, the room went still, and young Minji finally let herself sag over the desk and admit she was exhausted. By the night of day 29, the Alliance had managed to cut the remaining portals down to 4. While most people slept and only the night watch stayed awake, Choi Hyuk stood alone on the roof of Hyunhee department store. He looked out over blacked-out Seoul, where the moon and the faint line of the Hangang were now brighter than the city itself. The only other light on that roof came from his hand, where a new symbol on the Predator's blade gave off a low eerie glow. A full Karma blade now wrapped the weapon from end to end, no longer hazy but flowing like a transparent liquid sword nearly 5 meters long. Choi Hyuk slowly raised the blade above his head and tested the new edge with a deliberate downward cut. Even moving slowly, the cut split the air with a sharp sound, and the Karma blade did not collapse afterward. Seeing that stable 5-meter blade hold, Choi Hyuk finally smiled because his preparations to hunt the Wyvern of Destruction were complete. At 6 a.m. on the final day, the system drops the worst possible update. The weakening barriers will disappear in 2 hours, the escape code is at Myeongjil Neighborhood Park, and the Wyvern of Destruction has been summoned into a district already drowning in monsters. Choi Hyuk heads to the roof of Hyunhee department store and stares out over Kangdong, where monsters fill every street as far as he can see. In the distance near Myeongjil Neighborhood Park, he finally sees the Wyvern of Destruction, a colossal fire-breathing monster towering over the city like a living disaster. Young Minji comes up beside him and bluntly asks if he really thinks he can kill that thing. Choi Hyuk answers with a simple yes, and that steady confidence is enough to make Minji push him for a real promise. Minji tells him he has to do it right, because after he twisted her life into this path, she has decided she will save as many people as she can and never back down. Choi Hyuk takes her seriously and answers that the Wyvern will die by his hands. For the first time since everything fell apart, young Minji actually laughs, and in that brief moment she looks less like the crazy Night King and more like the student she used to be. When she tells him he is strong and cool, Choi Hyuk sees a white glow around her with eyes of distinction and realizes this is the first clear goodwill she has ever shown him. Minji leaves with a casual wave and a simple see you later, ending the rooftop moment before the battle begins. Elsewhere in the same desperate morning, the people who held one-person escape codes make their move together instead of alone, turning betrayal into a cold, organized plan. About 10,000 of those code holders vanish before sunrise, and by the time the truth spreads, the soldiers left at Hyunhee feel less like survivors and more like fools who stayed behind. Outside the store, monsters gather around the barrier like scavengers waiting for the wall to fail. Then rain starts falling beyond the transparent district wall, streaking across it instead of reaching the ground and making the whole city feel even more hopeless. Even Bae Jimin's usual morale-boosting blessing barely helps now, because the escapees have already shattered the army's sense of unity. At the front of that broken army, the 100 members of the suicide squad line up anyway, still ready to be thrown at the Wyvern. Bae Jimin drinks a karma recovery potion and prepares one last support skill, but this time he pours everything into Choi Hyuk alone. With Karma Grant, Bae Jimin's power floods into Choi Hyuk and the system hits him with a huge buff, boosting nearly every combat stat by a full 100 for 12 hours. The blessing leaves Bae Jimin drained and pale, and all he can do now is tell Choi Hyuk to win. Choi Hyuk bows deeply to him, accepting both the trust and the burden. Then Choi Hyuk turns to the 110,000 soldiers and raises the evolved Predator's blade, letting everyone see the blazing 5-meter karma edge burning off it. He only says let's go, but after everything they have seen from him, that quiet order hits harder than a speech. Choi Hyuk blasts out of the weakening barrier first, and opens the battle by cleaving through the monsters waiting outside in one savage sweep. That one charge is enough to jolt the whole force awake, and the suicide squad roars forward with the rest of the army thundering after them. The attack becomes a race against time, with the humans burning through their remaining weakening barrier scrolls to carve a road through scattered monster packs before the barriers vanish for good. The suicide squad tears through the front line like veterans, chugging karma recovery potions and spending everything they have to keep the army moving. Because the monsters are spread out while the humans stay in formation, the army reaches Myeongjil Neighborhood Park in about 30 minutes with its shaken morale almost restored. That hope dies the instant the wyvern's footsteps shake the ground beneath them. The wyvern throws back its head and roars so hard the air itself seems to shake. To make the point even clearer, it smashes its head into Kyunghee University Hospital and tears the building apart like it was made of paper. The soldiers stop dead, some collapsing where they stand as fear hits harder than any monster charge. Then more than 100,000 monsters appear behind the wyvern, and the last scraps of courage start breaking apart. Some of the men start cursing and saying they should have used their own escape codes, which is exactly the kind of panic that could get everyone killed. Choi Hyuk cuts through that panic with a single sword swing and a clear order. The Suicide Squad charges the wyvern while the support troop deploys the extraordinary dragon cannon. When the front still hesitates, he roars for them to get a hold of themselves, and his karma-charged voice hits the army like a physical blow. That shock finally works, and the support team snaps into motion with the anti-dragon cannons they trained to use. The cannons load vine cannonballs and open fire in a synchronized volley at the wyvern. The special rounds explode across the wyvern's body and erupt into thick vines, finally making the giant monster falter for a moment. But the wyvern just plants its feet, tears the vines apart, and comes out angrier than before. Watching it lower its body to gather strength, Choi Hyuk realizes the moment it bursts free and charges, their whole formation will be crushed. So he commits to stopping it himself and starts shaping the twisted karma technique he built by studying a skill he still cannot properly use. He wraps elongated karma around the predator's blade in layered spirals until a calm-looking 5-meter edge forms, packed with violent energy under the surface. Before moving, Choi Hyuk checks his status one last time and sees that his control has finally reached 3 stars. He also confirms what his evolved C-rank weapon can do now. Greedy Predator's blade can drain blood to restore his karma and heal his wounds, which is exactly what he needs for a drawn-out dragon fight. Studying the wyvern's oversized calves, he reads its anatomy by instinct and finds the first real weak point, the ankle tendon. Choi Hyuk dashes straight at that opening and unleashes the first full slash at the wyvern's ankle. The strike rips a ravine through the wyvern's flesh and makes the giant beast wobble, proving he can hurt it after all. Still, Choi Hyuk immediately judges the result as not enough, because even that massive cut failed to sever the tendon in one go. Instead of backing off, he orders the Suicide Squad to spread out and focus everything on the wyvern's left foot until the leg finally gives. With the wyvern's attention dragged toward the Suicide Squad, the cannon team keeps pounding it from above and behind. Young Minji sees that opening instantly and decides not to waste it, drawing her sword and leading the main army past the wyvern toward the monster host behind it. The battlefield splits cleanly in two. Choi Hyuk, the Suicide Squad, and the support guns stay on the wyvern, while 110,000 humans crash into 200,000 monsters under Young Minji's lead. Baek Seoin orders Team 5 up at the wyvern, but one member moves a heartbeat too late and gets smashed flat by its tail. Up close, the squad cannot even see the whole monster, so Baek Seoin becomes the only one keeping this disaster from turning into blind chaos. Baek Seoin grits his teeth through the commands because this is the same wyvern that killed his parents, and his hatred has turned cold and razor sharp. When Baek Seoin sends Team 7 at Choi Hyuk's old wound, their blunt weapons barely do anything to the wyvern's hide. Then Chu Youngjin, sent by Young Minji as one of her strongest elites, smashes the wound with berserker strength and finally makes the wyvern flinch. Even that good hit is not enough, and the wyvern stomps so fast that 3 Team 7 members are crushed into blood before Baek Seoin can redirect them. The bigger problem comes next as the wyvern charges the main army like a falling fortress and wipes out over 100 people with one brutal tail sweep. To stop the rampage, the support line fires the extraordinary dragon cannons and freezes the entire wyvern for one precious moment. Baek Seoin uses that opening to order Team 9 to assemble the extraordinary dragon battering ram before the ice breaks. Choi Hyuk buys those 30 seconds by sprinting straight up the shattering ice on the wyvern's body. At the last second, Choi Hyuk lashes a thin karma blade across the wyvern's neck and shocks it into stumbling backward away from the main army. With the wyvern off balance, Team 9 slams the assembled battering ram into its right heel and actually forces the giant foot back. The wyvern catches itself, whips around, and answers with fire, burning one Team 9 member to ash and setting the others scrambling with potions. 40 minutes in, the Suicide Squad has only managed to annoy the wyvern, not seriously injure it. It suddenly charges again so fast that Baek Seoin cannot even finish a warning before the squad has to scatter, and the support teams hide their cannons. While everyone else is being chased apart, Choi Hyuk and Lee Jin-hee keep climbing across the wyvern's back for a more dangerous plan. Lee Jin-hee nervously asks if she really has to do this, and Choi Hyuk bluntly reminds her she wanted to conquer an apartment-sized monster. Choi Hyuk slices a deep trench into the wyvern's thigh, and when the tail slaps back at them, both of them survive by hiding inside the gouged flesh. Inside that grotesque foothold, Choi Hyuk tells Lee Jin-hee to stay there and keep cutting because constant pain might slow the wyvern down. He shows her his karma blade has become weak and unstable inside the wyvern, so he has to leave and help the people outside before more of them die. After Choi Hyuk runs off, Lee Jin-hee is left alone cursing at how badly her sword bites into the wyvern's flesh, but she keeps stabbing anyway. Away from the wyvern, the main army keeps pressing the monster horde because only 20 minutes remain before the weakening barriers disappear. Even the kings who did not want this operation are now fully committed, because if they do not break the horde before the barrier ends, they all die together. Ma Dongshik, the selfish pig king who always tried to save himself first, is now on the front line personally splitting bladed ghost skulls with shield and axe. Song Simin needles Ma Dongshik in passing, joking that he is acting like a tsundere after complaining all this time and still showing up to fight. Right behind Song Simin, Yoon Jirim now fights with real resolve, using a long two-handed sword while he guards her with his shield. Young Minji notices Yoon Jirim has grown steadier beside Song Simin, and for a brief moment she is genuinely pleased to see the timid girl finally fighting back. 3 hours into the war, the humans finally reach the golden puddle in the center of the park and obtain the escape code. A small wing appears on each king's symbol, and Young Minji lifts her fist as the army erupts because the one thing they chased for a month is finally in hand. With the monster horde scattered and the suicide squad still holding the wyvern, everyone starts thinking the battle is finally over and it is time to go home. Then sirens start screaming and red rescue lasers shoot up all across Kangdong district, turning that relief into instant dread. Young Minji realizes those are rescue signals from survivors still trapped everywhere, and the sound drags her straight back into the feeling of hell. She refuses to delay any longer, draws her sword, and leads the allied army toward the nearest signal to save whoever is still alive. Even Ma Dongshik, still cursing the whole situation, follows and loudly shouts for everyone to move out and save people. Beijinman's forces take the spearhead beside Young Minji, and 90,000 exhausted survivors march out again after an already brutal war. As she charges off, Young Minji throws one last look toward Choi Hyuk and the suicide squad still fighting the wyvern and silently asks them to hold on. Once the weakening barriers fade and the rescue sweep begins, the mission turns ugly fast because the army is drained, the district is huge, and not everyone they save is worth the blood cost. Min Kyungchul finally says what many are thinking and argues they should stop trying to cover the whole district, because his troops are bleeding out for people who only asked about escape codes. Park Solam answers that his logic is sound but insists they are the only force left strong enough to save isolated children, so this is exactly when they have to spend more. Kwon Se-hyuk backs Young Minji too, reminding everyone that the crazy Night King's decisions have not failed them yet. That support gives Young Minji the room to sincerely apologize to Min Kyungchul, and he finally relents with a bitter "do what you want." When the march resumes under the endless sirens, Young Minji starts unraveling because every rescue signal reminds her of the helpless girl she used to be. Yoon Jirim quietly approaches and asks if Minji is alright, offering her a water bottle while the trusted bodyguard stays strangely unconcerned. Young Minji smiles for what may be the first real time, praises Yoon Jirim for fighting well, and drinks the water without suspecting a thing. The poison hits almost instantly, burning through Young Minji's throat until bloody foam spills from her mouth and her legs give out. Before anyone can process it, Song Si-min drives a long bloodied sword through Park Solam's throat. Only then does Young Minji understand that Yoon Jirim and Song Si-min have both turned on her. Song Si-min openly claims the kill, shouting that they could not let the bastard they discussed that morning get away. Yoon Jirim screams back at Young Minji with bloodshot eyes that she only followed Minji's own lesson: kill whatever you are afraid of. Young Minji tries to answer, but her throat is melting shut, and she can only realize with bitter clarity that she was the thing Yoon Jirim feared most. As she falls, Young Minji's final thoughts turn inward, remembering that no one ever saved her and that her real weakness was still waiting for help from someone else. She almost seems to praise either Yoon Jirim or herself for finally acting, and then her thoughts cut off on Choi Hyuk and the 100 people still fighting the wyvern. The moment Young Minji dies, the bloody knight symbol over her force vanishes and her once dominant troops break into a panicked retreat. 4 hours after the war began, Young Minji's collapse triggers the mass withdrawal at the worst possible moment, and the exodus begins. Word spreads in terrified whispers that Young Minji is dead, and her followers can barely believe Yoon Jirim was the one who cut her down. As people piece it together, they realize Song Si-min set up the betrayal and Yoon Jirim slit Young Minji's throat before her recovery could save her. The shock gets worse when they remember Young Minji's followers only had escaped codes through her king's symbol, so her death just stranded thousands of people. With no better option and no trust in strangers, many of those abandoned followers decide to throw themselves under Song Si-min instead. Song Si-min coldly tells the student king Min Kyungchul that he already warned Young Minji she would never accept dividing the district. Once Young Minji's troops break apart, whole groups start abandoning the war behind Song Si-min's lead, and the front spearhead visibly opens up. From the rear, the other forces cannot tell what happened and only see the crazy Night King's spearhead collapsing into chaos. Then fresh monster hordes appear, and with the front already in disarray, even a manageable enemy wave suddenly looks overwhelming. The soldiers' karma is nearly spent, their ranks are tangled, and panic spreads faster than commands can fix it. Seeing the front collapse and fearing a wipeout, the alliance of comrades in arms is the first major force to order a retreat. Once one major force turns back, the rest follow, and the retreat stretches into a long human line fleeing the battlefield. Beiji Man tries to stop it, shouting that they have to go back and help the suicide squad still fighting ahead. His own people refuse, insisting they cannot be the only ones to turn around while every other troop is running. Even with escape codes in hand, some of Beijin's own soldiers start fleeing on their own, and that selfish panic pulls even more people with them. Beiji Man still refuses to give up, but his guard commander physically hauls the drained healer away and forces the retreat. Because the whole collapse happened too fast and made no sense from the outside, nobody gets back to the Suicide Squad in time. At the front, the support battalion, cannon crews, and the Suicide Squad suddenly realize the main army is pulling away, but none of them know why. As more monsters close in, the mission falls apart and everyone starts fighting whatever is nearest just to survive. Some soldiers panic and demand a retreat, calling for the king without subjects, but others give up on Choi Hyuk and run without him. A few stay beside Choi Hyuk to the end, but others use that sacrifice to buy their own escape from the battlefield. Choi Hyuk does not even notice the chaos anymore, because his whole focus has narrowed to one thing, moving faster than the wyvern of destruction. He throws away his old way of using karma, fires it out like a tether, snaps himself forward, and unlocks a new movement method in the middle of the fight. The burst of speed finally beats the wyvern stomp, and Choi Hyuk cuts into its ankle before the beast can crush him. He pushes farther, coiling karma through his whole body like a spring and launching himself high into the air. With his 3-star control, he shapes karma around the predator's blade into a real cutting edge and starts moving beyond normal physical limits. From that point on, he stops fighting like a man using his body and starts fighting like a man whose body only exists to carry his karma. He cuts and dodges so relentlessly that black blood starts raining down across the battlefield. When the wyvern blasts flames at him, Choi Hyuk charges straight through the fire behind a haze of protecting karma. He bursts through the flames, reaches the lowered head, and stabs a karma blade straight into the wyvern's eye. Thrown back to the ground, he instantly drinks a karma recovery potion and jumps back into the duel before his body can give out. Now both of them ignore the rest of the world completely, with the wyvern fixated on killing Choi Hyuk and Choi Hyuk fixated on killing it first. The fight drags on so long that time stops mattering, and the acidic blood melts asphalt and even glasses the dirt beneath it. Instead of despair, Choi Hyuk feels fierce joy, because for the first time he is fighting an enemy strong enough to make victory feel uncertain. The predator's blade drinks the wyvern's blood as he keeps attacking, easing his burden just enough for him to keep pushing. He chains that blood-draining effect with another karma recovery potion and surges back in with a wild, almost unstoppable rhythm. Eventually the wyvern's healing slows, wounds start piling up, and Choi Hyuk knows the fight is finally tilting toward a finish. But he also knows he cannot drag it out, because the potions and blood drain are losing effect and his own body will break first. So he gambles on one last leap forward and decides he has to cut through bone, not just flesh. In that moment, he discovers an even deeper method and compresses all his karma into a writhing core in his lower abdomen like a newborn star. He threads a thin line of karma to the wyvern's leg and prepares to yank himself across the gap at point-blank speed. Then he vanishes in a burst so fast it looks like short-range teleportation and arrives under the monster's right foot. Using the compressed karma core like a blast chamber, he fires a torrent through his sword and slices the ligament in the wyvern's right leg. The wyvern finally buckles, crashing to its knees like a collapsing mountain. Choi Hyuk runs up its fallen body to the neck, betting that the monster's drained karma has finally left its bones vulnerable. He drives the last of that gathered karma into his arms, tears through the pain in his wrists, and swings everything he has at the neck. The karma blade blooms outward like a burst of light, and the wyvern's massive head is cut clean off. System messages flood in at once, rewarding the kill and announcing Choi Hyuk's sovereign awakening as the king without subjects. The new rule is almost mocking in its timing. The king who just won alone can now accept an unlimited number of followers and even qualify to represent humanity. Another reward says the wyvern's corpse passes down a new discipline, but Choi Hyuk is too exhilarated to read it properly. He drops to the ground laughing, overwhelmed by the first victory of his life that truly felt earned against a stronger enemy. For a brief moment he is almost giddy enough to share that joy with the Suicide Squad and accept every one of them as his followers. Then he finally looks around and sees only corpses, because while he was lost in the duel the battlefield emptied out around him. He calls for Lee Ji-hee and Baek Seo-in, but no answer comes back, and the joy in him turns into an unfamiliar loneliness. Even after awakening as a true sovereign, he still feels like the title never stopped fitting. He is still the king without subjects. He mutters bitterly that everyone is so weak, and the words echo across the corpse-filled battlefield. Then the silence breaks when Lee Ji-hee suddenly drops out of the disappearing wyvern corpse, coughing her way back to her feet. A moment later Baek Seo-in comes running in alive too, cheerfully admitting he hid partway through the fight after getting a bad feeling. Baek Seo-in hurriedly explains he was not the only one, because Choi Hyuk's insane duel scared even the nearby monsters away. That one awkward explanation is enough to pull a real smile out of Choi Hyuk, because he is not alone after all. Then one more survivor rises, as Chu Young-jin drags himself up despite heavy internal injuries thanks to his berserker regeneration. Seeing that he still has survivors beside him, Choi Hyuk laughs again and lets himself enjoy the simplest part of the victory. With embarrassed pride, Choi Hyuk finally says it out loud, he won. The king everyone expected to die survives the impossible battle and comes out of it stronger than before. Outside the district walls, shaken civilians gawk at the survivors who came back in swords and armor, whispering that whole districts have returned looking savage. Choi Hyuk's exhausted group makes it out safely thanks to Baek Seoin's intuition, and a floating message immediately tells them the nightmare is only on pause for 3 days. Lee Ji-hee vents her irritation that it still is not over, and even Baek Seoin answers with obvious disappointment, while admitting the powers must have been given for another purpose. The city beyond the wall looks strangely normal, and that brief calm makes Choi Hyuk dare to hope his mother might still be alive. As they step fully into the camp, people recognize Choi Hyuk as the king without subjects, proof that his brutal reputation reached the outside before he did. Baek Seoin notices there are no police or soldiers keeping order, only overwhelmed civil workers and firefighters trying to contain people who now have karma and weapons. That missing military presence makes Choi Hyuk remember Young Minji's guess that the police and army might be trapped in their own mission somewhere else. That thought twists into grief, because Young Minji's reported death hits Choi Hyuk harder than anyone else's ever has. He realizes the difference himself. He had accepted Young Minji as an equal, someone who could see what he missed and move people in ways he never could. But Choi Hyuk crushes that sadness back down, because the one thing he cannot postpone now is finding his mother. When Choi Hyuk asks what everyone will do during the break, the answers are bleak. Baek Seoin and Chu Young-jin have nowhere to go, while Lee Ji-hee plans to check on her mother first. Choi Hyuk tells them he is heading to Songbuk District to search for his mother, and asks them to meet him back here tomorrow or the day after. Baek Seoin says nothing, just grips Choi Hyuk's shoulder in quiet support before they split up. As Choi Hyuk walks away through the crowded camp, people keep shrinking back from him with a mix of fear, guilt, and curiosity. He decides their guilty looks can wait, then launches himself away in one impossible jump because his mother matters more than anything else. By the time he reaches Haiwa Station, Choi Hyuk is moving on raw urgency, smashing down hard enough to crack the ground as panicked bystanders scatter. His hope collapses the instant he sees Songbuk District sealed behind the same transparent wall, confirming his mother was forced into the death game too. Fighting down panic, he grabs the first person he can find and asks if anyone has seen Choi Mayan, his mother, already half expecting the worst. Instead of bad news, he gets a shocking answer. In Songbuk, Choi Mayan is known as the Saintess. From there, Choi Hyuk quickly learns the story of how his mother first became famous inside Songbuk's ring game. In Choi Mayan's office flashback, a ring of rebirth opens on the floor, and the bullied new recruit Lee Kyung-soo drags assistant manager Kang toward it to finally kill the boss who abused him. Just before the killing starts, Choi Mayan jumps into the ring herself and blocks it with a flat refusal to let this happen. When Lee Kyung-soo argues that someone has to die for the rest to live, Choi Mayan answers that she would rather die as a human than obey like a puppet. Lee Kyung-soo swings anyway, but the quiet chief designer instantly throws him down and locks him in place with overwhelming technique. For a full hour he cannot break free, and the ring spits both of them out with a draw that leaves the whole office stunned. The moment he is safe, assistant manager Kang shows his true colors and tries to throw the youngest employee, Min Sori, into the ring instead. Even while panting, Choi Mayan jumps back in and stops him too, turning another forced match into another draw. The same brutal pattern keeps repeating as hungry, exhausted coworkers grow furious. But Choi Mayan refuses to let even one murder go through. She keeps holding the line even after her body starts breaking, with blood in her mouth, torn hair, a ripped eye corner, and broken ribs. As she fights on, Choi Mayan remembers using the same desperate stubbornness as a child to stop her abusive father from beating her mother. After 24 hours and 11 draws, the ring reveals a hidden rule and names Choi Mayan the final victor instead of letting everyone live. The remaining people in the office turn into light and pour into her, granting her a guardian trait at the exact moment she realizes she failed to save them all. That whole story reaches Choi Hyuk at Maranya Park, where he stands before his mother's grave beneath a giant shield calling her Songbuk's guardian. One of Choi Mayan's admirers explains that surviving by absorbing everyone else's lives always haunted her afterward. On Songbuk's final day, the admirer explains that Choi Mayan spent her burdened life holding a flaming devil in place with a self-sacrifice skill to save everyone else. The admirer says the devil never died, but Choi Mayan's sacrifice kept it frozen long enough for Songbuk's people to escape, exactly the kind of death Choi Hyuk knows she would choose. At that point Choi Hyuk finally breaks, dropping to his knees at the grave and howling in grief. His sorrow immediately curdles into savage rage, and for a moment he wants to kill the very people his mother died to protect. He forces that rage back down only because those are the lives his mother chose to save. Then his anger finds a target: the people who ordered the retreat and left the suicide squad to die. He tells himself this is proper payback, not madness, and rises from the grave with murder fixed in his mind. After leaving his mother's grave behind, Choi Hyuk lands on the roof of the Arco Arts Theater and forces his grief into a murderous resolve: get angry, kill, only then can you kill. Outside the sealed districts, most of the world never saw monsters or karma at all, so to them society still looked damaged but normal. The missing police and military left a huge hole, but ordinary civilians kept enough order that the country did not collapse overnight. Under crushing pressure, the president scrambled to rebuild authority with firefighters, public officials, reserve troops, and whatever weapons or clubs he could gather. Then survivors finally emerged from Kangdong and Songbuk, forcing the president to call their leaders to the Blue House and hear what had happened inside those impossible walls. Before the meeting, Choi Hyuk privately contacted Baek Seoin and asked the one thing still burning in him: who really betrayed the main force? Baek Seoin reluctantly confirmed it was Young Minji's side, especially Song Si-min and Yoon Jirim, who betrayed their comrades and retreated. When Choi Hyuk learned the traitors were at the Blue House, he went silent in a way that made even Baek Seoin nervous. Baek Seoin bluntly guessed Choi Hyuk might walk in and kill them on the spot, and Choi Hyuk did not deny it. Baek Seoin pushed harder, asking how far Choi Hyuk would go if other kings or even the president tried to stop him, and Choi Hyuk's rage only got uglier. Instead of telling him not to kill them, Baek Seoin insisted they needed their own rules and procedures first, even in a broken world. He asked Choi Hyuk for one day to set the stage, promising to go to the Blue House with him and make the other kings accept what came next. Baek Seoin showed up carrying a bag full of expensive liquor, already turning his plan into something smooth and political. With Bae Ji-man, General Cha Tae-shik, Ryu Hyun-sung, and the others confirming his identity, Choi Hyuk entered the Blue House without trouble. That night, the liquor opened people up, and Baek Seoin carefully turned drinks and conversation into sympathy for Choi Hyuk's side. By the time he asked which other kings should be warned, Baek Seoin had already finished building the support Choi Hyuk would need. The next day, the president tried to turn the survivor kings into official generals and fold their power back into the state. The survivors explained that the wall could return at any time, the break ended tomorrow, and anyone who escaped once could not go back inside to help. Only a few kings like Song Si-min actively answered the president, while most others sat in uneasy silence because his talk of restoring order felt far away from their reality. To many of them, General Cha Tae-shik's rough plan to draft everyone felt more realistic than the president's polite system building. So when Choi Hyuk finally entered, the kings immediately sensed that the real issue in the room was about to surface. He arrived just as the president was about to give Song Si-min authority over metropolitan order, which made the clash impossible to avoid. Choi Hyuk calmly told the president that life inside the wall was hell, and many kings silently backed him with grim nods. He went further and said the real horror was not just monsters but the people who killed and abandoned their own allies. Then he named Song Si-min as one of those men and accused him of betraying comrades, helping kill Young Minji, and running the final battle so badly that the suicide squad was wiped out. He asked the president outright if he really meant to put cowards who fled and abandoned their people into office. General Cha Tae-shik, Ryu Hyun-sung, and Bae Ji-man immediately sided with Choi Hyuk, and the president realized this resistance was organized, not emotional. Choi Hyuk made it worse by saying this was also his personal grudge, and if the meeting would drag on, he would settle it publicly right now. When Song Si-min tried to answer with a fake friendly smile, Choi Hyuk crushed that act with one filthy order: stop smiling. Choi Hyuk also called out Ma Dong-shik, Yoon Jirim, Min Kyung-chul, and the rest of Young Minji's side, demanding that they answer for the suicide squad's deaths. He told them to come outside and finish it their way, and the room froze because he was saying this in the Blue House, right in front of the president. Even people who thought Choi Hyuk was going too far held back, because Baek Seoin had already spent the night making sure most kings would treat this as the traitor's problem to answer. Song Si-min tried to hide behind talk of law, trials, and judges, but the words came out weak and desperate. That word snapped something in Choi Hyuk, and his loud laughter ripped through the meeting room hard enough to shake the desks. That laughter snapped the other survivors out of their old habits, and rough grins spread around the table as they remembered they were kings who had survived hell. The president instantly understood he had invited tigers into the room, but he still tried to keep the state above them by promising an official investigation. Right on cue with Baek Seoin's plan, Ryu Hyun-sung stepped in and said this happened outside the country's reach, so the survivors would settle it by their own rules. The kings nodded one by one, and the room hardened around a simple new principle: our problems, our way. Cornered and afraid of what bullets might not stop, the president held his guards back and silently accepted that a separate power was being born inside his country. With the president effectively out of the way, Choi Hyuk turned back to Song Si-min and told him to stop talking and come out, or blood would be spilled right there. Song Si-min cracked and blurted that he had no choice, but Choi Hyuk dismissed every excuse and reduced it to one rule: if you were right, beat me. Then Choi Hyuk drew his sword in the middle of the meeting room, and even the other kings suddenly felt how badly the numbers lied in this fight. When Song Si-min desperately shouted for everyone to get him, the traitor kings raised their swords together against Choi Hyuk. Choi Hyuk answered with soaring slash, swinging twice and sending compressed waves through the room toward the kings in front of him. A heartbeat later, 6 kings around Song Si-min and Yoon Jirim were already dead, their necks cut clean before the sound even caught up. Only after the blood burst and the heads fell did everyone fully understand what he had just done. The slashes had even carved 2 clean lines through the wall behind them, opening the Blue House room to the outside. Song Si-min stood there blank and broken, while Yoon Jirim collapsed to the floor in terror. Choi Hyuk stepped onto the conference table and walked straight toward the two survivors like a judge delivering sentence. As he stopped in front of them, Choi Hyuk quietly asked who should have died and who should have lived, making the old betrayal sting even harder. Song Si-min begged for his life, and Choi Hyuk answered that at least Song Si-min was never one of the people who deserved to survive. Then Choi Hyuk drove his blade into Song Si-min's neck and ended him where he stood. Yoon Jirim screamed, and Choi Hyuk cut her down too, bitterly remembering the time Young Minji had once carried her through a deadly crisis. With the revenge finished, Choi Hyuk lowered his sword and apologized to the other kings for making them witness it. He also bowed to the president and asked forgiveness for the disrespect, but the meaning was clear: the survivors would honor old authority only on the surface. The president said nothing, and that silence became agreement that survivor disputes would be settled by fights between the people involved. From that moment on, two worlds existed inside one country: the old state outside, and the survivors' brutal new order within it. During the break, the president treats the surviving kings like VIPs because he knows he may not control them, but he can still try to work with them. Even with the whole world possibly thrown back into the death game after the break, the president stays practical and focuses on helping the survivors right now. For the first time in a long while, Choi Hyuk finally gets a real shower in the luxury residence prepared for him. Wrapped in a robe with a cold drink in hand, he looks out at the peaceful view and almost lets himself relax. That calm only makes the memories hit harder, and the room fills with the deaths, screams, blood, and faces he cannot forget. He keeps imagining Young Minji and his mother among the dead, and the fact that he never saw their final moments makes it feel even crueler. When he thinks of Young Minji, he remembers her as a fierce flame who suffered, decided, and lived more intensely than anyone. Then his thoughts turn to his mother, staying up all night over design drafts and telling him that design should bring more compassion into the world. Remembering her old breathing exercise, Choi Hyuk forces himself to inhale slowly and listen to the ordinary sounds around him. For a moment, the living noise of the room calms him because it feels like the peaceful world his mother wanted for him. But that peace immediately twists into bitterness when he thinks that his mother's world vanished the moment she died. He cannot accept that people as vivid as Young Minji and his mother could end as nothing more than the same ruined lump of flesh as everyone else. His rage surges again, and killing 8 people at the meeting suddenly feels nowhere near enough. He finally understands why his anger never stopped. He still has not reached the real people who created this game. The only clue he has is the new discipline beating inside him like a second heart, the Flame Wing Tribe's Karma Heart Discipline. Because that reward came from killing the wyvern, Choi Hyuk fixates on the name Flame Wing Tribe and wonders if it connects to the game's creators. The thought drives him half mad, and with almost no information to chase, he stays awake all night before finally collapsing near dawn. On the last day of the break, a buzzing warning hits his ears and a system message tells him he has 10 minutes before transfer. Without wasting a word, he starts gearing up in the monster-resistant clothes he trusts instead of the casual outfit the Blue House gave him. He finishes arming up with warrior boots, mountain orc leather armor, and the predator's blade at his waist, then grips himself for whatever comes next. Once he is armed, his body turns cold with tension as he waits to find out what could happen before the break even ends. The transfer starts, and the sensation is so violent that it feels like his whole body is being turned inside out. He nearly vomits as his karma goes wild inside him, sticking and scattering in ways he has never felt before. When he finally sees again, he is inside a cavern covered in huge black and white scales that feel more alien than anything on Earth. He is not alone either, because 39 people in total are dumped there with him, all staggering and retching from the same transfer. As he steadies himself, the distant crashes and screams tell him this place is an active battlefield. Then the scaled ceiling splits open, and an enormous creature drops into the cavern in front of the humans. Everyone reacts like they just met another monster, and instinctively reaches for their weapons. Carrick shuts that down with a single command, and blazing wings burst from his back as crushing force slams every raised weapon downward. Only Choi Hyuk manages to keep his blade up at all, powered by the karma heart beating wildly in his dantian. Amused, the giant orc introduces himself as Carrick, a great warrior of the steel battleship and a member of the proud giant orc race. Carrick explains that the 39 gathered there are the only humans on Earth who awakened as sovereigns, meaning the kings were just trainees all along. He then summons hundreds of ghost-like world leaders behind them, including the Korean president, as preliminary sovereigns who failed the teleport requirement. Carrick tells those leaders that if they complete their mission properly, they can still become true sovereigns. Then comes the ugly truth. Humanity was judged weak enough to become consumables, but strange exceptions earn the species a deferred sentence. Carrick singles out Choi Hyuk as one of those strange cases, a king without subjects who still became a sovereign through sheer ability. Carrick also notes there are a few other unusual sovereigns, and the gathered humans get a glimpse of just how diverse the world's strongest survivors are. Even so, Carrick says humanity is still far too weak and only has 5 years to prove it deserves anything better than that fate. Their 2 missions are simple and terrifying: get stronger and colonize the land granted to them by the Exalted Wings. He adds a reward to sharpen the race. The first sovereign to fully colonize their area gets access to the Blazing Wing Alliance supply store. The same promise goes to the human leaders too, except they must finish colonization without a sovereign's help if they want to earn that rank themselves. No one can answer him, because the so-called representatives of humanity are still frozen under his overwhelming presence. Just as he is about to end the meeting, Carrick unexpectedly points at Choi Hyuk and grants him one question. The pressure finally lifts from him, and Choi Hyuk steadies his breathing without lowering his guard. What rises to his lips first is his real desire, but he swallows it and asks instead how a human can meet the exalted wings. Inside, Choi Hyuk has already marked the exalted wings as the beings most likely behind the game, and the enemies he has to kill. Carrick laughs at the question and says only mid-ranked warrior races have even met them, while humanity does not even have a proper rank yet. His answer is blunt: if humanity wants to dream of meeting the exalted wings, it must first escape its fate of becoming consumables. Before dismissing them, Carrick casually warns that the next human who calls him a monster will lose their tongue. Another brutal transfer begins, but this time Choi Hyuk refuses to bend and forces himself to endure it standing. When the distortion clears, he is back in the residence the president provided, staring into the cold blue of early morning. At breakfast with the president, a new system notice crashes down and strips away every king title in one blunt move. The room turns noisy when people realize they have been downgraded into leaders of 100 and leaders of 10,000 instead of kings. After breakfast, the president keeps Choi Hyuk behind so they can compare memories and confirm what Carrick really told them. The president reveals that a portal to the new land has already appeared in Yedo Park, so the colonization order is no longer just a warning. Choi Hyuk starts weighing the unknown land for real, wondering what is waiting behind that portal and how dangerous colonizing it will be. Seeing that worry, the president bluntly asks Choi Hyuk to scout the new land first and feed the government whatever he learns. Choi Hyuk feels the selfishness in that request, but he also knows he has to colonize anyway and cannot rely on the other sovereigns. He finally agrees, and the relieved president clasps his hand like he has found the only person Korea can lean on. On the way back with Baek Seoin, they run into Lee Jin-hee in a baseball cap just after her quick trip home. Lee Jin-hee says her parents were healthy enough to threaten to break her legs if she came back to Seoul, which awkwardly proves home is still home. Then her expression softens, and Choi Hyuk immediately realizes she has heard about his mother's death. Choi Hyuk brushes it off with a strained answer and keeps walking because he does not want them to see the grief in his eyes. Instead of lingering there, he calls everyone to gather because there is too much they still need to sort out before the next mission. In Choi Hyuk's bedroom, the three sit close together and start piecing through the new world order Carrick revealed. Baek Seoin grimly sums it up: 39 sovereigns, humanity tagged as consumables, and that chilling line about passing new recruit training. Lee Jin-hee voices the fear out loud by asking if some god is turning them into soldiers for a larger war. Choi Hyuk cuts through the dread and quietly asks whether they both understand his real goal. Without saying the words revenge outright, he makes it clear he wants to go after the beings who created the game itself. He warns them that this path will be far worse than fighting the wyvern and gives them one last chance to walk away. Baek Seoin answers first, reaffirming the oath he made after the wyvern and admitting he has his own grudge too. Lee Jin-hee drops the formal title and calls him Hyung again, half thrilled and half terrified that he is aiming that high. With both of them still in, Choi Hyuk finally shifts from emotion to planning and lays out his new sovereign status. His power looks impressive on paper, but the old 20% king buff is gone, so even becoming a sovereign feels like a nerf for now. Baek Seoin explains that the downgraded leaders still matter because they can build organized groups and short-range communication networks. He adds one sharp caveat: people will naturally gather under those leaders only where no sovereign is around. Lee Jin-hee immediately jumps to recruiting, excited that other leaders are already trying to gather thousands. Choi Hyuk shuts down the idea of taking anyone available and says he only wants followers who are trustworthy, capable, and share their goal. Lee Jin-hee proudly takes that as praise, because she and Baek Seoin really are among the strongest survivors left from Kangdong. But Choi Hyuk looks at his own much higher 3-star retribution and tells them bluntly that they are still nowhere near enough. To prove the point, he lets flame-like karma bloom from his hand and says they have barely begun to understand what karma can do. That realization changes his plan. Once the mission begins, he intends to train both his followers and their karma control properly. Then Choi Hyuk remembers one more thing and hints that he already has a capable new recruit in mind. That recruit is Chu Young-jin, who has spent the break starving, silent, and hollow while clutching the red sword left behind by Lee Hyejin's death. People think he is shattered over Young Minji, but what really broke him is losing the last excuse he had to keep living. As he drifts toward wondering if he should just die, Choi Hyuk suddenly appears in front of him. Choi Hyuk skips any greeting and asks one brutal question that snaps Chu Young-jin's focus back into place: do you want revenge? Chu Young-jin assumes Choi Hyuk means avenging Young Minji, and he nearly rejects it because that kind of revenge feels pointless to him now. Instead of answering aloud, Choi Hyuk carves the truth straight into the asphalt with his finger: the ones who created this game. Those words hit harder than grief, and Chu Young-jin suddenly feels blood and rage moving in his deadened body again. Choi Hyuk calmly says he has a lead and promises that no matter how long it takes, he will reach those beings, and Chu Young-jin is pulled fully back into the fight. A follower request from Sovereign Choi Hyuk appears in front of Chu Young-jin like a hand extended back toward life. Chu Young-jin accepts, and the two men seal it with a hard handshake under the bright afternoon sun. With Chu Young-jin now on board, Choi Hyuk starts talking about spending the rest of the day training their karma and followers, until Lee Jin-hee suddenly cuts him off. The others stare at her, and Lee Jin-hee gets frustrated that none of them sees what matters more right now. Then she says the one word that knocks straight into all their hollow hearts: funeral. The chapter pulls back to show how badly the 3-day break has warped everyone, with survivors too traumatized to even grieve together properly. Lee Jin-hee's stubborn sense of right and wrong finally drags the others out of that numbness and gets them moving. Baek Seo-in empties the money he had saved for school, and Lee Jin-hee does the same because old world cash barely means anything anymore. They personally buy flowers, incense, food, alcohol, disposable tableware, and even a long table instead of leaving the dead to some formal service. By sunset, they reach Maranya Park and set the memorial beside the burial mound of Choi Hyuk's mother, the guardian Choi Mayan. They raise 3 new tombstones there for Baek Seo-in's parents, Lee Hyejin and Young Minji. Other Songbuk survivors watch in weary silence until some of Choi Mayan's admirers recognize Choi Hyuk and start helping. Lee Jin-hee invites those onlookers to make tombstones for their own dead too, and that simple offer breaks the first wall. One grieving father finally grabs a sidewalk brick, scratches his daughter's name into it, and apologizes through tears for offering something so shabby beside the guardian's grave. Lee Jin-hee hugs him as he sobs, and the funeral truly begins there. Baek Seo-in lights incense for his parents, and the thin straight smoke rising in the still air makes the whole ritual feel painfully real. On his second kowtow, Baek Seo-in cannot get back up right away, and his shaking shoulders say everything his dry eyes do not. Choi Hyuk follows the same ritual at his mother's grave, turning his private grief into something formal he can finally face. Chu Young-jin does the same for Lee Hyejin, guided by Lee Jin-hee's quiet instruction to cry if he needs to but not drown in it. After honoring their own dead, they bow at each other's memorials too, quietly acknowledging every loss around them. The ritual is simple and almost plain, but that plainness is exactly what lets people stop skimming past death and finally confirm it together. A grandmother asks who the dead were to them, and Baek Seo-in's answer opens the door for strangers to join the grief instead of just watching it. Lee Jin-hee gently urges that grandmother to make one too, because this memorial is no longer just for their group. Even when the grandmother refuses at first, Lee Jin-hee simply guides her to the food table and folds her into the gathering anyway. That small act becomes the tipping point, and more survivors begin arriving to build markers, write names, pray, and eat together. As the funeral swells, even the people who called it pointless go quiet and start remembering their own dead. Food runs out, so someone simply brings more, and the memorial keeps growing on shared effort alone. Night falls, candles begin to appear one by one, and the park turns into a glowing field of names and small flames. Word spreads online, and even survivors from Mapo and Kondong start coming to this strange, needed funeral. Beiji Man comes from the blue house too, bows, carves many names into bricks, and leaves Choi Hyuk with tears he can barely hide. Even after midnight, nobody wants to leave, so bonfires spring up and survivors drift together around them without the old barriers. Some people talk, some stay silent, but just sitting together by the fire gives everyone a warmth they had almost forgotten. Then songs and a few instruments drift through the park, and for one impossible night the survivors almost feel human again. For Choi Hyuk, the sound and firelight hit like a memory of peaceful nights with his mother, and the feeling nearly chokes him. He decides he does not want to remember this peace by itself, so he pushes his hand into the bonfire and pairs it with pain. His 2-star endurance keeps the fire from instantly destroying him, but the pain is still savage enough to become the signpost he wants. Baek Seo-in and Chu Young-jin silently understand and put their own hands into the flames too, turning it into a wordless pact. They even laugh at how crazy it is, which only makes Lee Jin-hee snap and rush in to stop them. Lee Jin-hee grabs their fingers and pulls each hand out of the fire, piling all 4 hands together in one awkward little knot. With their hands still awkwardly together, Choi Hyuk jokes lightly that she should take care of him, and the tension finally cracks. Lee Jin-hee complains that her own hand hurts too, and that small, ordinary grumble makes the whole night feel painfully precious. Morning arrives over Maranya Park, and the rising sun reveals countless names carved across the memorial ground. Among those names are even Song Si-min and Yoon Jirim, because for one night people prayed for the dead without separating allies from enemies. The night had been a fragile mosaic of grief, kinship, and belief that everyone there understood each other. But that peace lasts only until full morning, when the story warns that tragedy is about to begin again with the next mission. At lunch, the mission suddenly starts, and Choi Hyuk feels the now familiar teleportation pain tear through his whole body again. While Lee Jin-hee, Baek Seo-in, and Chu Young-jin look like they are shattering apart from the strain, Choi Hyuk grits through it and tells them to endure and meet later. When Choi Hyuk's vision clears, he realizes the world is literally spinning because he has been dropped high above a dark alien sea under 5 moons. He forces his body steady against the thick air, then spots his followers dropping nearby in equally rough shape. Baek Seo-in starts vomiting in midair, and Lee Jin-hee catches him just long enough to complain before her own stomach turns. Choi Hyuk cheerfully warns them about the free fall only after they have barely regained control, which makes the others realize they are now dropping straight toward the ground. As Baek Seo-in panics and loses balance, Lee Jin-hee slaps him back into form and yells at him to spread out his body to control the fall. Looking around, Choi Hyuk sees other falling fighters too, and many of them are clearly aliens with strange bodies, gear, and skin rather than humans. The bigger problem is the landing, because the water below looks deep from above, but Choi Hyuk notices rocks hidden under it and realizes the impact could kill his followers. Right then, the mission explains the real goal. Monsters are evolving by absorbing native genes, and only deferred survivors who kill their targets can unlock a return code. Choi Hyuk finally understands the fake rocks below are giant long-necked monsters curled up in the shallows, and falling bodies are about to crash into their nest. A few fighters hit first and prove how bad it is, with the weak smashing to death on the shallow seabed while blood bursts across the water. Seeing that direct impact is worse than the monsters, Choi Hyuk orders his team to hit the monsters' heads to break their fall any way they can. The sky turns into a bombardment as humans and aliens slam into monster heads, snapping necks and throwing up blood and water in every direction. Baek Seo-in crashes shield first into a monster's skull hard enough to break its neck and his shield, then bounces wildly into the sea. Chu Young-jin protects his sword by punching instead, cracking through the monster as he slides down its neck and crashes into the water. Lee Jin-hee lands the cleanest, crouching on a monster's bent head like a cat, stabbing with her gladius, and flipping away into a controlled splash. Choi Hyuk cuts through a monster's neck and cushions his own descent with karma under his feet, landing far more smoothly than the others. In the middle of the storm and screaming battlefield, the group regathers around Choi Hyuk, while Baek Seo-in and Chu Young-jin quickly heal their shattered arms with potions. Baek Seo-in sobs and curses about being dropped from the sky without a parachute, but he still calmly equips another shield and gets ready to fight. New monsters rush them through the water, fast blade-legged beasts with hard shells, while nearby aliens panic and scatter in languages the humans cannot understand. When Lee Ji-hee asks what they should do, Choi Hyuk answers with brutal clarity. They are cutting straight through toward the yellow arrow target, because failing the mission means never going home. Choi Hyuk extends a 5-meter karma blade from Predator's blade and launches into the pack hard enough to leave an afterimage. His first swing decapitates 2 monsters, but the result still puts him on edge because their shells are tougher than expected and one of them actually jumps clear of his attack. That surviving monster nearly spears Choi Hyuk in the forehead before Baek Seo-in throws himself between them and reflects the strike with his shield. Lee Ji-hee follows up instantly, but even her gladius only gouges the shell, proving these enemies are too hard for normal clean kills. Chu Young-jin answers by triggering his berserker trait, his eyes glowing red as he tears the monster apart with sheer force. Pleased to see his team holding their own, Choi Hyuk switches to shorter, faster cuts and starts maiming the monsters as he breaks a path forward. He orders a full-speed breakthrough, and Baek Seo-in can't resist teasing that he will save him if he gets in trouble again. Lee Jin-hee gets competitive after failing to kill earlier, fires off speeding blade, and drives straight through a monster's forehead. Chu Young-jin warns her not to burn herself out too early, and she snaps back at him immediately, turning the charge into a bickering sprint. The group keeps prioritizing speed over kills, and because the whole place is already flooded with invaders, the monsters barely bother chasing them once they pass. All across the monsters' headquarters, those with missions keep driving toward the center, while the many ordinary consumables who got no guidance soon learn there is nowhere to run. The desperate survivors start following the mission holders in blind hope, so the deeper routes naturally merge into crowded advance lines. As Choi Hyuk's party pushes on, the number of aliens around them increases, and the strange mix of species running shoulder to shoulder starts to feel surreal even in the middle of the slaughter. Baek Seo-in almost smiles at the absurd sight of running alongside aliens, but that brief wonder dies the moment his intuition suddenly makes him leap straight up. Trusting that reflex, Choi Hyuk immediately orders everyone to jump, and the whole group launches off the water just before the hidden attack hits. Silent tentacles explode up from the sea floor and wrap around the ankles of the aliens below, dragging them under before most of them can even react. Lee Jin-hee angrily accuses Baek Seo-in of instinctively saving only himself, and he protests that his intuition moved before he could even think. Choi Hyuk cuts off the blame because Baek Seo-in's reflex saved them, but he also realizes the underwater monster is strong enough to drag down every nearby alien with ease. The only one still safe near the surface is the frail alien on the silver machine, and instead of fleeing, he starts charging an attack that makes Choi Hyuk feel immediate danger. The instant they land, Choi Hyuk orders his team to gather and jump again while Baek Seo-in throws up iron defense, and Choi Hyuk spreads a karma barrier around them. A blue electric blast detonates across the sea like a miniature sun, hitting the tentacle monster, the trapped aliens, and Choi Hyuk's group all at once. When the flash fades, the tentacle monster and its victims are burnt black, and Choi Hyuk's group crashes back into the water badly wounded but still alive. The lightning alien simply glides away, while Choi Hyuk's team has to drag themselves upright and burn through potions just to recover enough to move. As he recovers, Choi Hyuk realizes the real problem was not just the damage, but that his low endurance and wide barrier made him dangerously vulnerable to omnidirectional attacks. What angers him even more is that he sensed hostility from the lightning alien at the last second, as if that stranger deliberately blasted everyone nearby without caring who died. Instead of brushing it off, Choi Hyuk vows that the next time they meet he will be ready for that kind of attack. Reviewing his stats, Choi Hyuk finally stops delaying the decision and accepts that he has to rebuild himself now instead of saving points for later. He weighs the safer option of raising endurance against the riskier option of boosting power, then bets on offense because his best chance is to use control well enough to block and kill fast. He spends all 173 points at once, dumping 100 into power and 73 into stamina so he can hit harder, hold longer, and trust potions for the rest. The choice is more dangerous than a balanced build, but Choi Hyuk accepts that a sharp weapon is worth more than a blunt safe one if he can wield it properly. Once his followers recover, Choi Hyuk keeps the mood hard and simple, telling them they are moving again. They leave the tentacle monster's territory, run back into the wider war, and the closer they get to the target, the more enemies and alien fighters pack the route. After endless cutting and running, a new sound cuts through the battlefield at last: organized gunfire and grenade blasts. Pushing through the chaos, they finally find humans in formation again, because the military that vanished earlier is fighting here in the middle of the alien battlefield. On the flooded route to the hill, Choi Hyuk's group spots a squad of young men fighting like trained soldiers even though their uniforms are gone. Lee Ji-hee blurts out that the missing military was really here, and Baek Seo-in guesses these men have been stuck on another mission long enough to become hardened veterans. Chu Young-jin wonders if the troops are even Korean, but all three of Hyuk's companions clearly want to get closer and find answers. Choi Hyuk shuts that down and says there is no time to approach them. He points past the steep hill where monsters are swarming and reminds them that the real target is waiting in the basin beyond it. Lee Ji-hee turns tense as she realizes they are finally nearing the last big fight. Baek Seo-in grimly points out that the soldier squad alone has about 93 people, which could become a serious problem with so few targets available. When Choi Hyuk agrees, Lee Ji-hee remembers there were only about 100 targets to begin with. Looking at the flood of alien competitors still rushing the hill, Chu Young-jin grimly realizes the disciplined soldier squad may soon be forced into a brutal fight over the 100 return codes. Choi Hyuk ends the discussion with one order and drives his group forward at full speed. The story shifts to Captain Lee Kang-jin, who remembers the day the sky itself started burning at the edges above his unit. In minutes, the world turns yellow and corpse red, buildings crumble to ash, and only the soldiers, their weapons, and their supplies remain. A mission window slams into Lee Kang-jin's vision, ordering them to cut the enemy supply route on Kurokapkan 102 and defend the highlands for 30 days. First Sergeant Jang Sudong hands him binoculars, and Lee Kang-jin sees an impossible sight: huge military forces from multiple countries spread across the slope below. Even while naming Korean, Chinese, American, Japanese, North Korean, and Russian forces, Lee Kang-jin can only laugh in disbelief at how absurd the scene is. Then Jang Sudong points lower down the slope, where a living cloud of monsters is crashing into the armies from below. The moment Lee Kang-jin sees the monsters, shock gives way to cold reality, and one urgent thought takes over: survive this. He and Jang Sudong shout for the ammunition technician at the exact same time, as instinct and training take over. A brutal month of war follows, with units constantly wiped out and rebuilt until ranks barely matter anymore. The survivors scavenge dropped rations, cram looted weapons into handy bags, and rely on rare supplies and monster drops just to avoid total annihilation. When the month finally ends, Lee Kang-jin believes humanity held together and won, even if almost none of the original soldiers are left. Now under Major Kang Chung-gil, the survivors become a new squadron and charge this fresh mission with real hope because finishing it means going home. Only 87 soldiers remain, but their teamwork is polished enough to look almost mechanical. The riflemen pour out perfect suppressing fire, swapping magazines so fast their guns can barely keep up. Their bullets cannot kill these monsters outright, but they can pin them in place long enough for the next layer of the formation to work. Once enough monsters bunch up, assigned soldiers lob grenades and rip open a gap with chained explosions. That blast is the signal for Lee Kang-jin and the melee teams to charge straight through the confusion. Team 1 throws up a shield wall to block reinforcements while Team 2 hacks apart the trapped monsters with brutal efficiency. The riflemen vault over the melee line, reset farther ahead, and the whole formation repeats the pattern again and again toward the hilltop. With the target arrow pulling them on, the squadron burns stamina fast but keeps believing all of them can still return together. The soldiers know the aliens beside them will become rivals for return codes, but their own momentum is so strong that they still think they can win that race too. The squadron reaches the crest first and finally sees the real targets: a basin full of about 100 huge pulsating cocoons marked by yellow arrows. Monster soldiers still guard the cocoons, but now the battlefield's mood changes completely because every competitor can finally see what they must fight over. A furious scream draws Lee Kang-jin's eyes to a silver-eyed pointy-eared alien calmly crushing around 10 rivals in midair with invisible force. Almost at the same time, A massive alien whips a flaming chain through another cluster and turns former allies into ash and mangled bodies. Lee Kong-jin instantly understands the truth. The hidden monsters among the competitors are now purging rivals for the limited codes. Major Kong Chungil responds without hesitation and orders the squadron to endure losses, avoid direct clashes, and shoot the targets first. Swearing erupts in multiple alien tongues as the whole battlefield collapses into a mad scramble of betrayal and target hunting. In the middle of that chaos, Choi Hyuk's group is forced to stop when the small alien on a silver machine glides in and blocks their path. The alien speaks fluent-sounding words they can somehow understand, sounding surprised that these humans are still alive. This time the alien is not openly hostile and even admits Choi Hyuk's group may have real potential among the trash. Choi Hyuk sees that flicker of goodwill, but it means nothing to him now. Instead, Choi Hyuk bares his teeth in a smile and tells the alien he is happy to see him. While the alien talks down to humanity like tame livestock, Choi Hyuk quietly decides his followers would only hold him back in this fight. He turns away for one clean order: he will fight alone, and Baek Seoin must get Lee Ji-hee and Chu Young-jin to survive. Baek Seoin leads the others away toward the cocoons, leaving Choi Hyuk alone with the alien he actually wants to kill. Choi Hyuk needles the alien by asking if he ever needed deferred judgment at all, and Kaholian bristles at the disrespect. Kaholian introduces himself as a low-ranked warrior called Dawn Lightning, but the real problem is that he still thinks Choi Hyuk is easy prey. His machine scans Choi Hyuk's karma and sees weak-looking numbers, so Kaholian decides to kill him quickly and move on. Choi Hyuk reads the alien's killing intent instead and steps in before Kaholian can finish deciding how to attack. In a blink, Choi Hyuk vanishes, and Kaholian only realizes too late that the human is already on top of him. Karma Device 01 reacts on its own and throws out a net of blue lightning to shove Choi Hyuk away from its rider. But Choi Hyuk's karma heart is already pounding, cycling karma around his body into a moving barrier built to smash lightning apart rather than simply endure it. He tears through the lightning, puts his blade in Kaholian's face, and coldly spits back the title that alien used to belittle him. One more violent heartbeat surges through the blade, turning the whole strike blue as the machine's last defense fails. Kaholian is split in two before he can show what he can really do, and his blue blood evaporates in the air. The alien's power turns into karma for Choi Hyuk, and he calmly invests the new points into more power and stamina. He drops the ruined machine and Kaholian's body into his handy bag, but the burst fight leaves his own karma feeling heavy and strained. When he looks up to find a return code next, Choi Hyuk can only give a hollow smile at the chaos spreading across the battlefield. Elsewhere in the same battlefield, Captain Lee Kong-jin watches his unit fall apart and can barely process how fast their hard-won unity has collapsed. What hurts him most is not just the killing, but seeing comrades murder their own side to steal return timers. He realizes Jang Sudong has become one of the leaders of that ugly survival logic, protecting his own circle while preying on everyone else. Jang Sudong tells Lee Kong-jin to survive first and hate him later, but Lee Kong-jin is too disgusted to call that man a comrade anymore. The collapse started when Major Kong Chungil tried to secure return codes safely by hatching cocoons under military control. At the Major's order, the youngest soldier cuts open a cocoon and a half-born blade-legged monster bursts out screaming. The squad guns the unstable monster down, and the youngest finishes it with his axe before it can fully evolve. But the reward is worse than expected, because killing the monster only puts a 5-minute countdown above the youngest soldier's head. That long wait draws alien attention, and the battlefield turns into a standoff around anyone carrying a timer. Then one alien decides the stalemate looks fun and charges in, the giant lowest-ranked warrior Kyushisut. Major Kong Chungil orders full fire, but Kyushisut's antlers bend every bullet away before he slams straight into the front line. In a single instant, he destroys their formation and drives his hands through Major Kong Chungil and the youngest soldier. As if the slaughter is nothing, Kyushisut bites off both heads and even comments on the taste. When the youngest dies, his return timer jumps to Kyushisut, proving that killing the holder steals the code outright. That one scene breaks the squad's nerve, and disciplined soldiers turn into panicked runners almost at once. Once one soldier kills another for a timer, the rest find excuses to do the same, and the entire force spirals into betrayal. Lee Kong-jin shouts for everyone to regroup and think, but the fear of dying has already drowned out reason. Jang Sudong, on the other hand, thrives in the panic by drawing a firm line around his own people and promising to get them out alive. He even mocks Lee Kong-jin for saving no one, and the captain shakes with rage at being judged by a traitor. Looking across the field, Lee Kong-jin sees the real shape of the massacre. A handful of top aliens are cutting down everyone else, human and alien alike. When he spots the antlered alien who killed the major still hunting for pleasure even after getting a timer, Lee Kong-jin finally snaps and charges. His attack never lands because Kyushisut casually kicks him away without even bothering to turn around first. Badly hurt but still alive, Lee Kong-jin catches Kyushisut's interest, and the alien crouches beside him like a man inspecting an entertaining toy. Lee Kong-jin drinks a recovery potion and stalls for time by asking Kyushisut why he kills, while secretly waiting for his crushed arm to recover. Kyushisut cheerfully explains that weak people became consumables for a reason, and since only 100 can return anyway, everyone left behind may as well become his karma. Lee Kang-jin tries one last desperate dagger strike, but Kyushitsu catches and crushes his arm before the blade can connect. The alien keeps lecturing him anyway. Humans are weak, humans cannot fight back, and that is reason enough to treat them however he wants. Then a new voice says it agrees, and for one tense beat Lee Kang-jin realizes the reply did not come from him. A black blade flashes down, dust explodes, and Kyushitsu is forced back with one of his antlers cut off. When the wounded alien demands to know who he is, Choi Hyuk stands over Lee Kang-jin with his black sword and answers simply, Choi Hyuk, a human. As Baek-seoin runs through the alien battlefield, he watches stronger aliens casually crush weaker ones and finally understands how tiny and disposable everyone here really is. He forces himself to focus and uses his intuition to guide Lee Jin-hee and Chu Young-jin toward another intact cocoon, hoping to claim the last return code they still need. Lee Jin-hee slices the cocoon open, Chu Young-jin cuts down the monster as it bursts out, and Baek-seoin finishes it with a stab to the head. A system message gives Baek-seoin 5 minutes to survive, and with his code finally active, he looks up and sees the whole basin collapsing into pure chaos. In the middle of that chaos, Choi Hyuk turns Kyushitsu's reckless charge against him and starts carving him apart with calm, precise counters. Baek-seoin can only stare at Choi Hyuk's one-sided domination, while Lee Ji-hee grins and declares that she is going to surpass their leader someday. Then Baek-seoin's intuition spikes so hard it feels like a scream, and he realizes something far worse has started hunting their group. He bolts and drags the others with him, convinced that one of the lowest-ranked warriors has chosen them as prey. Baek-seoin sees that Lee Jin-hee and Chu Young-jin can already return safely, so he orders them to leave now instead of dying with him. Lee Jin-hee flatly refuses, mocking the idea of running from a lowest-ranked warrior when their real goal is far higher than this battlefield. Chu Young-jin backs her up, telling Baek-seoin that if his revenge is serious, he has to survive a fight like this instead of retreating from it. That argument changes everything for Baek-seoin, because the moment he accepts fighting instead of fleeing, his intuition drops from certain death to a real chance of survival. Before they can plan any further, the enemy drops in front of them, the skinless lowest-ranked warrior Kiken, who only wants to toy with Choi Hyuk's followers. Kiken introduces himself like this is a game, and Lee Ji-hee answers with the same fearless attitude, promising to turn him into a bloodstain. Then Kiken opens his body and fills the air with gleaming silver threads, turning the sky itself into a killing web. Baek-seoin throws up iron defense and starts batting the threads away, but the barrage is so dense it feels like trying to block a storm. Chu Young-jin enters berserker mode and hacks through the incoming threads, but even his cuts only carve a narrow path through Kiken's flood of attacks. Kiken gets even crueler once he sees they are weaker than Choi Hyuk, deciding to torment them slowly instead of finishing them fast. Lee Jin-hee spots that arrogance and instantly decides to gamble everything on one opening before Kiken notices. She orders Chu Young-jin to launch her, and even while Baek-seoin panics, the two commit before there is any chance to stop. Chu Young-jin hurls her forward, and Lee Ji-hee triggers Speeding Blade, turning herself into a single razor-fast shot through the thread web. In that instant, her fear sharpens into focus, and she slips through a field that should have shredded her without taking a single hit. Kiken finally realizes too late that she is already on top of him. Lee Ji-hee drives her gladius into Kiken's right eye, pours all her karma into the blade, and rips across to destroy the other eye too. She blasts herself back out with high-speed breakaway, and Baek-seoin rushes in to catch her before she crashes across the ground. Blinded and furious, Kiken lashes out wildly, and Baek-seoin sees the opening as a perfect chance to escape. But Lee Ji-hee, still catching her breath, refuses to run again and says this is the moment to finish him instead. Elsewhere in the basin, Choi Hyuk buries the predator's blade into Kyushitsu's neck and casually praises how well Lee Ji-hee just fought. Once Kyushitsu dies, the predator's blade drinks his blood in a rush, healing Choi Hyuk's wounds and tightening his drained karma back into shape. The weapon's status confirms it has grown stronger at C rank, and Choi Hyuk stores Kyushitsu's corpse and gear in his handy bag. Then a strange alien woman approaches through wavering flame and heat, speaking fluent Korean so naturally that Choi Hyuk instantly finds her unsettling. She introduces herself as Flame Rain with a casual greeting, while Choi Hyuk keeps his blade up and demands to know what she wants. Flame Rain parts the flames enough to reveal a surprisingly human-like face and warns him that fighters of similar strength often keep meeting again on later missions. When Choi Hyuk asks why the other lowest-ranked warriors attacked him, she bluntly explains that his high retribution makes him look like valuable prey worth extra karma. That answer only convinces Choi Hyuk to pull back further, because in this place anyone friendly can still become an enemy the second he looks weak. Flame Rain gives one last bitter warning that monsters are about to flood the headquarters, then activates her return code and vanishes into the void. Choi Hyuk turns back and sees his followers still grinding down Kiken, but the incoming monster tide is growing too loud to ignore. Kiken is the first to give up, screaming threats for next time before retreating with his own return code. Lee Ji-hee fires back one last threat, but she is too drained to chase, and the fight finally breaks apart. When Choi Hyuk walks over, the four exchange a simple look, and for a brief second he feels genuine relief that all of them survived. That moment hardens Choi Hyuk's private standard for comrades again. In this world, the people worth keeping close are the ones who do not die easily. After they disappear, Choi Hyuk triggers his own stolen return code and is torn out of the battlefield into the void. Later, the mission score annoys Choi Hyuk when he learns his followers got bonus points for clearing targets, while he only got points for killing monsters. Meanwhile, Captain Lee Kang-jin had already fled from Choi Hyuk's duel, clutching his crushed arm as the recovery potion slowly mended it while he searched desperately for a return code of his own. Watching monsters like Choi Hyuk and Kyushisud fight had shaken him badly, but instead of giving up, it turns into a furious vow to live and become stronger. That resolve leads him to a cocoon hidden in a crater, but the moment he finds it, the thing inside starts tearing its way out with terrifying power. A slicing blast erupts from the cocoon and instantly kills a nearby alien, warning everyone that this evolving monster is on another level. Even the warrior aliens hesitate and back off from the cocoon, but Lee Kang-jin runs straight at it anyway because this is his only chance to survive. The monster's razor legs stab and slash at him one after another, and Lee Kang-jin keeps dodging by pure desperation as he dives closer. Then, at the edge of death, Lee Kang-jin awakens an innate skill called weakness detection and suddenly sees one bright point inside the cocoon's core. He throws himself into the cocoon, ignores the monster tearing open his shoulders, and drives his sword into the exact nucleus of its evolution. The evolving monster collapses with a scream, and Lee Kang-jin drops inside its corpse just in time to see his return code finally activate. Too injured to move, he simply stays hidden in the corpse and counts down the minutes while the whole headquarters begins shaking with another incoming monster wave. Just seconds before the timer ends, a huge beast shoves its head into the cocoon to devour him, but Lee Kang-jin stays cold and swings first. His strike only makes the beast flinch, but that tiny delay is enough for the return code to finish and pull him away before the creature can crush him. After the mission, more and more people start returning to Earth, including missing soldiers and police, and that shared survival finally becomes a world-shaking event. After the first mission, only a quarter of the people came back, and even the returned military and police were so shattered that the government still couldn't control the country. The returnees came back like people dragged out of hell, and when they clashed, ordinary streets were wrecked in seconds. At the same time, the whole world started slipping into open disaster, with the land drying out, food fears rising, and people vanishing for no clear reason. The streets split between panic and chaos, with doomsayers screaming about the end while drunk returnees picked fights nearby. Even government-backed awakening groups could barely keep order, because returnees hated being told what to do by people they didn't respect. So on the third day after returning, Lee Jin-hee stepped in herself and told two fighting men to calm down before things got worse. One man sneered at her as just some girl, but the other recognized Berserker from Kangdong and immediately lost his nerve. The man who recognized her ran for it, and the one left behind only realized too late that Lee Jin-hee wasn't someone he could bully. When he cursed at her again, Lee Jin-hee answered with a brutal headbutt and dropped him on the spot. Still annoyed and restless, she fixed her hair and sprinted off when Chu Young-jin called her back to training at Jamsil Stadium. Back at the stadium, Baek Seo-in grumbled that she had gone too far just for lunch, and Lee Jin-hee snapped that good food was the only thing keeping her going. Then Lee Jin-hee forced another reckless karma attempt, blasted herself away like a burst balloon, and coughed up blood on impact. This was exactly why Choi Hyuk had them training every day, because their enemies would be at least 2-star, and they needed real ways to fight stronger opponents. Choi Hyuk kept drilling them on the core of the karma heart discipline, telling them to shape their karma into a pump in the dantian so they could move it cleanly and build a karma blade. Lee Jin-hee complained that the whole thing was impossibly hard, but Choi Hyuk knew he couldn't teach the full discipline in words because he had received it as instinct, not a manual. All he could really do was point them at the key step, telling them to coil their karma into a spiral and figure out the rest through their own bodies. Lee Jin-hee kept trying to brute force that spiral, and every failure sent the rampaging karma back through her body hard enough to make her vomit blood. Baek Seo-in mocked her for struggling despite having the best control stat in the group, and she fired back that playing it safe was exactly why he came up short. Meanwhile, Chu Young-jin quietly abandoned fine control altogether and focused on pushing up his raw power and speed instead. After individual practice, Choi Hyuk had them draw real F-rank swords for sparring so they could test their karma blades in actual combat. Choi Hyuk wrapped a thin layer of karma over his blade, and this time Baek Seo-in and Lee Jin-hee managed to form usable karma blades of their own. Chu Young-jin still chose a different path, refusing a stable blade and saving his karma to explode only at the instant of attack. Choi Hyuk opened the spar with a fast charge that looked like a simple rush at Lee Jin-hee. Baek Seo-in stepped in with his shield and thought he had the pattern figured out, but Choi Hyuk's attack was only a feint. Choi Hyuk slipped into a stabbing line and blew through Baek Seo-in's defense the instant his shield karma broke from panic. He immediately knocked Baek Seo-in out of the exchange and bluntly told him the real mistake was losing his karma the moment he got flustered. Then Chu Young-jin dove in from the side with a lightning-fast blow, and this time the clash shoved even Choi Hyuk backward. The surprise wasn't Chu Young-jin's stats but his method, because he compressed karma like an engine and detonated it through his feet and sword tip at the exact moment of impact. Choi Hyuk admired the idea, then answered it with something cleaner by driving karma from his heart through a pathway in his arm and sharpening his own blade far beyond Chu Youngjin's rough burst. When their swords met again, Choi Hyuk sliced Chu Youngjin's practice blade clean in half and ended the exchange. Choi Hyuk warned him that the explosive style hit hard but burned stamina, battered his joints, and got sloppy in a string of attacks. While Chu Youngjin absorbed the advice, Lee Ji-hee got furious that Choi Hyuk was critiquing someone else right in the middle of fighting her. She attacked in a hot rush, but Choi Hyuk blocked everything and casually praised her for maintaining a better karma blade than he expected. That half compliment pushed Lee Ji-hee over the edge, and she stopped thinking cleanly and started moving on instinct. She gathered karma deep in her dantian, built a violent whirlwind around a tiny center, and kept forcing in more even though losing control should have blown her apart again. Instead of letting it explode wildly, Lee Ji-hee shoved that storm into her left hand and abandoned the karma wrapped around her sword. Choi Hyuk thought she had simply failed to maintain her blade, so he moved in to finish the spar without seeing what she had really done. Then Lee Ji-hee fired her left hand forward, and a storm of tightly coiled karma burst out hard enough to rip the practice-grade karma blade off Choi Hyuk's sword. In that same burst, Lee Ji-hee suddenly found a new way to use karma, and the whole arena seemed to slow around her. With Choi Hyuk's blade suddenly bare, Lee Ji-hee grabbed the sword in her hand and drove her own weapon toward his neck, convinced she had finally cornered him. Choi Hyuk was genuinely impressed by the idea, but he still ended the match with one light kick to her shin and sent her sprawling. Lee Ji-hee slammed onto her back and thrashed in frustration, while Choi Hyuk stared at her new trick and realized again just how much untapped potential karma still had. On the way to the portal, Lee Ji-hee bitterly wonders if humanity was judged as consumables because they failed to save the children. She worries the kids might already be dead, and the thought makes the mood even heavier. Baek Seo-in gloomily guesses that whoever watches from above may have judged humanity for abandoning its own future. That idea snaps Lee Ji-hee out of her gloom, and she flares up in anger at being judged by some unseen power. Baek Seo-in grins that this angry version suits her better, while Choi Hyuk stands before the gigantic blue portal to the new land. Everyone knows this is no ordinary expedition, because China sent 15,000 people into the new lands 2 days earlier and every one of them was wiped out. Even so, 5,000 people gather in Yedo Park, split between stubborn resolve and total despair, the kind of people reckless enough to go anyway. When Choi Hyuk asks for support to challenge the new land, most major leaders reject him outright. Choi Hyuk argues that Carrick already gave humanity only 2 missions, get stronger and colonize, so delaying now just means staying trapped in deadly missions as consumables. Cha Tae-shik pushes back with the obvious problem. If Korea rushes in and gets annihilated like China, the situation only becomes worse. Choi Hyuk knows the warning is reasonable, but to him Earth is already in crisis, and waiting for a safe moment will only drag on forever. He is ready to enter alone if nobody follows, and that resolve is what finally moves a few people. Beiji Man comes over first, nerves obvious, admitting he was so tense he could not sleep the night before. Ryu Hyunsung steps in too, rubbing his eye and admitting the whole thing is nerve-wracking. Both men bring their own battered forces over to Choi Hyuk's side, because after losing so many people already, the chance to escape humanity's consumables fate is the first thing that made their hearts move again. Their choice costs them half their followers, but about 3,400 soldiers still stay and join the expedition. Then another 1,600 unstable volunteers come on their own, people crushed by the last mission who either admire Choi Hyuk, or no longer care if they live. That leaves Choi Hyuk temporarily leading a force of 5,000, though he knows these followers are bound to him by choice and leadership alone. Since he does not trust himself to command such a force directly, Choi Hyuk hands rear coordination to Beiji Man and frontline leadership to Ryu Hyunsung. He also places Baek Seo-in and the rest under Ryu Hyunsung, because it will be easier for Choi Hyuk himself to move alone. Once the plan is set, Choi Hyuk simply says it is time and steps into the portal without the slightest hesitation. The portal takes 100 mission points as an entrance fee, a blunt reminder that even getting in costs blood-earned rewards. On the other side, the transfer feels smoother than the last dimensional jump, but the new world still leaves Choi Hyuk briefly dizzy and blinking through blue glare. When his vision clears, he sees a bleak hilly land under a white swirling sky, with sparse trees and jagged red rocks scattered everywhere. A mission window explains that this is Sparta Post on Baralolian Hill, where monsters called Sparta were born using the corpses of the Dragonics, and the objective is to wipe out the group living here. He barely has time to read before red karma bombardment starts slamming into the portal zone, hitting the Korean force before everyone can even cross over. The explosions instantly shred soldiers apart, ripping off limbs and throwing the new arrivals into pure panic. At a glance, Choi Hyuk's side understands exactly how China's army got annihilated so fast. Beiji Man answers the panic by unleashing a warm area buff that stiffens everyone's courage and pulls them back into formation. With their heads cleared, the troops finally spot the enemy massed on a hill between the portal and the wider hilly region. There are about 200 Sparta waiting there, with 180 armored melee types in front and 20 dragon-headed range types behind them. The dragon-headed Sparta open their mouths and keep firing red karma blasts down at the portal like living cannons. Baek Seoin throws up iron defense and intercepts a shot aimed straight at the portal, saving the soldiers still stumbling out. The impact drives Baek Seoin back, but he keeps shouting for the others to run through before the opening closes. 3 more blasts crash into him, and this time Baek Seoin spits blood and tumbles across the ground. Beijing Man immediately starts directing shield teams to seal the portal line and create a temporary assembly area under fire. Even that defense barely holds, because some shots arc overhead and slam shield users out of the air whenever they jump to block them. Beijing Man grimly realizes they cannot endure this bombardment much longer while most of the 5,000 troops still have not crossed. Ryu Hyunsung is just as trapped, because charging now looks suicidal, but waiting looks even worse. Choi Hyuk cuts through the hesitation by deciding he will draw the Sparta's attention himself so everyone else can charge behind him. Before anyone can stop him, Choi Hyuk is already sprinting alone straight toward the hill. The hilltop formation swings toward Choi Hyuk at once, and as he closes the gap in huge leaps, the Sparta split open black grins like monsters that know prey is coming. The dragon-headed Sparta switch their barrage onto Choi Hyuk and rain red karma cannonballs directly at him. Even under that pressure, Choi Hyuk coolly notes that karma can be used like this too and stores the idea away for later. He uses high-speed movement by hooking his karma onto a frontline Sparta and yanking himself forward through the falling blasts. At close range he slashes a huge 3-meter Sparta with his karma blade-wrapped predator's blade, but its armor only dents instead of breaking. That shock teaches him the Sparta's defense is absurdly tough, stronger than monsters he expected to cut through. But when the giant Sparta swings back, Choi Hyuk instantly realizes the opposite problem too: its melee attack is much weaker than its armor. The real danger is the rear line, because once Choi Hyuk gets too close, the dragon-headed Sparta stop lobbing bombs and start firing rapid red shots like machine guns. Choi Hyuk throws up a karma barrier, but the barrage still pins him under crushing pressure from the front and above. The storm of fire finally forces him down, and Choi Hyuk rolls across the ground before vanishing into a red dust cloud. From the rear, Ryu Hyunsung panics for a second when Choi Hyuk disappears right after promising to create an opening. Baek Seoin snaps Ryu Hyunsung back to reality, reminding him that Choi Hyuk just bought them time. What rattles Ryu even more is that Choi Hyuk's followers are not worried at all. They are already moving as if this is normal. Lee Jin-hee gets fed up with waiting, curses, and charges first, dragging Chu Young-jin with her. Caught by their pace and with no better choice left, Ryu Hyunsung finally orders the whole force to spread out and charge. So the battered troops who had been getting slaughtered at the portal at last surge forward in an awkward full assault toward the Sparta hill. With the dragonhead Sparta busy firing at Choi Hyuk, Ryu Hyunsung finally gets his people moving and Lee Jin-hee leads the charge into the front line. Lee Jin-hee's blades clang uselessly off the Sparta, and even trying to leap past them fails because ranged shots instantly cut her off. Chu Young-jin switches swords to protect his better weapon and realizes the Sparta's bodies are basically karma-reinforced shields from the start. Baek Seoin shouts for Lee Jin-hee to use her new Wind Void Wave, and she immediately understands that stripping their outer karma matters more than brute force. Lee Jin-hee coils her karma into a whirlwind from her dantian and drives Wind Void Wave point-blank into a Sparta's chest. The hit barely moves the Sparta, but its red sheen disappears, proving the skill peeled away the karma layer protecting it. Baek Seoin lunges in the second the luster is gone and finally cracks the Sparta's body with a karma charge strike. Chu Young-jin piles on with Bisect and his own explosive karma method, smashing nearly a third through the monster's neck. Lee Jin-hee proudly yells the answer across the battlefield, and Baek Seoin can only die inside at the clumsy name she just announced to all 5,000 people. Far ahead under relentless fire, Choi Hyuk is still pinned in place by karma arrows and knows that if he fails to break through now, he may never get another chance. Instead of retreating, Choi Hyuk pushes his concentration deeper and trusts that his talent can still find one winning move. The moment he thinks of Lee Jin-hee's idea, Choi Hyuk changes his airflow and starts building a much larger spiral inside his karma heart. He forces the storm into smaller resonating currents until his dantian feels like it is tearing apart, gambling everything on one release. As Lee Jin-hee's distant shout reaches him again, Choi Hyuk grins and fires his own invisible version of Wind Void Wave from his right hand. The whole battlefield suddenly falls silent as the giant resonance strips the Sparta's luster, scatters their arrows, and even blows the karma off Lee Jin-hee's swords. Choi Hyuk moves first, forcing his wrecked body one step further and raising a massive 5-meter karma blade before he blacks out. He cleaves through the Sparta blocking him at the waist and leaps straight into the dragonhead rear line, where their offense proves far better than their defense. Watching him turn her trick into a battlefield-scale weapon in one shot, Lee Jin-hee bitterly complains that he stole her skill and improved it like a monster. Choi Hyuk is plainly spent after taking down the dragonheads, so the full 5,000 surge past him to finish the fight before the Sparta fully recover. With the dragonhead cannon fire gone, the Sparta are reduced to brutal close-range bone soldiers, and the army starts smashing them apart before their karma fully returns. Ryu Hyunsung carves through them one after another with his faintly shining saber as the line finally collapses. An hour later the battle ends with 500 dead, but the survivors still erupt in cheers because Korea just did with 5,000 people what China's 15,000 could not. System rewards confirm they are the first human colonizers, and Choi Hyuk gets extra retribution, karma points, control of the passage, and access to the Flame Wing Tribe supply store. While Beijing Man treats the wounded and scouts head out, Choi Hyuk sits in a foul mood instead of enjoying the victory. When Beijing Man asks, Choi Hyuk admits the win only made him angrier because this planet may eventually need hundreds of thousands, or even millions of people to take back. Beijing Man realizes Choi Hyuk is not worried about fighting but about politics, because gathering the help he needs is the one thing he genuinely hates. Soon the core group gathers for a field meeting, and Choi Hyuk mostly stays blank while his followers handle the planning. Baek Seoin reports that the nearby area is clear. This hill is the local high ground, and a larger plateau 2 kilometers north holds roughly 500 more Sparta. Lee Ji-hee excitedly produces a glowing red ore that matches the Sparto's material, and even a karma blade cannot cut it. Beijing Man lights up at once, because between the ore and the strangely fertile soil, he sees the hill as a resource jackpot instead of a wasteland. Even though the land looks barren, Beijing Man points to the giant trees and argues that only nutrient-rich soil could have grown trunks that massive. Looking up at the alien sky, Beijing Man reminds Choi Hyuk that the announcement did not just say conquer this place, it said prepare a human settlement. Baek Seoin quietly takes the idea further and asks if settlement means humans may actually need to leave Earth someday. Lee Jin-hee calls that idea too extreme, but Beijing Man backs it and brings up the deepening food crisis and Earth's drying soil. Beijing Man lays out the bleak logic. If Earth's harvest keeps collapsing, civilization is far more fragile than it looks and people may not be able to survive there at all. He adds one more chilling possibility, that the recent mass disappearances may mean humans were already moved on to this world before the rest realized it. After the silence sinks in, Beijing Man flips back to a bright smile and tells Choi Hyuk the real problem will not be getting colonists, but deciding who gets let in. That idea makes the whole group pulse with a dangerous kind of excitement, as the scale of this new world finally starts to feel real. Baek Seoin lands the final push by reminding everyone that they also unlocked the supply store of the Flamewing tribe. When Choi Hyuk chooses to enter the supply store, his body vanishes and he opens his eyes in a shabby underground basement instead of any grand fantasy shop. A white-haired alien clerk slouches behind a desk, speaks fluent Korean, and greets Choi Hyuk with instant contempt. The clerk mocks Earth and Choi Hyuk's status as a sovereign, then warns him not to cause trouble unless he wants to become fertilizer for starving ghost spore flowers. Inside, the store looks less like a marketplace and more like a prison corridor, with barbed fence aisles and aliens browsing behind them. Some aliens resemble the species Choi Hyuk already killed, and a trio of pale shoppers openly whispers that the Earthling standing here is the one who crushed Kaholian and Kyushisut. Instead of ignoring them, Choi Hyuk stops beside the small pale aliens and bluntly asks if they have something to say to his face. One of them nearly starts a fight, but the group backs down once the store's no-trouble rule matters more than their pride. After they retreat with a threat for later, Choi Hyuk smirks and moves on, disappointed that the store itself stopped the fight for him. A rowdy group of horned aliens, drunk on green liquor and amused by the rookie Earthling, starts heckling him next, so Choi Hyuk just flips them off and keeps walking. A polite store AI finally speaks up, and Choi Hyuk almost sounds relieved to hear formal language after all the rude aliens. The AI explains that sovereigns can buy equipment, consumables, skills, facilities, and daily necessities here using mission points. That immediately leaves a bad taste, because Choi Hyuk realizes survival now depends on clearing lethal missions just to afford the tools that help him survive the next one. He asks to start with weapons and armor, and the AI sends him into a curtain-fitting room built for intelligent four-limbed species. Inside, racks descend from the ceiling with around 100 alien weapons and armors, from lightsaber-like blades to barrier belts and strange civilization-mixed gear. The display is impressive, but the cheapest thing still costs 200 points, so Choi Hyuk cannot afford a single real item. Remembering Baek Seoin's request, he awkwardly pulls out pen and paper to take notes, only for the AI to offer a catalog instead. The catalog costs 100 points, and after a brief, pained pause, Choi Hyuk buys it anyway and drains his last remaining money. Since he cannot buy anything, he spends the time testing every weapon and armor he can and carefully recording useful notes into the catalog. Next he asks for consumables, and the AI brings up the most popular ones instead of drowning him in 1,000 options. Seeing handy bags, recovery potions, and request items cheers him for a second, because these are at least familiar survival tools. But each recovery potion costs 20 points, and after buying the catalog he cannot even afford the 5 potions he badly wants. The AI politely suggests he come back later now that his points are gone, and Choi Hyuk instantly refuses out of pure stubbornness. Instead, he asks to compare skills, specifically sword-covering karma techniques, because he wants to know where his own karma blade stands against alien standards. Recorded alien examples appear with graded stats like power, stability, karma efficiency, and skill cost, giving Choi Hyuk his first clear benchmark. He calls up Soaring Slash, the only skill from the list he already knows, and sees it graded as a middling attack with shaky stability and a costly output. When he learns the store actually buys valuable self-made skills, Choi Hyuk's attention sharpens immediately. He weighs the risk of exposing his technique, but decides that stronger enemies will surpass it anyway and that he needs both cash and an honest read on his level. So Choi Hyuk agrees to report a skill and names Karma Blade first, using the store itself to judge how far he has really come. Inside fitting room 0087, Choi Hyuk grips the wired practice sword and asks if this is how he has to activate his new skill. The moment he triggers it, a blue Karma Blade bursts from the sword, brighter and denser than the hazy version he used against the wyvern. Then the curtains vanish, and the cramped booth turns into a rocky plateau packed with monsters at different distances and sizes. Choi Hyuk suspects dimensional teleportation, but the AI tells him this whole battlefield is only an illusion. Since the trial is real enough to fight in, he stops overthinking and charges the monsters however he wants. He adjusts the blade's length for different targets, and revs the karma harder when he meets tougher bodies, cutting through all 30 enemies. When the last monster falls, the illusion battlefield burns away, and he is suddenly back in the tiny fitting room again. The AI bluntly confirms that he really was just leaping around inside the booth, which only makes the fake battle feel more unsettlingly real. His first evaluated Karma Blade comes back with solid power and efficiency, but the AI immediately points out the ugly weakness: the skill cost is far too high. The AI explains that skills are built so even a child could use them, and that convenience wastes extra karma because the system has to automate the whole process. That is why his version is so expensive. To copy it as a skill, the system has to recreate both the Karma Blade and the Karma Heart together. Even so, the AI offers 1,000 mission points for research because this is the first human-made skill, but Choi Hyuk refuses and decides to try again without the Karma Heart. He rebuilds the blade the old way by coiling and swirling karma around the sword itself instead of pumping it through his Karma Heart. The new results cut the cost down to 59, but the power, stability, and efficiency all drop with it, so the AI still calls it a bad trade. That cold answer stings, because Choi Hyuk realizes he had quietly been proud of the skill he forged to kill the wyvern. He swallows that pride, accepts reality, and agrees to sell the experimental blade after all. Then he offers one more skill, the special move that scatters and silences an opponent's karma, the technique he and Lee Jin-hee developed into Void Wave. Its stats look mediocre too, but this time the AI says the skill is genuinely useful enough to publicize for wider sale. The system offers him a publishing deal, 5% royalties, 30,000 mission points up front, and an estimated 500 sales in 3 months. He grumbles that 5% feels low, but the AI reminds him the skill system is expensive to build and distribute across countless planets. He also learns the points cannot be split with Lee Ji-hee yet, because only sovereigns can do business while humanity is still tagged as consumables deferred. After taking 31,000 points total, Choi Hyuk steps out of the fitting room feeling far more secure than when he entered. On the way out, he finally asks why anyone would buy skills instead of learning disciplines directly and saving karma. The answer lands hard: disciplines take time, and the beings above do not want patient growth, only soldiers who can kill immediately. That ugly truth makes his role feel clearer, and he starts to suspect a sovereign's job is to find the human potential that the system itself ignores. Even that realization bends back toward the same obsession in his chest. He still measures everything by whether it will help him get revenge. Outside, the store opens into a bright underground marketplace lined with shabby low-rank alien shops and wide-lit hallways. There he runs into Flame Rain again, and she cheerfully drags him along to show him the important sovereign facilities. She points out the facility shops and explains that sovereigns can install stores, toll systems, and even automatic taxes in their own territory. Then her tone turns serious as she warns him that a sovereign is not just powerful but responsible for the survival and growth of an entire species. Her words hit like a title he cannot dodge anymore, because being a sovereign suddenly feels less like a rank and more like becoming a king. But once again his mind turns cold, because he does not want protected subjects if they will never dare raise a sword against the people running this game. He lets a bitter "that's useless" slip out, then cuts himself off before he says too much. Flame Rain studies him quietly, parts the fiery veil over her face, and sees the truth before saying it out loud. He is angry. She quietly hopes that anger does not burn his whole world, and for the first time Choi Hyuk's eyes of distinction see a gold light around someone instead of hostile red. He cannot make sense of that sacrificial will from a woman he barely knows, and before he can press further, Flame Rain hides herself again and abruptly flees with a cheerful goodbye. At the entrance to the sovereign-only logistics tower, a metal giant named Mechas is already waiting because Flame Rain asked him to guide Choi Hyuk instead. Mechas greets him with easy teasing, says Flame Rain got too awkward to continue, and starts leading him up the dim tower stairs. The deeper they go, the more depressing the logistics tower feels, a nearly abandoned sovereign zone even drearier than the rest of the low-rank market. When Choi Hyuk asks who else can enter the wider supply store, Mechas confirms that normal members of other species can come here once they are formally designated as warriors. That only sharpens the insult, because humanity still cannot even qualify for that evaluation until it escapes the consumable's judgment. Mechas goes on to explain that most species fail, and the losers are dumped onto monster worlds with no return code until their entire race is wiped out. The scale of that cruelty makes Choi Hyuk curse under his breath, and Mechas only needles him harder by saying a sovereign's burden must feel heavy. Choi Hyuk wants to start with equipment facilities, but Mekaz insists there is something far more important for a first-time sovereign. He ushers Choi Hyuk into a plain room filled with floating patterns and says a sovereign has to reveal his trait and fate before anything else. Before Choi Hyuk can get a proper explanation, Mekaz shoves him straight into the swarm of floating symbols. The patterns invade him with foreign karma, probing through his skin and organs so invasively that he nearly draws his blade in alarm. Mekaz finally tells him the scan is searching for the fate that fits him best, but by then Choi Hyuk is already drifting out of consciousness. When he comes back to himself, 3 chosen patterns float toward him with the result of the aptitude examination. The skin reveals 3 compatible fates: Battle Addict at a perfect 100%, Undying 1 at 93%, and Raging 1 at 81%. Even Mekaz is impressed, because a 100% aptitude is rare enough that he has only heard rumors of it before. Choi Hyuk asks which one he should take, so Mekaz breaks down the trade-off between explosive growth, deadly risk, and relative safety. Undying 1 can cause huge leaps if he survives near death, and Raging 1 is safer, but Battle Addict rewards exactly the kind of intense fighting he already throws himself into. For Choi Hyuk, the choice is immediate, because he has never valued safety more than growth. He chooses Battle Addict without hesitation and pays the 500-point activation cost, accepting the danger that comes with it. The activation hurls him into another vision, and suddenly he is standing alone in the middle of an endless battlefield. Instead of fear, he feels the wounds, the heat, and the clear lines of incoming attacks, and his concentration sharpens until the whole battle turns simple. He moves through that sea of enemies like he has found his natural state, cutting until only corpses remain from one horizon to the other. When the vision ends, the Battle Addict pattern has grown dominant, and Choi Hyuk feels as if he has finally found what he was made to do. Then the system offers him a fate shop for his colonized land, a facility that can grant others the same 3 suitable fates he just unlocked. It still cannot be placed on Earth because of humanity's deferred status, but Choi Hyuk buys it anyway because this is too important to pass up. Realizing Flame Rain quietly steered him towards something crucial, Choi Hyuk stores that dead away and asks Mekaz what comes next. Mekaz answers with another upgrade path right away. If Choi Hyuk wants to use karma better, they are heading to the karma trade shop next. Half a day later, Choi Hyuk returns to Barlolian Hill 1, and the 4,500 soldiers can immediately feel that he came back sharper and more explosive than before. Lee Jin-hee blurts out a joke about him sneaking off to eat something good by himself, trying to cut through the tension. Choi Hyuk brushes her shoulder as he passes, promises everyone will get some too, and quietly thanks her for the technique that helped him earn so many points. Then he steps into the center of the hill and pulls out a fist-sized transparent pyramid from his bag. The instant he sets it down, the territory pyramid erupts upward from the earth, sucking in the surrounding ground and ore as a massive red-tinged fortress core rises. Its effect is immediate and clear. The territory pyramid weakens monsters within 1 kilometer and greatly boosts allied karma. Choi Hyuk follows that by throwing down 2 miniature buildings, which rapidly absorb the ground and grow into full structures connected to the pyramid. A fate shop and a trade shop finish rising out of the new fortress, turning the captured hill into something permanent for the first time. With 4,500 stunned soldiers watching, Choi Hyuk declares the hill their territory now. That single declaration breaks the tension, and the entire force erupts into cheers as the first humans to plant roots on Dragonic. 2 years into the Great Colonizing Age, Earth is drying out, colonization has turned into a necessity, and the people who vanished from Earth are being found in Dragonic as trapped immigrants. Choi Hyuk has already secured half of Barlolian Hill, and now he leads 3,000 elite berserkers deeper across the plains to expand his land. His old nickname has become official now. The world calls him the Berserk Sovereign, and all of his followers are known as the Berserkers. The march stays smooth because nearby monster tribes were already crushed, so only scattered beasts rush in before advanced scouts cut them down. Then Baekseoin suddenly stops and says his alien tracking tablet has finally detected a native for the first time. That matters because natives are extremely rare survivors of Dragonic, and every colonizer wants their hidden knowledge and techniques. Choi Hyuk looks over the empty plains and doubts whether chasing a hidden native right now is worth delaying the expedition. Baekseoin argues they should wait here and search first, since Chu Young-jin and Ryu Hyun-sung are still away and the natives might reveal useful information about the region. Trusting Baekseoin's judgment, Choi Hyuk orders the army to halt, and the 3,000 soldiers quickly turn the plain into a temporary camp. Elsewhere in Dragonic, Chu Young-jin and Ryu Hyun-sung enter Lao Ban's territory on a separate mission and find a slave market full of caged immigrants. The sight hits hard because these immigrants are missing earthlings with nowhere to run, and in Lao Ban's lawless land they have been turned into easy prey. Chu Young-jin points out that Choi Hyuk takes immigrants in as equals and even recruits the capable ones, so seeing them sold like this makes Lao Ban's land feel even more rotten. What bothers them most is that only weak immigrants are being sold here, which makes Ryu Hyun-sung suspect the stronger ones are disappearing somewhere else. That makes Ryu Hyun-sung mutter about Lao Ban's rumored plunder of fate, while Chu Young-jin coldly reminds him this territory is already infamous for dead colonizers, slave trading, and ignored warnings. Even with more than 30 sovereigns imposing sanctions, Lao Ban still thrives by selling alien goods, vice, and slave labor through a territory outsiders can barely touch. Ryu Hyunsung approaches a caged youth for information, but the terrified prisoner thinks another round of torture is starting and can barely answer. The youth finally points toward a whirlpool in the sky, and Ryu Hyunsung quietly gets the direction he came for. But when the two berserkers try to leave, Slaver stops them, because in a place like this people who look without buying are treated like disposable trouble. Ryu Hyunsung pushes first by asking if they serve the so-called Sovereign of Dark Secrets, deliberately using a name forbidden in Lao Ban's territory. The moment the slavers snap, Chu Youngjin and Ryu Hyunsung both draw, making it clear they came here ready to leave a warning in blood. As the fight begins, the story cuts to how the berserkers' power split into two famous styles after Choi Hyuk opened a fate and trait shop on Barlolian Hill. Most followers copied Choi Hyuk's Battle Addict and Mind's Eye setup, but Chu Youngjin chose a different path and built a much more brutal style around Raging One and Explosive Blood. Back in Pyongryu, Chu Youngjin activates Explosive Blood, and his body starts boiling with power so violent it tears him apart and heals him at the same time. He does not even flinch, because the pain inside him already runs deeper than this, and that makes the Raging One fate fit him almost perfectly. The slavers recognize him as the Sword Demon a second too late, and Chu Youngjin explodes forward and crushes the first man instantly. The others answer with spears and throwing knives hardened by karma, trying to pierce him before he can close the gap again. Instead, Chu Youngjin detonates his barrier at the perfect moment and blasts every weapon off course in one brutal shockwave. As the whole market starts swarming, Ryu Hyunsung steps forward with a grin, draws his short karma blade, and loudly names himself so the slavers know the berserkers are here. Ryu Hyunsung fights in Choi Hyuk's style, using Battle Addict and Mind's Eye to read every trajectory before the attacks even land. 5 projectiles fly at once, and Ryu Hyunsung calmly sweeps them aside one after another, as if the whole fight has already been solved in his head. Once the enemies step into his range, the slaughter turns one-sided, with wrists, arms, and necks falling before the slavers can even understand how badly they are outmatched. Together, Chu Youngjin and Ryu Hyunsung wipe out everyone directly involved while keeping their names public, and the trail just delayed enough for their escape. The last surviving slaver tries to deny responsibility, but Ryu Hyunsung reminds him that Lao Ban's side ignored repeated warnings and already killed 2 berserkers on a mission. When the man still protests, Ryu Hyunsung gives a tiny signal and Chu Youngjin cuts his neck without hesitation, turning the whole scene into a message no one can miss later. Ryu Hyunsung glances up at Pyongryu's peaceful sky and decides this still is not enough of a mess for people called berserkers. So the two of them smash open the slave cages and tell the immigrants only one thing: do whatever you want. They leave Pyongryu right away, planning to finish the topography check for their next move before heading home. Back at Choi Hyuk's camp, several berserkers walk with their eyes closed and use Mind's Eye to search for the natives' hidden underground home. Choi Hyuk and Baekseoin are the best at that sensing work, while Lee Jinhee, stuck with nothing to do, hovers nearby and starts pestering Baekseoin about the absent pair. Lee Jinhee asks if Ryu Hyunsung and Chu Youngjin are really safe in enemy territory, but Baekseoin answers dryly that sending those two together is exactly why he is not worried. He explains that trouble on the outskirts should buy them time, because even in Dragonic it takes a while for violence far from the portal to reach the center and trigger a response. Even so, the search is going badly, and Baekseoin has to admit that after half a day they still cannot find the hidden entrance he was so sure was there. Lee Jinhee teases him for bragging about his mind's eye, then casually suggests the natives might be hiding the entrance with something like fantasy illusion magic. Baekseoin almost dismisses the idea, then realizes Dragonic's natives might really use methods humans cannot, which means they have been searching for the wrong thing. He abruptly tells Lee Jinhee to be quiet, and pushes his senses to the limit, this time hunting for awkward karma instead of a physical hole. At last he catches a strange hidden spot in the field, and his voice trembles as he realizes they finally found something real. Baekseoin brings the berserkers to a flat grassy spot and insists the hidden entrance is right here, even though nobody can see a tunnel. When Baekseoin tells them to feel the karma instead of the terrain, Choi Hyuk is the first to realize only this patch is rippling unnaturally. Baekseoin concludes the natives hid the entrance with karma, and Choi Hyuk immediately decides to break the concealment head-on. Choi Hyuk fires a test void wave, and for a brief instant berry tree roots flash into view beneath the fake grass. The roots vanish again as soon as the wave fades, so Choi Hyuk realizes his first strike was only a probe. He gets serious, stacks 3 karma storms in his palm, and compresses them with precise control for a much stronger void wave. This time the silent blast strips the illusion clean away and reveals a huge spread of exposed roots where the grassy ground used to be. The sight is stranger than they expected, because the whole area is covered in roots even though there are no trees, trunks, or branches anywhere. Lee Jinhee steps onto the roots in open amazement, and suddenly spots a massive carved root door hidden right under their feet. With Choi Hyuk's approval, Lee Jinhee pulls the giant door open and exposes a hollow root tunnel descending underground. Inside, the tunnel is smooth, bright, and enormous, making even Baekseoin wonder if this hidden route might lead to a real native city instead of another tiny village. Inside the tunnel, Baekseoin cautiously suggests sending an envoy first, but Choi Hyuk checks his intuition, hears no danger signal, and refuses to hold back. Choi Hyuk orders everyone in except for 1,000 troops left above ground, and the force begins marching deeper into the root passage. As they descend, the tunnel keeps widening where more root passages merge into it, until the whole place feels like an upside-down tree spreading underground. They start noticing green ore in the glowing wood, and Baekseoin quietly breaks pieces off to keep track of the route. When Lee Ji-hee asks why he keeps taking the stones, Baekseoin snaps that he is building a map in a world with no constellations to guide them. He explains that the sky's whirlpools and the ore pattern can mark their position, and the same minerals might even become useful resources later. Their investigation finally hits a dead stop at a colossal underground fortress gate built from dark wood and yellow-green mineral. Lee Ji-hee and Baekseoin stare up in awe, realizing the civilization is far bigger and more advanced than the native villages they found before. Someone atop the fortress suddenly shouts in English, and the berserkers realize the people inside were prepared enough to send an earthling interpreter. Baekseoin guesses the speaker is an immigrant being used as an interpreter, but Choi Hyuk says they will not need one. Using the language resonance he bought before, Choi Hyuk calls up to the fortress directly, and the immigrant is replaced by a native representative. The native representative demands to know why Choi Hyuk brought an army, and Choi Hyuk quietly studies them with his eyes of distinction before answering. He notices both wariness and a trace of goodwill, so he gambles on direct honesty, and says he came to form an alliance. The reply is cold, because bringing a full army hardly looks like friendly diplomacy. Even Baekseoin starts worrying the military show may have backfired against an opponent strong enough not to be impressed by it. But Choi Hyuk raises the stakes and says he does not want a shallow pact, he wants an alliance strong enough for both sides to station troops in each other's cities. The proposal throws the wall into noisy confusion, and Baekseoin can only stare while Choi Hyuk stays completely unfazed. When the representative asks why they would ever agree, Choi Hyuk cuts straight to the real pressure point. Their land is still overrun by monsters. That hits home, and Choi Hyuk keeps pressing, warning that millions of humans are already migrating to Dragonic, so the natives will be pushed aside sooner or later. He lays out his offer plainly: join forces now, avoid a future clash, and he will clear the monsters so they can live on the surface again. The representative still doubts a first-time visitor can make a promise that big, but Choi Hyuk catches a small flicker of real expectation in their reaction. So Choi Hyuk smiles like a troublemaker and invites them to test his strength for themselves. When the native asks how, Choi Hyuk casually proposes a light spar, turning his alliance pitch right back into a fight. When Choi Hyuk learns the fortress people are elves, he immediately likes what he sees because their confusion vanishes the moment he suggests a spar. He tells his side to stand back, stretches once, and gives his name like a challenge before rushing the wall alone. His movement shocks the elves because it looks less like a normal sprint and more like the ground and fortress are hurling him upward. Before they can react, Choi Hyuk reaches the top and slams an elf soldier in the chest hard enough to send others tumbling too. The elves answer with eerie flute-like battle cries and snap into formation without needing orders, proving they are veteran fighters. 10 elves close in with freezing sword aura, turning the air around Choi Hyuk sharp and deadly. Using Mind's Eye at full focus, he reads the flow of their karma, strikes each weapon's weak point, and starts shattering enchanted swords outright. As his karma heart pumps harder through all 4 limbs, the close-range fighters are blown away so easily that he calls the fight boring. Then the real surprise hits him when a shot from a watchtower nearly nails him before the whistle even reaches his ears. Looking up, Choi Hyuk realizes the elves have karma-powered wooden guns, and their commander orders the rifle platoons to open fire on the monster-level intruder. The barrage is clever too, with staggered timing and splitting bullets meant to trick his senses and tear through weak defenses. But once Choi Hyuk pushes Mind's Eye even further, the flying rounds slow into clear lines and he starts dodging every shot cleanly. That impossible dodge shocks the elves so much that fear gives way to the first real respect. Choi Hyuk keeps driving that lesson in by smashing more soldiers aside with his bare hands. Then an elf magician in a smooth leaf-woven robe steps in and uses branch staff magic to make roots burst up and bind Choi Hyuk's limbs. For the first time, Choi Hyuk is genuinely surprised, because hidden support casters stack pressure and numbness on top of the roots until his body feels heavy. Before he can calmly break free, the elves call for a full volley and a wall of gunfire drops toward the pinned target. Watching from the side, even the berserkers admit the elves are dangerous enough that a fair fight might not be easy. Still, Lee Ji-hee says the one thing she is sure of: their leader is not going to lose. Inside the trap, Choi Hyuk quickly judges the real danger. If he wastes stamina forcing out with raw power, his whole 4-star fighting style could collapse with it. So instead of gambling on brute force or a bigger skill too early, he reaches for the next stage of Mind's Eye. Blue streams pour out as Identical Mind awakens, a manipulation-focused upgrade that lets his karma slip through the restraints and unravel them from the inside. The instant the trap comes apart, he vanishes from the kill zone and rushes straight through the battlefield again. He crushes the magician on the way past and heads directly for the El Great Warrior he first spoke to. Seeing that charge, The great warrior finally admits Choi Hyuk is a magnificent fighter and asks to stop the spar and talk before things get worse. Choi Hyuk is not satisfied with simple respect, because he came here to prove he can lead them to the surface, not just be treated as an equal. He answers by demanding a real life-and-death fight and bluntly promises he still will not kill them, which lands as a brutal insult. That finally pushes Lance to treat him as a true monster-class enemy, and order the elite troops and all restraints to focus on him at once. Even with identical mind fighting back, the layered attacks finally slowed Choi Hyuk enough for the elites to cut him for the first time. As his stamina starts to dip, Lance tells him to stop again, and Choi Hyuk answers with a flat refusal. Then Choi Hyuk finally uses his trump card, Heart Injection, forcing his exhausted karma back into fighting shape with a violent second heartbeat. The elite troops fold instantly as Choi Hyuk smashes joints and bodies aside without even drawing his sword. With the path open, he charges Lance and declares checkmate, forcing the great warrior to draw his own sword at last. After the clash, both are down hard. Choi Hyuk is gasping with a bleeding neck, and Lance is coughing blood from repeated chest strikes. Lance introduces himself by name, and admits he blocked Choi Hyuk's final attack with the blessing of the inverted tree, still stunned that it failed. Choi Hyuk brushes the explanation aside and immediately asks for the fortress gates to be opened so his 3,000 soldiers can come in and rest. When no one moves, he doubles down and says that if he meant to fight, he would have forced the gate already. That reckless confidence actually works, and Lance raises a shaking hand to welcome the grand warriors inside. Choi Hyuk grins like this was the obvious outcome, even though his legs are shaking from spending everything in that duel. Leaning on L soldiers for support, Choi Hyuk looks back at Lance and realizes he may have just won himself a powerful ally. After leaving the slave market city of Pyongryu, Chu Young-jin and Ryu Hyun-sung push out to the edge of Lao Ban's territory and start surveying the land under a strange whirlpool sky. Ryu Hyun-sung is almost impressed by how unreal the place looks, snapping photos of sword-cut hills, drought-cracked plains, and rows of round lakes punched into the earth. The tablet matters because Earth electronics fail here, but this alien device can still map everything they photograph for the Berserker's investigation. Chu Young-jin notices a white stone feels oddly hot, and when Ryu Hyun-sung checks the ground, the whole area is warm enough to make them stop and record it. They move on into a region split like giant rice paddies, where the gaps are so huge and deep that a dropped stone never even hits bottom. When hellish hot air blows out of the cracks, the place feels less like a natural valley and more like something broken open from below. Inside one crack, Chu Young-jin spots a cave and traces that look human, so they jump down to investigate. The moment they step inside, the blood on the walls and the rotting stench tell them this hideout turned into a slaughter site not long ago. Ryu Hyun-sung confirms immigrants lived here by pointing out the corpse and jeans, and he immediately suspects Lao Ban's people butchered everyone they couldn't sell as slaves. Ryu Hyun-sung records the massacre and bitterly says evidence means almost nothing now, because sovereigns are untouchable, and the old law died when awakenees took over. Chu Young-jin admits Choi Hyuk helped shatter the old order too, but Ryu Hyun-sung snaps back that Hyuk's violence had a reason, while this is just greedy murder. Seeing a dead couple pinned together by a spear, Chu Young-jin's grief twists into rage, and even his explosive blood starts to stir in his eyes. He says he almost hopes they run into slave hunters next, and Ryu Hyun-sung darkly agrees that another warning would be nice. Back outside, they compare the distant dented whirlpool to the one over their own territory, and realize it is probably the same route someone is colonizing toward. With their survey almost done, they set the whirlpool as their last target, and keep moving deeper out. 3 days from Pyongryu, in a blue fog zone that looks beautiful from a distance, Ryu Hyun-sung finally spots exactly what they wanted: fleeing immigrants being chased. To them this is perfect luck, because rescuing the immigrants could punish slave hunters and also give them guides who actually know this region. When Chu Young-jin asks if they should hit them now, Ryu Hyun-sung gives the go-ahead without hesitation. Chu Young-jin activates explosive blood and blasts off so violently that the sound and speed hit almost together. Before the slave hunters can react, Chu Young-jin is already among them, carving through the first men in a storm of rumbling strikes. While Chu Young-jin shreds the pursuers, Ryu Hyun-sung cuts off the immigrants' escape and tries to calm them by saying they are on the same side. The immigrants trust him so little that all 5 attack at once, moving with the sharp instincts of people who have survived here for a long time. Ryu Hyun-sung reads the entire rush with mind's eye, steps back exactly 3 paces, and cleanly knocks every attack offline. When they try again, he drops them with restrained blows instead of killing them and asks if they are finally ready to talk. Even pinned down, the black swordsman keeps cursing Ryu Hyun-sung, until fresh screams from the fog make everyone look back toward Chu Young-jin's fight. Ryu Hyun-sung expects the rescue to open a conversation, but the immigrants only turn more terrified and beg to run immediately. Their warning is simple and awful: those men were not the whole enemy force. Then a low pulsing sound rolls through the fog, and the mist itself starts moving like waves around them. The immigrants panic and bolt, shoving past Ryu Hyun-sung because they know what is about to happen. An unseen spear suddenly punches through the black swordsman's back, and Ryu Hyun-sung realizes too late that hidden enemies had already closed around them. What looked like a small slave hunting party is really a full ring of elite troops, and in one instant Ryu Hyunsung and Chu Young-jin are the ones trapped at the center. Chu Young-jin retreats to Ryu Hyunsung's back in the enemy ring, and, still unshaken, only asks which way they should break through. Ryu Hyunsung pushes Mind's Eye to its limit, turning his karma so sensitive that he can feel the positions, tension, and intent of roughly 50 enemies at once. Because he has both talent and brutal battlefield experience, that flood of information becomes a real weapon in his hands instead of useless noise. Without speaking, Ryu Hyunsung tells Chu Young-jin the whole breakout plan through his blade angle and shifted stance. No killing, maximum speed, and breaks straight through. Chu Young-jin launches on cue, smashing into the ring so hard that elite enemies can only barely parry before being thrown aside. The enemy commander sees the plan and orders his elites to hold formation, betting the explosive fighter will burn himself out if they just endure. That plan would have worked against Chu Young-jin alone, because explosive blood gives him brutal power at the cost of stamina, pain, and mounting damage. But with Ryu Hyunsung steering every burst, they stop battering one point and keep changing direction until the whole encirclement tangles itself into chaos. Once the enemy loses its shape, Ryu Hyunsung slips through the opening and carves a fatal slash across the enemy leader's neck. Cha Ojin collapses, clutching his half-cut throat, too badly hit for ordinary recovery to save him. The enemy line freezes in shock for one priceless moment, and Ryu Hyunsung uses it exactly right by turning away at once and carving a path out. He and Chu Young-jin finally break free into the fog, leaving the pursuers in a mess behind them. Then the vice leader Yi Chu kneels over the dying Cha Ojin, places a hand on him, and starts absorbing his karma in full view of everyone. Watching that, Ryu Hyunsung realizes the rumors were true. Lao Ban's side really can plunder the karma of whoever dies. That ugly reveal gives them a new suspicion too, that the berserkers and strong immigrants who disappeared before may have been harvested the same way. After taking Cha Ojin's power, Yi Chu instantly acts like the new commander and sends one messenger straight to Lao Ban while ordering the rest to keep chasing. Ryu Hyunsung understands this is only getting worse now, so he tells Chu Young-jin to run faster before the real response arrives. The story then pulls back to reveal why the Blue Fog region felt so wrong. This is where immigrant villages hide, and today Lao Ban's faction has turned the whole area into a giant manhunt. Today is Lao Ban's half-year festival, where his followers raid villages and lone colonizers, sorting victims into slaves or sacrifices. The festival is not just about feeding Lao Ban's power, but about making his whole faction kill, absorb, and cross the line together until they see themselves as beings above everyone else. Even this brutal event stalls when the report arrives that two top berserkers, Chu Young-jin and Ryu Hyunsung, just broke into the area and Cha Ojin is dead. Lao Ban is annoyed more than alarmed, calling them unruly novices and demanding that his strongest sword, Yilong, personally bring them in alive. He even decides to make the two berserkers into new sacrifices, and only pauses the festival long enough for Yilong to fetch them. Once Yilong leaves with Lao Ban's personal guards, Lao Ban goes right back to festival preparations as if the problem is already solved. The only one still uneasy is the careful follower Tsu Chin, who quietly warns that leaving famous berserkers alive could spread information and create future trouble. Lao Ban brushes him off, arguing that Korea cannot simply invade Chinese territory, that no one can force Dragonic open without his permission, and that this festival matters more than chasing two men himself. He even says Choi Hyuk's real weakness is politics, not force, so as long as that force stays outside Lao Ban's territory, the Berserk Sovereign is no serious threat. Tsu Chin finally bows and says he understands, but the unease never leaves him. And at the very end, Tsu Chin is left standing there with one nagging thought. He cannot find a flaw in Lao Ban's logic, but he still feels that something is about to go wrong. A day into their escape, Ryu Hyunsung and Chu Young-jin are still running for their lives, and the answer to when they were supposed to return is grimly simple: tomorrow. Fireworks-like signal flares start exploding behind them, beside them, and even in front of them, making it obvious the enemy net is closing from every side. Ryu Hyunsung forces Mind's Eye to the limit, his body flashing blue for an instant, but even that cannot hide how badly exhaustion is catching up to him. He suddenly changes direction and admits they have to abandon any hope of escaping through the gate. Ryu says the city-based troops are already hunting them too, so with their stamina this shot is impossible, and their only option is to head for the targeted whirlpool together. Chu Young-jin stares at him in disbelief because that means crossing unexplored lands with no idea whether the distance is survivable, or whether they will ever find their own side. Ryu admits he knows none of that, but staying on this route means certain death, so gambling on the unknown is still better. Chu Young-jin coolly agrees that being killed by monsters would still beat dying by those bastards, and the bitter joke helps him commit to the gamble. The endless small fry are only buying time for the real danger now, cruel killing sword Yilong and his personal guards, who are the ones Ryu and Chu truly cannot afford to face. Even opponents they could normally break through become deadly delays, because one mistake lets Yilong's team catch them. Another signal flare bursts near them, and Ryu realizes the same elite hunters have nearly caught up again. Ryu curses the Sovereign of Dark Secrets for arming his hunters with flying rings, special ankle gear that turns karma into efficient movement, and lets them glide like hoverboards. Because Ryu and Chu are burning their own bodies for speed while the enemy uses equipment, the chase keeps tilting harder against them with every minute. Knowing they cannot shake the elites by speed alone, Ryu makes a snap decision to hit the pursuers first before they close the gap completely. Ryu whips straight through the chasing line and Chu splits the other way, forcing the pursuers to react to their coordinated break. The pursuers recognize the trick and scatter quickly, but Ryu and Chu can still change direction faster because they are moving with their own bodies instead of relying on gear. Ryu unleashes Void Wave, the Berserker's signature resonance, and it briefly kills the flying rings under the enemy's feet. The elites lose their momentum for a heartbeat, and that heartbeat is enough for Ryu and Chu to break away again at full speed. Yilong clicks his tongue but admits these two are maddeningly slippery, so he orders the hunt to continue on foot until the flying rings recover. Then Yilong notices the direction they fled and realizes they have finally turned toward the unexplored lands. That makes the lead pursuer smile, because the whole encirclement was designed to drive them into unexplored land where monsters and hunters can crush them together. Once the fugitives commit to that route, the fireworks stop, and the hunt turns from pursuit into a closing trap. Elsewhere, the narration steps back to explain why this gamble is so extreme. Every sovereign has drawn a map of Dragonic, but all 40 maps stand alone and none of them connect. People assume the territories should connect if Dragonic is one world, but with no stars, unreliable whirlpools for direction, unknown distances, and monsters everywhere, most believe linking lands is impossible. That is exactly the reckless challenge Choi Hyuk is taking on now as he tries to force a path between human territories. At the L tribe's nest deep inside the inverted tree, Choi Hyuk asks Lance whether there is any information about humans in the direction he wants to go. Lance says messages arrived through the leaves, and the most worrying report described humans in that direction as people who killed their own kind. The nest itself explains how Lance knows this already, because the L tribe sends information by engraving magic onto gigantic metallic leaves that travel through underground passages. Even after hearing mixed reports about humans, Lance and Choi Hyuk have already built real trust, because the Berserkers and the L tribe clicked almost immediately through battle and mutual respect. Instead of being alarmed, Choi Hyuk is pleased, because humans who kill their own kind sound exactly like the enemy he has been hunting. For Choi Hyuk, this expedition was never just early exploration. He bet on a tiny clue because he wants to open a route to another human territory. When Lance asks whether the Sovereign of Dark Secrets really killed his comrades, Choi Hyuk answers without hesitation that the betrayals have happened again and again. Choi Hyuk says some people praise that sovereign for helping colonization, but he sees him as a cancer that keeps cutting down humanity's future. He explains that humanity still has only 3 years left on its consumables deferred judgment, and he does not believe simple growth and slow colonization will be enough. What he fears is not just raw weakness, but a bad evaluation of humanity's ability to act as a united force, something Young Minji warned him about before. That is why he calls the Sovereign of Dark Secrets a direct threat to humanity's evaluation, because every betrayal poisons the organized strength they are being judged on. Then Choi Hyuk reveals the deeper truth behind his urgency. He has no intention of spending 3 more years waiting, because he needs to become much stronger much faster. So linking territories is not only revenge but a way to speed up all of humanity's expansion once someone finally proves the path can be made. Lance listens in grim seriousness, still struggling to believe in the godlike beings behind the system that Choi Hyuk keeps talking about. Choi Hyuk does not explain further, because what matters now is moving before the chance to confirm that territory slips away. He thanks Lance for the information and says they need to go now, because he wants proof as quickly as possible that another colonized land lies in that direction and that it belongs to the Sovereign of Dark Secrets. Lance tells him the distance is close enough to reach in under 5 days at full speed, but that route holds another problem entirely. He warns that a monster near the peak of Dragonian rank lives there, so dangerous that even Choi Hyuk is still not strong enough to face it head-on. Instead of backing down, Choi Hyuk laughs, because to him a life-and-death fight is almost welcome after so long without one. With that, Choi Hyuk sets out again with 3,000 berserkers and resumes the march straight into the unexplored lands. At the same time, the route Choi Hyuk is choosing is the very same unknown region Ryu Hyunsung and Chu Youngjin have already been forced to enter while being hunted. As Choi Hyuk's expedition pushes deeper into the unexplored lands, the berserkers end up fighting non-stop against new monsters they have never seen before. Baek Seoin looks over the ruined landscape and realizes this must once have been a magnificent forest, with massive trees, glowing bark, and silver, yellow, and blue leaves. The real problem is the wooden monsters gnawing on living trees and spreading by growing smaller copies from their own bodies, so Baek Seoin bitterly names them tree dogs. Even chopped apart, the tree dogs keep attacking, forcing Baek Seoin to burn extra karma just to put them down for good. While cursing the forest's destruction, Baek Seoin jokes that at this rate even monsters that eat the ground might exist, and the story immediately proves him right. The march finally stops at a terrifying basin where fertile earth has vanished into exposed layers of shattered rock, the calling card of the apex monster Lance had warned them about, the Ground Devourer. Choi Hyuk studies the overwhelming terrain for a moment, and calmly gives the order to go in anyway. As the berserkers descend the uneven stone slopes, the basin grows darker, and the sound of hundreds of rocks being chewed echoes up from the center. In the darkest part of the basin, they finally spot the ground devourer, a 5-story beast with a giant mouth that keeps crushing and swallowing rock without ever seeming full. Choi Hyuk warns that this is the strongest enemy they have faced yet and switches everyone to the large monster hunting formation. At Choi Hyuk's signal, the berserkers spread out in perfect silence, showing the wordless coordination they built through more than 100 brutal battles. Instead of rushing in, the formation opens with their long-range specialists, and Baek Seoin takes over field command while watching the ground devourer and waiting for the artillery captain to line up the first strike. The instant the artillery captain locks in, Baek Seoin points out the opening and calls the target, the monster's right leg. The artillery group unloads lightning, flame, shock waves, and other karma attacks onto the ground devourer's right leg, staggering the giant in one concentrated blast. As the enraged ground devourer lurches, the rest of the berserkers flood it with arrows and throwing spears to keep its movements and attention off balance. Using that brief opening, Choi Hyuk rushes in and drives his karma blade into the ground devourer's left leg, only to learn that even he can barely cut through its leathery hide. The ground devourer swats at him like an insect, but Choi Hyuk dodges, lands on its arm, and charges upward with a grin as he finally sinks into a real battle trance. Elsewhere, Ryu Hyun-sung and Chu Youngjin's desperate escape ends at a flesh-meltingly hot swamp, where Yilong and his personal guards finally catch up and block their path. Yilong coolly tells them to stop because, from his view, they have run themselves to the edge of death and have nowhere left to go. Ryu Hyun-sung, lips turning blue from exhaustion, still spits back that he would rather die than be captured by Yilong. Chu Youngjin says nothing, but his stare at Yilong makes it clear he means to take at least one enemy down with him. Yilong is disgusted by their stubbornness, but he is also excited because he wants them alive and imagines how much stronger he could become by absorbing them. He orders his men to cut off Ryu Hyun-sung and Chu Youngjin's arms and legs without killing them, and the guards charge in at once. Then pure luck flips the whole chase, as a powerful monster explodes out of the marsh floor in a blast of heat and steam right under Yilong's group. 4 red eyes flash through the steam, and the front guard is ripped in half before anyone can react. Yilong leaps into the red fog to fight back, and the clash of blades and claws buys Ryu Hyun-sung and Chu Youngjin a sudden path to run. Realizing fate has handed them one last chance, the two force their wrecked bodies forward and run for the distant whirlpool ahead. But their escape wakes more monsters across the marsh, and one after another they start rising to attack the stronger-looking prey behind them, Yilong's group. Ryu Hyun-sung keeps muttering that he cannot stop as he pounds life back into his failing legs and runs on sheer stubbornness. Behind them, Yilong finally breaks and orders a retreat in a furious, dejected shout. Even after shaking off Yilong, Ryu Hyun-sung and Chu Youngjin are still in lethal danger, because they are out of stamina and the unexplored land keeps throwing monsters at them. With no strength left for open fights, Ryu Hyun-sung forces Mind's Eye to keep scouting paths while Chu Youngjin cuts down only the monsters they absolutely cannot avoid. Eventually they reach an enormous rocky basin where deafening roars and heavy vibrations suggest that powerful monsters are already fighting below. They wonder if monsters can even fight each other, but the empty territory around the basin makes Ryu Hyun-sung suspect this belongs to something truly powerful. After weighing the risk, Ryu Hyun-sung decides they should go down and observe, because if the monsters cripple each other this might become the only safe place nearby to hide and recover. Chu Youngjin accepts the gamble, and the two start sneaking down behind boulders toward the center of the basin. Because Ryu Hyun-sung is still drained, he saves Mind's Eye for the last moment, and feels his way down almost blind through the dust. A final heavy impact suddenly cuts off the roars and shaking, telling them the fight below has just ended. At a safer distance, Ryu Hyun-sung finally forces Mind's Eye back on and senses a 5-story monster corpse lying ahead with its karma already gone. Then Ryu Hyun-sung finds the winner sitting on the corpse, a human-sized figure whose familiar karma shocks him speechless, and it turns out to be Choi Hyuk. When Chu Youngjin asks what is wrong, Ryu Hyun-sung can only blurt out that the figure already noticed him. A booming cheerful voice blows away the dust and ends the suspense, as Choi Hyuk happily calls out to Ryu Hyun-sung and Chu Youngjin like old friends he just ran into. With that reunion, the two sides realize they have found a route that connects separate colonized lands. Right after the ground devourer falls, Choi Hyuk gets 3 free karma points from the brutal fight, and is openly thrilled because points at his level are painfully hard to earn now. That small reward matters so much because Choi Hyuk remembers how growth turned from easy gains into a grind where even years of fighting barely moved his stats. He has been stuck even longer because Earthlings are treated as consumables on support missions, leaving him too few enemies strong enough to count as real battles. So with the battle over and old comrades suddenly in front of him, his hard edge drops for a moment, and he lights up. Choi Hyuk shouts a warm welcome to Chu Youngjin and Ryu Hyun-sung before even asking how they ended up here. Baek Seoin jerks up in shock, because the 2 men they sent on a dangerous mission have just walked back into camp alive. Lee Ji-hee, bruised and half-broken from baiting the ground devourer at close range, still forces herself up to greet them too. For one rare beat, the mood is simple: the mission survivors are back, and every one of the berserkers key people made it through. That night they stay in the basin, enjoying its natural darkness because Dragonic normally never gives them true night. While the camp settles down in the dark basin, Choi Hyuk and the top berserkers gather in an unlit tent for a private strategy meeting. The small group is still half stunned that this first expedition found a passage at all, when they expected only a little progress after several tries. Baekseoin argues they should pull back now, because their current force was never meant to seize a whole sovereign's territory. Lee Jin-hee pushes back immediately, saying their total manpower is small either way, so waiting may not change much and only leaves more slaves suffering. Baekseoin refuses to let that slide, insisting that 3,000 and 5,000 are absolutely different numbers once the fight becomes real. He explains that even if Lao Ban has 80,000 colonizers, fewer than 10,000 are real fighters, and every extra berserker matters if they intend to hold territory afterward. Lee Jin-hee still won't back down, and asks why they cannot strike first and return later if needed. The argument stalls into the same points repeated again and again until Choi Hyuk finally cuts in. Choi Hyuk says the key misunderstanding out loud. He never planned this as a normal conquest in the first place. His real target is simple and brutal: kill sovereign Lao Ban himself, and the rest of that territory should collapse behind him. The reason runs deeper than strategy. Because Choi Hyuk despises Lao Ban for turning Earth immigrants into slaves and feeding on human collapse for profit. For Choi Hyuk, people like Lao Ban are unforgivable because they profit from collapse, split humans apart, and crush the will of anyone still trying to fight back together. He remembers his own world collapsing from the ring of rebirth to his mother's death, and that old rage sharpens this decision even more. So Choi Hyuk decides there is no reason to reorganize, because Ryu Hyun-sung and Chu Youngjin's report says Lao Ban is exposed on the edge of his territory right now. With Lao Ban away from his city guards and relying mainly on elite troops, Choi Hyuk judges that the berserkers' own elite force of 3,000 is enough to hit now. That sparks a new thought in Baekseoin, who realizes nobody knows what a sovereign gains by killing another sovereign. If Lao Ban's portal authority transfers on death, then killing him could end the war in one stroke and make extra reinforcements unnecessary. The room starts to lean his way, because if that transfer is real, Lao Ban's death alone could decide everything. With the attack itself now agreed on, Hanki asks the next question: should they break through straight for Lao Ban, or wipe out the whole force? Choi Hyuk answers without hesitation: annihilation. He says they will not accept surrender, because everyone gathered around Lao Ban chose to live as plunderers who kill people and steal their strength. He allows only two slim escapes: those who run from the battlefield immediately, and those who scatter later after hearing the news. And if sovereign authority really passes to him, Choi Hyuk plans to march into the cities, smash Lao Ban's workshops, free every slave, and hunt down any organization still serving that regime. His promise to ban survivors from the portal and sweep them up if they stay organized leaves the whole tent in a heavy silence. Lee Jin-hee finally voices what several of them feel, admitting that now that the killing is real, her heart is uneasy. Baekseoin says nothing, but inwardly forces himself to accept that in a world this broken, a blood-ridden rule may be the only warning people obey. The others also understand the grim logic. This would be the first full war between human colonizers, but ending it brutally now could prevent even worse losses later. Lee Jin-hee calls it just a gripe, and Choi Hyuk answers by quietly patting her shoulder because he knows she always says this before fighting hardest of all. At last the council settles on annihilation, and they trade hard looks that say the decision is final. The next morning, the berserkers march out toward their first true territory war against the sovereign of dark secrets. Inside Lao Ban's fog-covered festival ground, a talented new recruit freezes in front of her first human sacrifice and keeps apologizing because she still cannot strike. Her superior speaks to her like this is perfectly normal, telling her to breathe, close her eyes, and aim for the heart. When he suddenly shouts for her to stab, she jerks forward on reflex and drives the blade into the man's heart. She opens her eyes just in time to watch the life leave the immigrant's face, and the warmth of his blood makes the killing feel horribly real. Then the plunder of fate pulls karma from the dying man into her body, and the guilty shock is mixed with an unmistakable rush of pleasure. Seeing her break down inside, the superior calmly reframes the feeling as something noble and tells her to accept the stolen power with gratitude. He argues that every awakened gets stronger by killing anyway, and that Lao Ban's plunderers are only doing the same thing more efficiently. He pushes further, saying even slave trading helps Earth by speeding colonization, and turns simple brutality into clan duty and patriotic pride. By the time she answers him, the recruit has stopped shaking and her eyes shine with the same warped conviction. Her superior immediately hands her a tougher next sacrifice, and tells her to keep stabbing until even a strong captive breaks. All around them, the festival sinks into full madness as limbless sacrifices bleed out, veterans enjoy the killing, and the newcomers slowly get used to it. Just as the slaughter peaks, a voice cuts through the fog with one blunt verdict: what a load of bullshit. The superior demands to know who it is, and the answer comes as a sword slash that tears through the fog and into his chest. The recruit barely gets her guard up before Lee Ji-hee moves faster than she can follow, and cleanly takes her head off. Lee Ji-hee grimly mutters that killing people still feels disgusting, and more berserkers begin pouring into the festival from every direction. Choi Hyuk's order for this raid is simple: leave the Lao Ban clan with complete fear burned into them. So the berserkers charged like a storm, never slowing down, cutting past anyone in their way and turning the whole fog bank into a blind panic. Victims and clan members alike collapse screaming as unseen blades strike from nowhere, and not knowing when the next sword will arrive becomes the real terror. Lao Ban's executives finally force their way in and hit hard enough to knock reckless berserkers back and even cut some of them down. But the berserkers never let that defense settle, because Chu Youngjin tears through the fog next with raw power meant to break their nerve. One executive tries to block Chu Youngjin's blow, and Chu Youngjin simply cleaves him and his weapon in half with a single overwhelming strike. Chu Youngjin's impossible kill freezes the clan for a beat, and that opening turns deadly when Li Jinhee bursts through the fog to hunt the ones trying to run. Using explosive blood in her own precise way, Li Jinhee chases fleeing enemies one by one, slams them down, and pins them with perfect, mechanical rhythm. Even those who know escape is hopeless still run, and that desperation only makes the massacre cleaner. At the center of it all, Lao Ban faces Choi Hyuk in total confusion because invaders inside his own territory should have been deported the moment he willed it. Choi Hyuk stays almost casual, reminding Lao Ban that this is their first real meeting and making it obvious he already knows the fight is over. Lao Ban lunges in desperation, but Choi Hyuk's deep blue karma blade shreds his weaker aura and destroys his sword so violently it mangles his hand. Fallen and clutching his shredded hand, Lao Ban sees Yilong's split corpse beside his dead advisor and finally understands how completely his side has been crushed. Instead of begging, Lao Ban spits back that Choi Hyuk already warned him about the slave trade, then mocks him for pretending the berserkers are any cleaner. He rants that colonizers are already broken by endless missions, and that his market only gave them a place to dump the stress they could not survive without. His accusation lands closest to home when he points out that even berserkers use his market, especially after the brutal missions Choi Hyuk forces on them. Choi Hyuk does not argue the point at all and only answers that a dead man does not need to worry about it. Before Lao Ban can spit out another curse, Choi Hyuk drives his sword through Lao Ban's throat. Then Choi Hyuk grabs Lao Ban by the hair, looks him in the eyes, and slowly cuts his head off. Holding the severed head, Choi Hyuk says the result plainly. Lao Ban lost, he won, and the slave market is finished. Lao Ban's eyes still hold a little life from lingering karma, but all he can do is mouth a curse that no longer has any sound behind it. Choi Hyuk throws the head away, and a sovereign notice appears saying Lao Ban is dead, his lands are shut down, and the authority transfer now depends on a sovereign mission. Rather than celebrating, Choi Hyuk only wonders if the coming sovereign mission might finally give him a proper fight. When he looks over the battlefield, he sees exactly what he expected. The blitz worked, the commanders are dead, and the rest of Lao Ban's clan has already collapsed into a mob. That easy victory leaves Choi Hyuk cold, because crushing weak men only feels bitter and boring to him now. What he really wants is a true enemy, and the hunger to grow stronger burns in him so fiercely that even he can no longer separate battle lust from revenge. By the end of that cruel day, the Lao Ban clan is finished, and the survivors who escaped back through the portal spread the news of the shattered slave market and the berserkers' terrifying power across the world. The chapter opens on Alexei Romanovich Ivanov, a 15-year-old Russian berserker who joined Choi Hyuk's clan for one simple reason. He fell hard for Li Jinhee after seeing her fight. He came to Korea out of puppy love, but also because he genuinely respected Li Jinhee's strength and wanted to learn from her. Like many First Awakeners, Alexei had already lost his family, so there was nothing left tying him down. He learned Korean fast, but one thing never changed. He stayed glued to Li Jinhee whenever she trained. Li Jinhee sighs and asks if he is making another YouTube video, already half tired of his obsession. Lyosha is a nickname Alexei only trusts to family and close friends, and anyone else using it has learned the hard way not to push him. Alexei beams, answers in fluent Korean, and proudly raises his camera for director Li Jinhee. Li Jinhee jokes that a video-loving kid like him should have joined Jesse's flashy American clan instead of the berserkers. That hits a nerve, and Alexei instantly snaps back that flashy show-offs mean nothing next to Li Jinhee's compact, deadly style. When he blurts out that her beauty makes it even better, Li Jinhee gets embarrassed enough to tug her hat lower. She still grumbles that Baekseoin should never have approved this filming idea in the first place. Alexei pushes back hard, insisting that recording Li Jinhee's techniques helps train the clan and attract serious recruits before the berserkers shrink even further. When Li Jinhee points out that he sounds exactly like Baekseoin, Alexei calmly admits Baek made the right call this time. With the argument settled, Li Jinhee turns to a 30-story apartment and announces today's lesson, running vertically with karma. She starts with the body control method, showing that if you lean too far forward on the wall, your force goes sideways and you slip. Then she breaks down the rhythm, explaining how upper body angle and toe thrust have to chain together while your vertical momentum is still alive. Once she puts it all together, Li Jinhee shoots up the apartment wall in one smooth, beautiful run. Alexei can only stare blankly through the lens as her movement looks almost unreal. From the rooftop, Li Jinhee introduces the second method, using karma control itself to grip the wall. To prove it, she calmly walks straight down the vertical wall as if gravity has stopped mattering. She admits that even with her strong control stat from explosive blood, This method is still difficult, though mind's eye users should handle it more easily. In her view, the best answer is combining both methods, and she demonstrates by moving up and down the wall with far less wasted karma. After the demonstration, Lee Jin-hee finally cuts Alexei off and tells him to stop filming because now it is his turn. Alexei starts training under her eyes, charging the wall again and again while she sits nearby and criticizes every mistake. He falls a few times, but each failure only makes him snap back with more stubborn energy. Lee Jin-hee ends up genuinely enjoying the lesson, because beneath all his fanboy noise, Alexei is talented, cute, and dead serious about getting stronger. She yells at him to move his hips properly, and Alexei instantly shouts back that he will do it again. For all their noise, the two are alike in one important way. Both of them became berserkers because they wanted to help make everyone stronger. But the story widens, and outside the training ground, South Korea is now living under martial law. The government delayed it at first because the military had vanished during the earlier disaster, but once the Awakeners returned, President Shin Woo-jin moved fast to reshape the country. After Choi Hyuk killed Song Si-min's group in front of him, Shin Woo-jin pushed even harder to keep Korea from falling behind the New World Order. He built the Superpower Headquarters, a new awakening military made from surviving soldiers, committed youths, and battle-hardened veterans. His real obsession was preserving ordinary life, so he fought to keep industry running, people working, and Korean currency meaningful in a collapsing world. When drought threatened food supplies, Shin Woo-jin used his authority as a preliminary sovereign to open new colonized land and pull in farmers, researchers, and miners with mission points. He also sent awakening forces abroad to protect trade routes and recover Korean assets, while using force or compromise to crush internal trouble at home. Because none of this fit inside old laws, martial law became the tool that let him stand above them. The result was mixed. Daily life survived for now, but the system was quietly hardening into dictatorship. Presidents could be replaced, but sovereigns controlled land people needed to survive, so once Shin Woo-jin became both, absolute power started to look permanent. His new troops had nowhere near the old military's discipline, and because he relied on them, he tolerated and sometimes even encouraged their abuses. So even with shops open and people still forcing themselves through work, meals, and dates, the country kept sliding deeper into fear and ugly rumors. That night, bars fill up early, and Alexei ends his training day sitting outside a pub with a beer, in a world where no one cares that he is underage anymore. From his seat, Alexei spots a table of super soldiers drinking with women and immediately picks them out with open disdain. The government's propaganda calls them patriots, but in reality plenty of super soldiers are just enjoying free power, free drinks, and free access to whatever they want. That kind of abuse is why the super soldiers and the berserkers sit in the same nightlife world with open distrust between them. So Alexei does what he usually does and needles them, loudly asking since when they started crawling into berserker territory to drink. Then he twists the knife and tells them that if they are going to drink there, they should at least pay for it. One drunk super soldier nearly jumps up to fight, but his superior stops him cold by whispering exactly who Alexei is. The moment they realize he is Alexei of the berserkers, their bravado cools fast. With the fight dying before it starts, Alexei just goes back to drinking. Then a new group of berserkers walks in, and Alexei perks up when he spots Lee Kijin among them. Alexei excitedly asks Lee Kijin about Choi Hyuk's sovereign mission, assuming another elite would be thrilled to be assigned to it. Instead, Lee Kijin answers with a gloomy face that yes, he was assigned, and it sounds exhausting more than exciting. Alexei laughs it off as Lee Kijin acting coy again, and the gloomy berserker only grins back. But then Alexei notices something odd. Lee Kijin's group walks over and sits with the super soldiers like old friends. Alexei can only stare, thrown off by seeing berserkers and super soldiers mixing so comfortably. The mixed group chats noisily for a while, then gets up together to leave without paying. Alexei immediately shouts after them that they still need to pay before they go. The super soldiers flare up again, but Lee Kijin turns back first and tells Alexei to let it go because they are his friends. Alexei hates the freeloading, but once a fellow berserker draws the line, he clamps his mouth shut instead of escalating it. Lee Kijin gives him a grateful smile and leaves with the others, making the whole thing feel even stranger. Left with a bad feeling, Alexei asks another berserker since when Lee Kijin had gotten close to the super soldiers. The only answer he gets is a shrug, and the chapter closes on that uneasy little mystery. Lao Ban's death shakes the whole colonizer world, but the question everyone latches onto is much simpler: just how terrifying are the berserkers? Escaped survivors say Lao Ban's side was crushed so fast it barely felt like a battle, and the fighters who saw it up close are too shaken to speak straight. That testimony hits hard because Lao Ban's clan was known for money, experts, and manpower, so people cannot easily dismiss their collapse. Some insist the raid only looked overwhelming because Lao Ban was ambushed first, and his cities lost command before they could organize. Others fire back with the raw numbers. A few thousand berserkers tearing through tens of thousands still sounds absurd no matter how clean the ambush was. Veterans who have actually met berserkers shut down the armchair talk, saying videos and rumors miss the point because those people are monsters in real combat. In the end, most people settle on the safer answer that the berserkers are strong, but this victory probably came from perfect timing, tactics, and luck lining up together. Even Choi Hyuk's personal strength stays blurry, because colonizers trade goods and information more often than they cross blades with each other. So Choi Hyuk turns into a rumor more than a measured fighter, with people arguing whether he might already have several 4-star stats. The wildest rumors claimed Choi Hyuk already had 3-star stats on his very first mission and even killed a final boss alone, which sounds absurd even to seasoned colonizers. Later, Choi Hyuk meets Lieutenant Colonel Lee Kang-jin, who approaches him with clear goodwill and a warning instead of flattery. Lee Kang-jin says rebellious forces are already moving, including Lao Ban loyalists and people ruined when his slave market territory shut down overnight. Choi Hyuk calmly reveals that merchants had already tried to secure future business with him, assuming he would inherit Lao Ban's authority next. When Lee Kang-jin asks how he answered them, Choi Hyuk says he spared the pawns and sent them back with one arm cut off, which leaves the officer briefly stunned. Lee Kang-jin then raises the uglier threat. Other colonizers tied to hidden slave markets may now see Choi Hyuk as a direct danger. He goes further and admits the danger may be inside the berserkers too, because addicts could be pushed into assassination for one more supply line. The reason is a new drug called water fog, a karma-sensitive narcotic secretly distributed through Lao Ban's slave market network. Lee Kang-jin grimly admits the addiction may already reach far and wide, even into the super soldiers, which means professional fighters could be hired against Choi Hyuk for drugs. Instead of flinching, Choi Hyuk lights up with interest because betrayal is exactly the kind of threat he has always expected to strike from inside. The memory of young Minji's death flashes through him, and the thought of mutiny makes his heart pound instead of freezing. At the same time, Lee Kijin lounges in a luxury hotel rooftop pool bar, breathing in water fog through a haze thick enough to turn the whole room dreamlike. The drug feels incredible to him, and with whiskey on top of it, Lee Kijin sinks into one of the only moments of relief he still gets as a colonizer. Water fog's appeal is brutal and simple. It burns with karma, slips past the colonizer's usual resistance, and leaves even hardened fighters wanting more. Then the bartender drops the real reason for the meeting and asks Lee Kijin to help eliminate the berserk sovereign. Lee Kijin does not recoil in loyalty so much as disbelief, because to him the idea that these people could kill Choi Hyuk is just ridiculous. Even when the bartender boasts about using top fighters and super soldiers, Lee Kijin only laughs harder and asks who exactly is supposed to kill whom. The bartender mistakes that reaction for loyalty, but Lee Kijin sneers that it is not loyalty at all, and even his two fellow berserkers start laughing at how unrealistic the plot is. Lee Kijin rises with one hand on his sword and tells the room they do not even understand what berserkers are, because this whole lounge still cannot handle just the three of them.